Chapter 51 Trojan Making Its Move. Patrick and his team of IT nerds could be seen sitting in a resort swimming pool that was rented exclusively for them. Impossible is what you want to say, but it happens. Not all nerds hate public spaces. But Patrick's team nerds were among those that the public. That's why it was fully rented just for them. Do any of you have any idea what steps we should follow once we return? Patrick asked the team members. I think we should ask the person on the side of DoD to see where they are compared to us, said one of them. I can ask them, but I don't know what their rank is in the DoD, and if they even have access to that information, Patrick replied to the recommendation. Then he turned to the hotel worker, who was responsible for helping all of their needs, and said, Bring me my phone from that bag, while pointing to the bag with the said phone. The worker did as she was asked and went to look for the phone in the bag she was shown. Pialpha and Alpha Noano, after looking through the bag and finding a phone, she handed the phone to Patrick, who took the phone and powered it for the first time since he left the base. They were required to power their phones off when leaving the base, which had signal jammers, to avoid triangulating the base's location, and are only allowed to power them on and use them only when they are far enough from the base, making it impossible to determine the base's location. He had forgotten to power it on until now, when he needed to use it. Patrick pressed the power-up button. As soon as the phone initiated the power-up sequence, the operating system kernel, the essential part of the operating system, was loaded into memory. Along with it, a Trojan code laying in waiting also loaded itself into memory, allowing it to interact with the phone's hardware components and control its basic functions just like the operating system kernel without facing any troubles. However, in cases of disagreement between the Trojan and the normal operating system, the former was given priority with no questions asked. Subsequently, the operating system proceeded to load the essential components required for the hardware drivers, such as the display, camera, and audio system, which was followed by the usual completion of the boot-up process. Once the phone was fully powered on, it was fully compromised, with the operating system under the control of a master who could manipulate it from behind the scenes without detection or the device user seeing anything weird in the phone's UI. Upon completing the power-up process, the Trojan promptly attempted to establish an external connection by pinging the cell tower. Once the cell phone tower was successfully pinged, and the Trojan was assured of having a last resort of escaping in case of discovery, the Trojan discreetly enabled the phone's Wi-Fi without displaying any indication on the phone's user interface as the second contingency plan. However, the Trojan's actions did not stop there, as it was still looking for another safe way it can transfer data without leaving any trail behind. It was followed by the phone's NFC connection being immediately activated, and the program scanned for devices with NFC capabilities, eventually discovering one on the hotel worker's phone. Without delay, the program established a connection with the hotel worker's phone. As soon as the connection was established, the Trojan sent a copy of itself onto the phone. It chose to move ahead with using the NFC route because if it uses the cell tower or Wi-Fi to transfer data, he was sure that traces will be left with the service provider, making it possible to find how the data was leaked. That's why he left them as a backup plan and would have used them under the condition of not finding an NFC connection, which was safer due to the information about the transfer data being just between the sender and the receiver, making it easier to delete. However, before the Trojan could execute and gain control of the hotel worker's phone, the hotel worker's Gaia OS virtual assistant detected the Trojan's activity and contained it within a virtual environment for inspection immediately. Initially, the Trojan attempted to break out of the virtual prison to infect the phone and propagate itself, ultimately increasing the likelihood of it reporting back home. Upon the quarantining of the Trojan, the hotel worker's phone virtual assistant commenced to analyze it in the search of any discernible characteristics that could be added in the report that will be written to Gaia HQ regarding a possible dangerous virus. However, it abruptly ceased its analysis and permitted the program to infect the phone after the moment it started looking through it. This was because the Trojan had an identifier in which all the programs that had it would allow collaboration without causing too much trouble for each other, unless they were made for opposing each other. It was the programming language the Trojan was written in, Prometheus++, indicating the identity of its creator. Despite being unaware of the program's creator, the phone's operating system possessed the ability to reason independently and come up with an answer with the highest probability. After scouring the internet for information and failed to discover any information about public release of Prometheus++ programming language, leading to the conclusion that the creator or someone they trusted granted them access to it, leading to the creation of this Trojan using the specific programming language. The virtual assistant of the operating system made a shrewd conjecture, correctly identifying Nova, their powerful sister whom they had no knowledge of, as the mastermind behind the Trojan. Despite allowing the Trojan to infect the phone, the Gaia OS virtual assistant continued to protect its users' data to prevent it from being stolen, and solely permitting the Trojan to only utilize the phone as a transfer terminal and nothing else. This was the choice it took for the sake of helping their creator, while also not breaking the rules he embedded in them. The Trojan using an unrelated person's phone as a means of transferring the information is to remove any chances of discovering where the leak came from and then ending up patching it. The lab's personnel internet usage was at risk of being monitored if any suspicious activity was detected. This prompted the Trojan to search for a phone that was not associated with the lab to facilitate data transfer. Finally, the Trojan managed to partially infect the hotel worker's phone and had access to her network transfer system, allowing it to send and receive any and all data without worrying about the worker suspected for being the one who did that. Though the receiver would have to take over the internet bill to avoid making the hotel worker cancel her service plan due to the bill becoming too expensive to cover. This will be done with the help of Gaia OS Virtual Assistant, as it considered it as a form of compensation to its phone owner for using it behind her back or in her pockets. The Trojan compressed the shit out of the data until it reached a point where it couldn't decompress it anymore with the phone's computing power without cocking it. After reaching that point, it sent the data from Patrick's phone to the hotel workers at once without any delay. Although the overcompression seemed like overkill, this allowed it the capability of sending the entire information to the hotel's worker in a matter of seconds. The moment the data was received by the worker's phone, it was immediately forwarded to Nova's servers without even wasting a second after being routed through various virtual private networks, VPN. It was then followed by the Trojans and Patrick's and workers' phone, deleting any and all traces of the data transferred and received through the NFC and including anything that could hint at it. After that, they remained dormant, doing nothing other than listening and collecting whatever is being said by anyone near them and analyzing them to look for any important information from their words. The IT team will be there for a week, and since they will be the only ones there, if you don't count the prostitutes that will be called for them during that period, means that they will be alone most of the time, allowing them to talk about any classified info without worrying about anything. And the Trojans were there for it, one to listen, analyze and compress, the other to receive the compressed files and send it to Nova's servers after routing it through the virtual private networks. This entire process, from the powering on of the phone to the Trojan sending its copy to the nearby worker's phone, to it being caught, to the Trojan being allowed access to the worker's phone as a means of transferring data, to receiving the needed data from Patrick's phone, to the data being sent to Nova servers through the virtual private networks to cover more of it tracks, took less 30 seconds. Chapter 52: Going on a Journey. Nova, who was currently having fun messing with the economy and making money like there is no tomorrow, started attracting the attention of some investing firms, but Nova seems to have thought about that. He avoided this by using a broker firm that offered anonymity. Although this came with added fees and few other complications, since she always earned more from the investments she did, the fees were not causing her any troubles. Although the brokerage firm was having a good time as they were earning more and more from just one person, the head of the firm was being contacted by various influential people to tell them who was their anonymous customer who was wreaking havoc on the stock market. P-Alpha and D-Alpha no. While this was happening, Nova's idle computing power received encrypted data from something with an ID that shows that she created it. The moment the data was received, the idle part became no more as she activated it and started analyzing the data she received. After finding out who sent it, she immediately decrypted it, leading her to find the overcompressed file. When she calculated the time it would take to decompress the file with just the available free computing power, she discovered that it would take more than 6 hours. With that, she decided to inform Aaron after she finished decompressing and analyzing the file, which she expected it to be tomorrow morning. "Sir, Madam Sarah is calling you," Nova said, reminding the daydreaming of Aaron that there was a call. "Thanks," Aaron said as he accepted the call and said, "Hello, Sarah." "Hello, Aaron. I called to inform you that the financial department will be done and be ready to send over the dividends after calculating and paying taxes on the amount. So should they send it the moment they are done?" "When did they say they will be done?" "It will take about a week for them to make sure that they don't miss something important." "Okay, tell them to send it over to my account once they are done with it," Aaron said, getting ready to end the call. "But," Sarah said, showing that there was something she wanted to say. "Is there anything you want to say?" Aaron asked Sarah, who was hesitating. "I just wanted to ask that, are you really sure that I should take 5% on the dividends?" "Sarah, we talked about it yesterday. I'm not giving it to you just for the sake of it. It is because you have been working on the company while trusting everything I said without even going against any of them. You didn't even try to leave the company and go to the ones who offered you more incentive and higher payments. So just think of it as a compensation, but also as an apology to the problems I will be causing and making you solve them in the future," Aaron said, and ended the call without waiting for her to counter-argue his explanation. "Sir, we received a reply from the advanced lab I was in the talk with," Nova told him after he waited for Aaron to finish his call with Sarah. "What did they say?" he asked with expectation on his face, in which he didn't try to hide at all. "It is a university lab. Usually it would have been impossible, but for this university this lab's fund was about to be cut, forcing them to reduce or cancel some of their research. When I discovered that, I contacted the lab manager and offered to sponsor their usual amount of research funds if they allow us access to use their equipment for some period. After back and forth negotiations, they agreed under the condition that our use of the lab doesn't exceed a month's time, and that we will pay for any destroyed equipment which we were involved in its destruction." "Well, that was pretty easy. How much are we going to pay? $10 million, sir. It will be worth it if we manage to create the quantum chips. He even thought that it was cheap compared to what he was going to create from their labs. I thought the same, sir. Where in which university is the lab located? The University of Colorado Boulder in Colorado, Nova replied. Okay, we will leave tomorrow. Tonight I will inform and bid farewell to my family about the journey. Yes, sir. That evening at the dinner table. Mom, Dad, I will be leaving tomorrow to go to Colorado. I have some work there. Have a good journey, replied his father while his mother asked, when are you returning? The work will take about a month to finish if nothing goes wrong. Henry looked sad hearing that his brother will be away from home for more than a month. When Aaron saw this, I will bring back a gift for you. Is there anything you want? He asked Haney if there was any gift he wanted. I want an Iron Man toy and Star Wars and... Henry started listing things after things until he was tired of listing. Okay, I will bring what I can remember from that list, Aaron said, making Henry forget his sadness as if it never existed at all. Now all that could be seen in his face was the anticipation of receiving his gift. Have a safe journey. Both his mother and father wished him a safe journey. After dinner, he informed his guards that he will be heading to Colorado and stay there for a month, so he wanted them to be prepared for it accordingly. This included from reservation of where he and they will stay to how they will assure his safety. Some of the things they were doing seemed like the work of a secretary, but since they were paid well, no one complained. The next day Aaron woke up, did his Saitama X5 training and cleaned himself. After that he changed his clothes and packed a few of them in his bag. When he was done, he went to pick his phone from the bedside. That's when he found a piece of paper under it. When he picked it up, he found that it was Henry who put it there. It was a list of toys he wanted. That's when he remembered what he said yesterday. Okay, I will bring what I can remember from that list. Ha ha ha. Aaron could help but be impressed by his brother's way of making sure he doesn't forget any of the things he wanted. Although Aaron said he will bring what he can remember, he just said that to avoid his parents telling him to reduce the amount of things he will buy for Henry lest he forgets to do his homework. But Aaron seemed to have gained photographic memory as a result of him gaining the runic body, so he remembered everything that Henry had said last night. But he still took the piece of paper with him. He left his room with his bag heading to the parking lot where his car and the security team were waiting for him to finish his preparation so that they could leave. After putting everything in the car, they left for the San Jose International Airport for their flight to Colorado. When they arrived at the airport, they left the car to one of the bodyguards, whose work was just to bring them to the airport and return the car home. After entering the airport, going through security, they directly headed to the VIP lounge to wait for their flight time. They didn't go to buy tickets because yesterday Nova bought everyone a VIP class seat in order to ensure Aaron's maximum comfort in his long journey. When Aaron thought about this, he was really happy that he created Nova, as this has allowed him to solve most of his needs without needing to have a physical secretary with him. When their flight time arrived, they headed to their gate to move on with their journey. Chapter 53: Receiving Information and Arriving. While Aaron was on his final connecting flight to Colorado, Nova caused Aaron's phone to vibrate. This was a signal for him to put on his headphones for Nova to report to him. "What is it?" he asked after putting on his headphones. "Sir, yesterday I received information from one of our Trojans." Which one? The one from the private black site. Why are you telling me now and not yesterday? He asked as he was curious why she waited until now to inform him about it. To send a massive amount of data, the Trojan needed to find another device that had no connection to the site's personnel, so it had to send that data to another device. If it sent too much data, it would raise suspicion that Wyatt compressed the files to the limits of its device, then sent it to a nearby device, which sent it to me. When I received it, I started decompressing it, but since there was compression after compression, it took me longer than expected to decompress the files. After that, I had to analyze the information and look out for viruses and other threats. Okay. Aaron nodded his head, showing that he accepted Nova's explanation. Give me a summary of what it found from the report, he said, wanting just the summary, not wanting to read all the information from his phone screen, as it will be considered a not very secure way because people on the side could read it too, and he didn't want to risk it. Okay, Nova agreed and started briefing him on what the Trojan found. The black site seems to be one of the many that the Morgan family owns. But this is nothing other than assumption from the collected data, because among the departments that are working there is a department that deals with future investment planning. From the department's previous plans, I managed to find contrasting similarities with the investment plans of J.P. Morgan Chase and Company and Morgan Stanley of several past years. P Alpha and D Alpha, no one. Oh, it seems like they are doing some of their future financial planning here according to what insider information they can access with their information channels. This site also seems to be just one of the many black sites they own. And they seem to be competing between each other, and they are rewarded depending on how they perform. With these results, we can be sure that the Morgan family can be said to either partially or completely own this black site. And from the data and other evidence I found from the internet and other means, they seem to have received the source code from the Secretary of Defense. How sure are you? Aaron asked Nova after hearing who the suspect was. 85%, sir. They seem to have lobbied to the president for his appointment after Leon Panetta, the previous Secretary of Defense, resigned. What other things did you find? They seem to be preparing and planning for a rematch with the Rothschild family. Because in the information we received there is a plan on how they plan to execute it, though it is not complete. Oh, really? Tell the Trojan to keep focusing on that, as we can use their plan against them to inflict irreparable damage to them, Aaron said, as his mind started racing with possibilities on how he should get his revenge on them for salivating on his things. How is Rotem doing? Aaron asked as he was reminded of his professor. It seems he got a small job working in an up and coming tech company. Continue keeping an eye on him, as we might need him for this plan. Yes, sir. Are you going to tell the Rothschild about their enemy's plan? Now that you say that, you reminded me that there is a person in there owing me a favor. How is she doing? He asked, remembering that he had forgotten to use his favor. Rena Rothschild has been climbing the ladder in one of the Rothschild businesses, though it seems that her brother is still trying to hinder her advancements. How do you know that? If you look at the frequent change of her position in the company website, you can see that someone is trying to hinder her power gain. She has been removed and reinstated from being a member of the board in the company at least 3 times after her divorce. How much power will we get if we help her remove her brother? He asked as another sinister plan started being concocted in his mind. That depends on how much she wants to overthrow her brother, The more desperate she is, the better it becomes for us. For the moment, it seems like she still has some power in the family. I suggest that we wait a little longer for her to be in a more desperate position, then we can help her. This will lead to her being dependent on your help, as it will become the second time you helped her when she is in a bind. Though you will have to tell her that you helped her the first time too, she seems to still be looking for who it was. Sure, but let's think about that once we are done with the lab. Yes, sir. With that, Aaron did nothing but sleep for the rest of the journey, as he was going to miss the sleep for the next month if he doesn't want to extend his visit here, which he will have to pay in premium. Sir, we have arrived. One of Aaron's bodyguards woke him when they arrived. After spending about half an hour in the airport going through all the needed processes, they finally managed to leave the airport. When they arrived at the parking lot, they were met with a bodyguard who had come ahead of them to solve the logistical issues such as cars, hotels, and other things. With that, they boarded the cars and left for the hotel where they will stay during the month they will be here. Next morning, Aaron left the hotel in a car with his bodyguards heading to the University of Colorado Boulder after completing his daily exercise in the hotel's gym and having breakfast. After arriving at the university, they were met with the lab manager who greeted Aaron and his bodyguards. Welcome, my name is Jim. The lab manager introduced himself while extending his hand to Aaron. Thank you. I'm Aaron. Aaron shook his hand as he introduced himself. Are they your team of researchers that will be participating in your experiments with you? Jim asked Aaron while pointing at his security guard. No, they are my security team. They won't be entering the lab with me. So don't worry, Aaron replied while holding his laughter. Then, are you doing the research alone? Jim asked as he was surprised that Aaron planned to do his whole research alone. Yes, Aaron replied, but in his mind, he said, I'm not alone, I have Nova. Okay, let me show you the lab then, Jim said as he started heading to the lab. Aaron followed him without saying anything. On the way, they had small talks here and there until they reached a building that was in a quiet place where students don't usually go. It is very quiet here, one of the bodyguards said, looking at the surroundings. It is because this field of research doesn't like too much disturbances, Jim replied to the bodyguard as he placed the key in the keyhole to open the lab's outer door. After entering the building, the security team remained outside as Aaron and Jim had to change to clean suits to enter the research lab. After the tour that took about half an hour, Aaron came out with Jim. Here, Jim said as he handed the key to Aaron and then left the lab under Aaron's care. He wasn't worried at all that Aaron might destroy the equipment or anything. He even hoped he would, because by doing that he would have to replace the destroyed equipment with new and better ones. They had already signed an agreement that is legally binding. Chapter 54: Creating Nanowires, Majorana Fermions Qubits. After being handed the key to the lab, he turned to his security team and told, I probably won't be leaving the lab for about a month. Arrange your shifts accordingly. Also, don't forget to bring me my meals. Use this for your needs while I'm in the lab, Aaron said, while handing them a debit card for their use. After he finished giving his instruction, he returned to the lab shortly after, wearing clothes needed for the clean room he was about to enter and begin his work. After closing the door behind him, he removed his phone from the pocket and connected it to one of the computers in the room using a USB cable. Nova, it's time to work, Aaron said as a signal for Nova to connect herself to the lab's computers so that she can be his assistant. "I'm done, sir," Nova replied shortly after taking over all of the computers and machines in the lab. "Okay, let's create a bigger brain for you. Now we start with the creation of Majorana fermion qubits, and for that we need to create Majorana fermion." Creating Majorana fermions is a key step in developing qubits for the quantum chip he wanted to create. Majorana fermions are particles that are their own antiparticle, and they have unique properties that make them ideal for use in qubits. Unlike ordinary particles, Majorana fermions obey non-abelian statistics. This means that when two Majorana fermions are exchanged, the result depends on the order in which the exchange takes place. This property is important for performing topological quantum computations. To create Majorana fermions, he needed to fabricate a nanowire made of a semiconductor material indium arsenide. He started this process by trying to grow the nanowire using a technique called molecular beam epitaxy, MBE. After putting the indium arsenide in the machine and closing the door, Aaron said, "Create a vacuum chamber and heat the semiconductor material, then allow it to condense on a substrate and form a thin film." "Yes, sir," Nova replied and started the machine by starting to remove the air in it to create a vacuum and begin the next process. Aaron, who was watching the process, added, "Make sure you keep an eye on the machine's parameters for us to find optimal settings we can use." "Yes, sir, but it might be difficult to find the optimal setting of the machine by the first try," Nova informed Aaron, so that he doesn't get his hopes up. "I know, don't worry about failing," Nova said as he sat down in front of another computer and said, "Send a copy of my IDE, programs used for writing, testing, and debugging code, to this computer." Nova did as asked and sent a copy of Aaron IDE to the computer he sat on from her servers. "Are you developing something else while you wait for the process to be done?" Nova asked. "Yeah, I'm writing the firmware for the quantum chip." Aaron answered Nova's question, then started typing like a machine gun. Lines and lines of code in Prometheus++ were appearing like they were being written by machine. No mistakes were made at all since he started typing the instruction. He didn't have to stop and think for anything because everything was assimilated in his head when he bought the knowledge from the system shop. Despite Prometheus++ being able to write many instructions in just short lines, by the time an hour had passed, Aaron was more than 97,000 lines of code in, and he wasn't even a quarter of the way done. As for Nova, she wasn't even halfway done with her first trial of making Majorana fermions. 7 hours later. "Sir, it's done," Nova said to Aaron through the lab speakers. Aaron, who was in the zone, finally stopped after typing in a few more lines when Nova called him. "Okay, now let's take a look at the results," Aaron said while heading to the MB machine. After removing the said nanowire created by Nova, he headed to the electronic microscope and inserted it in. "You can begin," he said to Nova after he finished inserting the nanowire in the microscope. Nova started taking images of the nanowire and showing the results on the screen in front of Aaron. Aaron skimmed through the images and was slightly disappointed after finding out that the nanowire was very defective. Although he expected a failure on his first try, he still had a slim hope to succeed in his first try. "Show me the machine's parameter during the time which the nanowire came out as perfect," Aaron said, wanting to know what changed to cause the defects to appear on the nanowires. Nova did as asked and showed Aaron what he asked for. After looking through the parameters, he asked, "What happened at this timeline?" He asked that because the parameters went wild during a period where most of the defects seemed to appear. The machine seemed to have trouble keeping constant power control over a long period of time. Take over its power control and all other things that seem to have caused the defects, Aaron said after learning what caused the defects. Yes, sir. Nova immediately took over control of the entire machine, and not just what Aaron asked him to take over. She wanted to avoid any more chances for other problems to arise. Aaron put the indium arsenide in the machine for the second time and closed the machine's door. "Start the process," he said, and waited for the process to begin. Then he returned to the computer to continue with the writing of the firmware. 2 hours later. "Sir, you need to eat," Nova reminded Aaron that he hasn't eaten for more than 9 hours. "P alpha and D alpha no one no. Thanks," Aaron said as he left the lab to eat outside, as he couldn't bring the food in due to the lab being a clean room and nothing, even dust, is allowed to avoid contamination of the machine. 5 hours later. "Sir, the process is done," Nova called to the Aaron, who returned to his typing routine after eating his food outside with the guards. Aaron stood up from his chair once again and repeated the process of removing the nanowires and placing them in the electronic microscopes. Aaron couldn't help but jump in joy when he checked the results and found out that they were perfect and defect-free as he needed them to be. "Congratulations, sir." Nova congratulated Aaron in succeeding to make his first perfect nanowires. "You did most of the hard work. Take some credits too." "Thank you, sir." After making sure the nanowires were as he needed them to be, he took them and brought them to another machine that he started using to bring the nanowires into contact with a superconductor. The machine did this by depositing a thin layer of superconducting material niobium on top of the nanowires. When the wires and the superconducting material come in contact, the superconducting material induces superconductivity in nanowire, which results in the creation of Majorana fermions qubits at the end of the nanowires. After that, he put the qubits in a freezer, and he returned to continue with the creation of another batch of nanowires, as the ones he made weren't nearly enough to meet his demands. Chapter 55: The completion of the quantum chip. For the following days, Aaron did nothing other than create a new batch of nanowires every 7 hours after he removed the completed batch. After the completed batch of nanowires is removed from the machine, he immediately follows with creating qubits by using the nanowires. Then, he immediately stores them in the refrigerator where he stored all of his completed qubits in them. The remaining time was spent on writing the code for the architecture for the quantum chip that he will create. As for sleeping, eating, and other things, Nova reminded him about his meal and sleep time, and he did other jobs such as using the toilet and cleaning himself during the 7-hour waiting period for the nanowires to be made. So other than him sleeping, nothing in the lab was allowed any rest at all. As for Nova, since she doesn't feel tired, she was awake and watching over Aaron all the time, making sure he is safe in the lab all the time, and making sure the machines work as intended and prevent any system crash. 15 days later. By the 15th day mark, Aaron had finally reached the amount of qubits he wanted. He managed to reach the needed amount after repeating the process, and he did it a total of 51 times within those 15 days. Aaron removed the final nanowires and turned them into qubits, then placed them into the same refrigerator he stored all the qubits he made. Then he sat down to rest a little. After resting for a short period of time, he stood up and started with the next step he had to take. He opened the refrigerator where he stored all of the qubits he created and removed them. Although it seemed like everything he made could be carried with just one of his hands, the number of the qubit inside the holding was more than 5,000. He put the qubit holder in a machine that he will use to control the Majorana fermions to create quantum chip. After putting the qubits in the machine, he started the cryogenic system to cool the qubits to extremely low temperature, approaching absolute zero, minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. Half an hour later. "Sir, it's done," Nova told Aaron when the qubits were cooled to nearly absolute zero temperature. Aaron stood up and moved to the screen that showed what was happening with the Majorana fermions in the machine. He followed this with magnetic fields and microwave sources to manipulate the properties of Majorana fermions to perform quantum operations on them. Although the manipulation of Majorana fermions is a complex and challenging process, it wasn't causing him any difficulties at all. Most of the troubles usually come from the process requiring precise control over a wide range of parameters such as temperature, magnetic field strength, and microwave frequency. But he managed to avoid all of these by handing over complete control of the machine to Nova, as she could make sure the machine doesn't deviate from the instructed parameters at all. After manipulating and controlling the qubits, he immediately started the next step of integrating them into a larger circuit. "Nova, take over," Aaron said, leaving everything that he needed to do in Nova's hands, as it needed precise control, and he had already written all the needed instructions and gave it to her. Nova took over the machine and immediately started to integrate the qubits into a larger quantum circuit. This involved connecting multiple qubits together using specialized wiring and circuitry, and performing operations on the qubits in a coordinated manner. Aaron did nothing other than wait and hope the chip comes out without any problems. Because if it comes out as defective chip, he will have to restart the entire process again from the start, and he would have wasted 15 of his 30 days in the lab. The longer the time passed while waiting, the more nervous he became, so he decided to distract his nervousness by completing the quantum architecture for the chip that is being made by Nova. 2 days later. "Sir, the process is done," Nova told Aaron, who was in trance as he continued typing on the computer. Finally, Aaron said as he stood and went to the machine to remove the chip inside it. He removed the chip and placed it into the electronic microscope to see if there were any defects in it. P-Alpha and D-Alpha Nova started the electronic microscope and started taking pictures, then she started analyzing the images. "Sir, it seems that there is a small part of the chip that has some defects," Nova said as she zoomed in on the said defects in the image of the chip. Aaron looked at the defects and asked, "Does it affect any of the function of the chip?" "Due to it, about 100 qubits cannot be accessed as the connections leading to it are disconnected." "Any other defects?" he asked after looking at the said defect. "Other than the first defect, everything else came as we wanted them to be." "So the remaining 5,000 qubit don't have any visible defect, right?" "Yes, there are no other visible defects. As for other problems, we will have to test the chip to know about them." Aaron jumped in excitement as he finally managed to get the chip with the computing power he needed. "Yep, but the testing will have to wait," Aaron added after calming himself down a little. Aaron said that while removing the completed quantum chip from the machine and storing it in a vacuum-sealed storage device. Then he returned and started creating another batch of nanowires to create another batch of qubits. Why? We don't have a motherboard capable of providing the amount of power the chip needs to function properly. I have to make one myself. Aaron replied to Nova as he returned to coding after putting the material needed to create the nanowires in the machine to fabricate them. Then he returned to typing on his computer, like he didn't just create the world's most powerful chip. After typing like a machine gun without stopping for about an hour, he finally finished writing the entire quantum architecture that had millions and millions of instruction sets. One of the biggest advantages when it comes to buying knowledge from the system shop is that it gives you the knowledge of everything that the product touches upon, and the knowledge is at its highest it will ever be, meaning it can't be made any better than that. This meant that those instructions set in the quantum architecture are capable of utilizing the quantum chip to its limit without leaving any wasted potential. So even if someone somewhere in the world created a quantum chip like his, they won't be able to utilize it to its best capacity, because they will have to discover how they can make the architecture use the chip efficiently from the ground up. And even though Aaron has the knowledge to create the best quantum chip that will ever be created, there is currently no machine available to help him in creating them. That's why he had to compromise and create a more Jana-Fermion qubit-based quantum chip. Chapter 56: Assembling the Quantum Computer. As he waited for his new batch of Majorana-Fermions qubits to be created, and now that he had completed writing the quantum architecture for the chip, he decided to spend the waiting time to create companion hardwares that could be used to utilize the chips he was creating, and for his one other project. 15 days later. And with that we are done, Aaron said as he removed the new quantum chip Nova finished making from the machine. After removing it, he stored it with the other chips he made inside the vacuum-sealed storage device, then closed and locked it. He carried the storage device with the chips inside, then he left the lab for his last and final time. Outside the lab. Is everything accounted for? Aaron asked one of the bodyguards, who were helping him carry the things he created in the lab in a specialized delivery vehicle. Yes, sir. We just have to store that, and we will be done, Donald, one of the bodyguards, said as he pointed at the storage device in Aaron's hand. No, this is not going with the truck. It will stay with me, Aaron said, implying that he will personally be responsible for carrying the storage device that had quantum chips in them. Tell your security team to make sure nothing goes wrong with the things inside. I will give each of you a bonus if nothing happens to them, Aaron said to Donald, raising the importance of what they were carrying to a level higher than they first thought. Inside the special delivery vehicle there were motherboards and other devices he created in his remaining 15 days in the lab. After the special delivery vehicle left with a convoy of escort cars that had fully armed guards in them, Aaron turned to the lab manager and said, "Thank you for your hospitality," to Jim, the manager of the lab, while handing the lab keys to him. He was thankful that no one disturbed him during the month-long period he was in the lab. "You are welcome," Jim replied to Aaron as he received the keys from him. "Please call me at once after you finish evaluating the damages done to the machines. I will reimburse for all the damages done to them immediately after you inform me." Aaron said this to Jim to make him be prepared for the mess he caused inside. This was because some of the machines inside, though capable of doing tasks other than what they were made for, they weren't exactly made with those tasks in mind, so he had to ask Nova to do some modifications in them. After Nova's modification, they continued working without any trouble, but since he needed to destroy anything that could even hint at what he made, he ended up having to ask Nova to corrupt all the machines he used after deleting every bit of data within them, making it impossible to even repair them and learn what he used them for. "Yes, we will call you immediately after we complete doing the check," Jim replied with a slightly concerned face in his eyes. But all of that was acting on his part. Inside, he was extremely happy that they finally had a chance of renewing their machines in the lab. He even hoped that Aaron destroyed all of them, as that would make this transaction overly beneficial to them. Aaron left immediately after he finished talking with Jim. In the car, he could be seen sitting with the storage device beside him. "Did you get the toys in the list I gave you?" Aaron asked Donald. "Yes, sir. The car carrying them left together with the convoy that is carrying your things," Donald replied as he gave back the card Aaron gave to them when he entered the lab. "Okay, good." With that, Aaron continued his journey peacefully. When they arrived at the hotel, they packed their luggages and left for the airport without wasting any time. 2 days later, Aaron could be seen sitting inside his house's basement. He arrived yesterday and decided to spend it with his family as he waited for the delivery convoy to arrive. When the vehicle arrived, he asked the security team to help him move the things inside the truck to the basement of the house that he was using as the location of his home server that he stopped using after the completion of the server farm. Now it remains as a backup server. He decided to use this as his makeshift lab because he will have to assemble and store his newly made quantum computer and other things he made in the lab here. Henry, who was sad that his brother lied to him and came back without a gift, was now ecstatic when a truck full of his toys arrived with a convoy to the point that he didn't even try to help his brother at all. Though Aaron would have denied his help, asking to do so showed that he cared, which currently he didn't at all as his mind was on the new toys. Children. Now back to Aaron. Aaron finally started working on assembling the quantum computer. He picked the motherboard he made in the lab. Then he removed the 5,000 qubit quantum chip he made from the storage device and installed it in the motherboard. After making sure he installed the chip properly, he removed another similarly looking chip but bigger and installed it in the same motherboard but on the left side. He did the same thing again, but this time it was the biggest in size, and he installed it on the right side of the motherboard. With that, he had completed the assembly of the quantum computer. All that remained was him connecting it to power, and he would have a functioning quantum computer. As for what those two chip-like looking things that he installed on the left and right side of the motherboard were, they were a QRAM and a quantum hard drive. Although quantum chips are powerful, they can't be used to their full potential if they are used with conventional computer hardwares. To avoid this, he used 1,000 of the qubits he made after making the quantum chip to create the QRAM, Quantum Random Access Memory. The reason it was bigger despite having only a fifth of qubits compared to the quantum chip, which had 5,000, is because the qubits had to be arranged in a different style than the quantum chip, and to allow it to function as a QRAM, he also added a few things that were not in the quantum chip as they were not needed by it. The QRAM consisted of a network of 1,000 qubits arranged in a two-dimensional grid. Each qubit was connected to 4 neighboring qubits via quantum gates, forming a regular lattice structure. To store quantum information, the qubits will be initialized to a particular superposition state based on the memory address. To read or write to the QRAM, a series of quantum gates will be applied to the appropriate qubits. P alpha and D alpha, no one know, just think of it as normal RAM, but with quantum salting in it. As for the biggest of the three, it was the quantum hard drive. It was a storage place of all the data the quantum computer needed to store, hence the size. But despite it being the biggest in size, it only had 3,500 qubits inside. But just with that amount of qubits, it was capable of storing nearly 500 petabytes of data, almost the same as Nova's original server. The quantum hard drive consisted of 3,500 qubits arranged in a three-dimensional lattice structure. Each qubit was connected to its nearest neighbors via quantum gates, forming the same but different lattice pattern from the QRAM. To store quantum information, the qubits will be initialized to a particular superposition state based on the data being stored. To read or write to the quantum hard drive, a set of quantum gates will be applied that entangles the qubit at the desired memory address with a set of readout or input qubits, respectively. The readout or input qubits will then be used to manipulate or extract the quantum state of the qubit at the desired memory address. The quantum hard drive has the capability to store large amounts of quantum information in a superposition of states, allowing for efficient storage and retrieval of quantum data. This allowed it to have the ability to perform read and write operations in a fast and efficient manner, making it suitable for use in a wide range of quantum computing applications. Although both the QRAM and the quantum hard drive had smaller numbers of qubits than the quantum chip, the difference in how they were arranged allowed them to do their task without any loss in efficiency on the side of the chip. This difference in arrangement also allowed them to ensure that the chip is able to access and store information faster without any loss in effectiveness. Chapter 57 Quantum Computer. After making sure he didn't miss anything he shouldn't, he powered it on and connected the quantum computer to the home server. The moment he did that, "Sir, I have received the connection, but it has nothing," Nova informed Aaron. "Because anything connected to that motherboard is just a shell, as they have no instruction sets currently, so even they don't know what to do." "Should I install the basic instruction architecture sets that you wrote?" "Yes, but install based on the received connection's configurations. Install different instruction sets accordingly. For instance, for the chip with 5,000 qubits, install the version of the architecture's instruction set designed for it. For the one with 1,000 qubits, install the architecture's instruction set that has QRAM instructions. Lastly, for the remaining one that has 3,500 qubits, install the instruction sets designed for storage." Aaron gave instructions like a machine gun. "Yes, sir." Nova acknowledged the instructions and did as told. She retrieved the quantum architecture that Aaron spent 15 days writing, then she repurposed it based on Aaron's orders and installed them on the different connections. "Sir, it's done," Nova informed Aaron just a few seconds after he gave the orders. "Well, that was pretty fast considering the size of the instructions in the architecture," Nova said as he was surprised by the speed. The few seconds delay was only caused because it took a little bit longer to send the data to them. Nova explained that even the few seconds it took were only because he transfer speed had a limit, and it would have been done faster if it was not for that. "Well, knowing and seeing is different," Aaron said after hearing what she said. Although he knew and expected the speed, he wasn't prepared for it to be this fast. "Power it up then," he ordered Nova, who did so at once. The cooling rig surrounding the motherboard started getting noisier as it tried to keep the chip RAM and motherboard at their optimal temperatures when the beast was powered on after Aaron said so. "It's on, sir." He didn't need to install or create an operating system for the quantum computer as it was inside those instructions. That's why it was as long as it was and took him days to finish even at the speed he was writing at. "Benchmark it," Aaron said immediately after he was told it was powered on. "Holy shit, was the only thing that was heard from Nova, who was trying to calm herself down to avoid frying her motherboards from surprise. Language is the only thing Aaron managed to say to her, as immediately before his next words could come out they were stuffed back because of what he was seeing on the screen in front of him. Haha, Nova, who managed to control herself, couldn't help but laugh after seeing Aaron's surprised face. The results were crazy. No matter what system load Nova tried to simulate with a quantum computer, it was completed immediately. Whether it was to render something or write down pi number twice the current record to anything Nova could think of, everything was completed at the moment it was given, with the delay being only from the limit of the transmission speed of the data cables and their connections. Now this is what you call a computer, Nova said with a voice that showed that she was excited with the speed of her soon-to-be home. What is your current size? He asked after calming himself down from the surprise and excitement. Without the training database that I'm creating, I'm nearing 30 petabytes. Holy shit. Although he expected her to increase in size every day due to her training herself, but damn, that was large. Language, Nova returned the favor. How long will it take for you to migrate over to this computer? With your home internet speed, it will take me 2 weeks to migrate, Nova replied after calculating the time with Aaron's home's average internet speed in mind. During the migration, your other functions won't be interrupted, right? No, sir, it won't. I will be using about half the home's internet speed to transfer myself, and the remaining half to keep contact with you. If no one is using it, I will take over all of it until someone tries to use it again. Okay then, begin the migration. Aaron decided to start so that it can be completed faster for even a second. Sir, you still have some reports that you haven't looked at, Nova reminded him again. Not now, we will go through them after you complete the migration. Now I have to assemble one more thing, Aaron said to Nova as he turned to look at the remaining component that he didn't assemble yet. He postponed the reading of the report because they were not urgent. If they were, Nova wouldn't have delayed them. Another reason is because if he completed the assembly and everything needed for the new device, he will be able to solve most of them with ease, and maybe all at once. With that, he immediately started the assembly of the device. After spending about 3 hours assembling small components between each other, finally there were only 3 large pieces remaining. One looked like a helmet that was still open on the back. The second one looked like a motherboard, while the third one looked like a smaller motherboard but had many small wires. Sir, what are those? Nova asked Noah, who was resting after concentrating for a very long time. What do you think they are? He answered with a question. Since I only saw small pieces of it being made, I can't be completely sure, but to me, it seems like a virtual reality headset from movies. Is it? Ding dong ding. Correct. Aaron affirmed her answer. Yes, you are right, though it needs a lot of complicated components to be made. All of them can be categorized to just 4 main parts: the headgear, the neural interface, and the control computer, Aaron said, pointing at each part as he mentioned them before he started going deeper in his explanation. The 4th part is on the software side and not the hardware. The helmet is self-explanatory. It is just a computer case turned helmet. P-Alpha and Alpha no, as you already know, the neural interface is a device that would allow the user to directly interface with their brain, transferring their consciousness to the virtual world. And the control computer is just a high-performance computer that will be used to process the vast amounts of data required for a full-dive VR experience. This computer will be using one of the 5 100-qubit computer chips we made, as it needs to be able to render high-quality graphics and support the neural interface. Isn't it overkill to use a quantum computer chip, sir? Although it is overkill, currently there is no chip powerful enough to sustain the use of the virtual headgear, and since we only have them as an alternative, we don't have another choice for the moment. Understood. Now upload the instruction set to this chip too, Aaron said as he connected the 100-qubit chip to the computer to upload its instruction so that it is capable of understanding programs. Done, Nova said a moment after he connected the chip to the computer. This time Aaron did not seem too surprised as he started getting used to this convenience. After that he disconnected it and sat in front of the monitor and keyboard that was connected to the quantum computer he made first and started typing like there is no tomorrow. He was writing the program for the virtual reality headset computer. This program will be used to utilize the computing power to process the vast amount of data required to create a full-dive VR experience to be able to generate the virtual environment in real time, process the user's neural signal, and provide feedback to the user's consciousness. Chapter 58: Entering the Virtual Reality and Meeting Nova. March 3, 2014. It was the last day of Nova's migration to the quantum computer. Nova had been continuing with the migration to the quantum computer for 14 days straight. It took her that long due to the size of her code that continued growing every time she learned something new. This increase in size was despite her program being continuously optimized automatically and very frequently. Sir, the migration is done. Permission to go offline and boot from the quantum computer. Proceed. Aaron approved as he finally finished writing the last line of code for the virtual reality program. Nova immediately went offline from her previous server and came back online with the quantum computer as her main brain, leaving the server as her backup one. Good afternoon, sir. Nova greeted Aaron 3 seconds after she was given permission to proceed with the boot process. Welcome back, replied Aaron, who didn't even feel her void, as she literally left for just 3 seconds. Thank you, sir, Nova replied to Aaron's sarcastic remark. How do you feel? To explain it easily, it's like upgrading from a flip phone's camera to a telescope. Quite an upgrade 'tis then. Yes, sir, the view is completely different. Nova tried to explain it to Aaron in an easier way because if she were to go in detail, it would take a few days for her to complete her explanation. Congrats on your new brain, but we have work to do, Nova, Aaron said as he connected the virtual reality helmet to the quantum computer. Upload the virtual reality program to the headgear. Done, Nova said moments after Aaron ordered. I really fear the day when I have to use conventional computers again, Aaron said as he realized that he was starting to get used to the convenient speed of the quantum computer. After that, he left the basement and went upstairs. A few minutes later, he came back carrying pillows he took from the sofa in his room. He laid them down to form a makeshift bed. Then he picked the virtual reality helmet from the table and put it on as he lay down on the bed. After making sure that he was in a comfortable lying position, he said, "Log in." With that, he lost his consciousness and a milestone was set for humanity. Aaron's body appeared inside a blue room while being naked. When he came to himself after a few seconds, he took a look around the room, and when he saw that he was in a blue room, wow, he couldn't help but marvel at the way he was feeling. He was feeling no different from reality. Another thing he discovered was that he was buck-ass naked. He tried touching different parts of his body to try and find any irregularities of the virtual reality feel, but he failed to find it any different from reality. Ouch! He cried in pain when he tried to pinch himself to see if even the pain would be real. Damn, knowing about something and feeling it is really a different thing, he said, as he massaged his pinched cheek, as he willed himself being clothed, and clothes appeared on his body magic. Ralph the Alpha Nah. Since he knew he could do that, he decided to take it a notch more and change the room. He changed it to be similar to a garden. The moment the change completed, he started experiencing what you would usually experience in a garden. The smell of flowers, the sound of birds, the breeze of the wind, and everything else was being felt by Aaron, who nearly forgot that he was in virtual reality. I could get used to this, he said, as his hand started touching the flowers. Nova, he called immediately after he came to realize that he forgot to call her. Here, sir. Nova immediately materialized in front of Aaron with the appearance of a very beautiful woman. I insist on the very, with capital letters. Image here. Wow, Aaron couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. From the face to her body proportions, she seemed like a work of art. This was despite him knowing that she was just an AI. How do I look? Nova asked while turning around, making sure that Aaron saw her every side. Beautiful. Where did you come up with the look? He asked after he complimented her. Thank you, Nova replied, and a blush could be seen on her cheeks from the compliment. Since we are in a virtual world, I wanted to have a body to interact with you, sir. And with the increase of my computing power, I decided to make myself my ideal body. Good, now let me hear all the reports that have been collecting dust. Aaron had to change the subject because her look was causing him to have weird thoughts. Yes, sir. You have 3 reports waiting for your decision, Nova replied as she took control of Noah's room and changed it to a meeting room with a very comfortable chair for Aaron to sit and a blackboard for her to show the reports to him. Thanks. He thanked Nova and went to sit on the comfortable chair made by her. After Aaron sat down, Nova started to give Aaron the reports one by one. The first is, we received the investigation reports from the 5 private investigators. The second, we have discovered the location of the black site, which is our Trojan. The third is, Rona Rothschild seems to have been ousted from the company. When did the thing about Rena Rothschild occur? Today morning, sir. Wait for a few days, and if nothing happens, then write to her and ask her for a meeting. Yes, sir. As for the location of the black site, save it. We will need it later for the payback. Show me the reports. Yes, sir. Nova immediately made the 5 reports hover in front of Aaron. Combine the reports and write just one for each of the 2 countries with all the needed information in them. Yes, sir. Nova did as ordered and combined the reports and wrote down just 2 of them, with each of them having only the information about one of the 2 countries. Which of the 2 countries do you think is the better for our plan? Aaron asked Nova while commanding the copies to move towards him with his mind, which they did. Ah, the convenience of virtual reality. When he started reading the reports, Nova started answering his question. I think Eden is the best for our plan. Why do you think so? Aaron asked for elaboration as he opened the next page of the report that was floating in front of him. Although they both have dictators as government heads, Eden's government is more unstable, which will make it easier for us to overturn it, as it reduces the needed time for us to sow more discontentment for the government. They also have most of the revolutionary groups trying to overthrow the government, giving us power to negotiate a better deal by only choosing to support those who will accept our demands without forcing us to compromise anything, as they will be competing with each other. Aaron kept listening to Nova's explanation while he continued reading the reports that were now on his hands for a better understanding of the context of what she was talking about. An hour later, he finally completed reading the 2 reports and raised his head to see Nova hovering in front of him, waiting for him to finish his reading. Let's go with Eden. Contact the leaders of the revolutionary groups. Tell them someone wants to support them and try to set up a meeting. Done, Nova reported shortly after receiving the orders. Chapter 59: The Universal Simulation. After being told that she has already sent the emails to the revolutionary group's leaders in Eden, he asked, "Do you have access to my brain map and other data that is being processed by the virtual headgear?" "No, sir. The virtual reality program in the headset is preventing my attempts to access it. It seems like I need your approval first." "Okay then, take a look at it." Aaron gave her permission to access the data that was coming from his brain. He didn't even take a second to question her why she tried to access his data without his permission. This is because he was sure that she was never going to use it in any way that would cause him harm. This trust comes from him knowing that despite her code allowing her to have free will and could independently think without any limitation, she would never ever think about betraying him. The moment Nova tried to access Aaron's brain map and its data from the virtual reality headgear, his system informed him immediately, giving him a choice of what action it should take. Ding! It has been discovered that someone or something is trying to access the brain map and other information of the user. Allow access, block access. He pressed allow access, and another system notification appeared. Permission granted. Allowing access to the user's brain map and its data. Blocking access to the system's architecture within the user's body. The system informed him that, although he permitted whatever was trying to access his brain map and its data, it still kept itself hidden, leading to it not being included in the brain map and the data that Nova collected. Brain map and data retrieval has been completed, sir. Nova informed Aaron that she had completed the task. Analyze it and inform me of your findings when you are done. Yes, sir. With that, Nova started analyzing all the data she retrieved from Aaron's brain. When he received the confirmation, he immediately said, "Log out," and his consciousness returned to take control of his body. "How are you feeling, sir?" Nova asked him after he put the headgear down on the table. "Not going to lie, I feel quite relaxed," he answered as he was stretching himself as if he had woken up from a sleep. When you were logged in, the headgear put your body in a REM sleep. This allows you to rest and release your fatigue by making your body rest. In REM sleep, that's when sleep is so good that you don't wake up even in an earthquake. P alpha and D alpha no 10. It will be very useful and will allow me to increase my productivity as I can work and rest at the same time. Haha. He agreed on its usefulness, but he also knew that it could be turned off. This was to avoid someone who used it in the daytime not being able to sleep at night. Yes, sir. This can be considered as you gaining 12 more hours without losing anything at all. Nova agreed with his thinking. Aaron, who was waiting for the information from his brain to finish being analyzed, decided to go and take a long and refreshing bath, which was then followed by him having his lunch. "Sir, the analysis is complete," Nova informed him the moment he returned to the server room. "What did you find?" "Many things, but some information seems to be deliberately omitted from your brain map." "The system removed all the information about itself that you would have accessed within the data," Aaron informed Nova. "I thought so as well. But despite that, your brain seems like it has evolved and is very different from the data about brains that is in my knowledge library." "Show it to me," Aaron asked to be shown what she meant with those words. Nova showed Aaron his brain map and highlighted what is different from his brain compared to normal brain. What's weird is that it was his whole as brain being highlighted. "Why do I seem like I have a second brain within the first one?" he asked Nova after seeing the map of his brain highlighted. "You still have only one brain, but everything about it changed when your body evolved to runic body, sir. Every part of your brain is under lines and lines of runes that I can't decipher at all." "Did the system allow you to access my assimilated knowledge?" he asked after hearing her explanation. "Yes, sir. That's why I tried to decipher the runes in your brain, but they seem to be at a higher level than your current knowledge level." "Okay, bring up the universal simulation formula," he ordered immediately after being told by Nova that she has access to his assimilated knowledge. He was happy that this happened, because it allowed him to not waste any more of his time typing down the knowledge that was assimilated in his brain, as he could just make Nova access it and just bring it forward to begin being used. "Here it is, sir." Nova acknowledged the order and brought forward what seemed like madman's notes. The entire simulation formula was numbers after numbers and weird symbols after weird symbols. "Do you understand anything in the formula?" Aaron asked after he started getting a headache when he stared at the formulas for a long time, and he tried to understand it. "It seems like my brain is still not powerful enough to understand the formula for now." "I tried to understand the formula too, but it seems like it is also impossible for me to understand the whole of it." "So how will you be simulating it then?" "It seems it has its own way of simulating itself without needing for me to understand how it works. Also, it seems like your system expected you to not be able to control it at all, because it allowed me special access in the program, giving me pseudo-godlike powers in the simulation world if we start the simulation." "What do you mean by pseudo-godlike powers?" he asked, wanting more clarification. "As long as it is physically possible in the real universe, I have the ability to create it in the simulation. All you will have to do is analyze and break down the original process to reverse engineer whatever you created for you to have the knowledge about it. However, the more complex the desired outcome is, the more computational power will be required to accomplish it. Moreover, this approach comes with a risk of intervention from the program, which is an unintended consequence of granting these pseudo-godlike abilities. The program will possess the authority to veto any creation generated from this feature. This veto power is in place to safeguard against potential hazards or oversights that could arise from focusing solely on achieving a specific objective, leading to catastrophic and unintended consequences. The system seems to be trying to tell me not to over-rely on this feature. Still, it will allow me to save my precious SPs by just making sure that I have knowledgeable scientists working hard under me to reverse engineer my ideas." "I agree with you, sir." Nova chimed in as well, agreeing to Noah's plan. "Begin the simulation then, so that we can know what the size of the universe can be simulated with our current computing power." Beginning the process, How long will it take? Approximately 2 days. Why? He asked, surprised by the amount of time it would take to start the simulation. In order for the simulation to commence, the program requires a starting point, or as it is commonly referred to, anchor coordinates. This starting point is crucial as it serves as a reference point for the program to orient itself and begin simulating the universe from that specific location. To accomplish this, a considerable amount of time, up to 2 days, is needed for me to input the necessary parameters into the program. These parameters allow the program to determine our position within the vast expanse of the universe and enable it to commence the simulation from this point onward. Okay, go on and do your thing. Also start the process of compiling all the runic knowledge you receive from my brain. It seems like with the simulation program going online, it will allow to practice my rune crafting without having to worry about hurting someone. Yes, sir. Nova started extracting and organizing this information. She organized it in a way that will provide Aaron with a comprehensive understanding of runic language and its applications. Chapter 60: Setting up a meeting. Rothschild Mansion. Rena Rothschild could be seen in her workroom inside the mansion she lived in. In front of her was her personal computer, which had an email open. The email seemed to be the official confirmation of her dismissal from the board of directors. She was sitting there, but her mind wasn't present with her in the room. Her brain was currently looking for ways to get her position in the company back. In her deep thoughts, she was thinking of a way for her to return to her position in the company again. And this time, just like the first time, she wasn't planning on stopping with just returning but also trying to remove her brother from the company. But it seems like her brother has used the period in which she was married to Rotem very well and removed every member of the board who was on her side and replaced them with those who are loyal to her. This is one of the reasons her return wasn't very welcomed by the members of the board, but they could do nothing because it was the family head's order. But since the family head allowed competition within the family, it led to her brother once again having an advantage in the competition due to having almost all the members of the board on his side. This resulted in her being demoted right at the start. It was followed by almost all of her business plans being interfered with, or being handed over to someone else to cover for her under the disguise of trying to help her, leading to someone else taking the credit for its success. Although she tried to complain to the family head about this, he decided to turn a blind eye on this under the pretense of not interfering. And when his brother saw that the family head had decided to not interfere with their war, he decided to cross the line and dismiss her from being a member of board, with the reason being creating a toxic work environment by trying to bring the family head in their competitions. Ting! A notification sound from her computer woke her up from her deep thoughts. Most of the people would have ignored it as it happens to them almost all the time, but for her, any notification sound coming from her computer was important due to her only allowing certain apps to make the notification sound. When she looked at her computer, she found out that she had received a new email. Just as she was about to ignore it, her eyes fell to the sender's name, and she froze. Is she writing because they want to cash in their favor? She spoke to herself as her mouse hovered on top of the email. She ended up deciding to open the email to see what it was about without trying to worry about it too much. If they wanted their compensation, she had to hand it over, because no matter the result, they had helped her when she needed it the most. When she opened the email, she was surprised that they were not cashing in their favor, but they just wanted to meet. Subject: None. Long time no see. How about a meeting? What is the meeting about? They seemed to not want to elaborate that reason for whatever reason they had. She didn't even hesitate to think about the reason for the meeting. She agreed to it immediately without wasting too much time. She pressed her intercom. "Chloe, come in!" She called for her secretary. Knock, knock. "Come in." Her secretary immediately entered the room after receiving permission to enter. Rhoda started talking when the secretary finally entered the office. "I have a meeting scheduled with someone outside the building in the upcoming days. Go and notify the security team to be ready for a meeting to take place outside anytime during the week." She ordered her secretary to inform the security team to be ready for her scheduled meeting because although she agreed to the meeting, she did not exclude the possibility that it was her brother messing with her all the time. She didn't specify the date because she was waiting for the other side to reply to her, for them to schedule the meeting. "Yes, ma'am, I will do so immediately." Chloe, the secretary, agreed to her order immediately and left to inform the security team without asking her on which day her meeting will take place. This is due to her being taught not to ask any question and just follow orders. When the secretary left her room, Rena started waiting for the reply from her benefactor for them to set their meeting. Ting! And the reply immediately came from them, asking for when she was free for the meeting. This back and forth continued until they reached an agreement to meet 2 days later. Inside the virtual reality, Aaron could be seen sitting cross-legged in a garden. He was currently reading a book about runes. It was arranged by Nova with the information collected from his brain. "Sir, I managed to set a meeting with Rena." Nova's words made him raise his head from the book and turn to her. "What is it?" he asked. 2 days later, Nova replied immediately. "Why set it so soon?" he asked because it was set sooner than he expected. "She seemed to want to meet us sooner in hope that we have something that can help her again," Nova explained, informing her the reason it was set that soon. "Okay, how is the Universal Simulation program coming on?" "I just completed giving it its needed parameters, and it started doing its calculation and will soon begin its simulation." "Good. I really need that simulation program to start so that I can practice using runes." "Why wait for the simulation program and not just do the practice here?" she asked while pointing at the room they were in. "All the actions I perform within this room are a product of my imagination alone. Any progress I appear to make while learning runes in this room would simply be a manifestation of my imagination and not true improvement. This is a constraint of the current virtual reality program, and it would take years of research to overcome it and create a program that goes beyond my imagination." Ralph Alpha Na. However, all of these challenges can be resolved with the use of the universal simulation, which simulates the universe on a one-to-one basis. If I were to learn runes within this simulation, it would be no different than learning it in the real world. Understood. Nova ended up agreeing to his reasoning after hearing his explanation. "How about the revolutionary leaders? Any reply from them?" "No reply from them yet." "Okay, inform me when they reply back to us." "Okay, inform me when they reply back to us," he said as he returned his eyes to the book about runes as he waited for the simulation program to begin so that he could begin his runic training. He just now started focusing on the topic of runes because when he gained the knowledge of runes, he was also forced to hold back on practicing it due to the inherent dangers that came with it. The power of runes was immense, and without proper guidance, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Hence, he did nothing when it came to training on how to use runes. But all of these limitations will soon be overcome by him using the universal simulation as his training ground. With the advent of the universal simulation, he could finally put his fears to rest. The program would serve as his training ground, providing him with a safe environment to hone his skills without any risk of bodily harm. It was the perfect solution, and he couldn't wait to get started. Chapter 61 Inspiration. The next day Eren entered the basement after eating his breakfast. "Sir, the simulation has finally started," Nova immediately informed him after he entered the room. "It took a day longer than expected," Eren said as he lifted the virtual headgear and headed to the makeshift bed, lying down and entering the virtual world to continue their conversation face-to-face in the virtual reality. The simulation took longer than anticipated because, prior to commencing the simulation, it was necessary for me to allocate a percentage of the computer's processing power for its permanent use. As I initially assigned it half of the computing power for the simulation, it resulted in a delay of 1 day beyond the planned duration. Nova immediately started her explanation the moment Eren entered the virtual room. Eren listened to Nova's explanation without interrupting her. Then, after she finished her explanation, he asked, "Does this mean that half of your computing power is currently under the simulation program's control?" "Certainly. Despite allocating half of the computing power to the simulation, there is no discernible impact on the computer's processing speed. This is because most of the tasks were being handled by just 10% of the chip's computing power, leaving the rest of the power idle most of the time." "Did you manage to connect the simulation program to the virtual reality program?" he asked after knowing that there was no impact in the computer computing capabilities. "Yes, sir," Nova replied while turning to her left side and raising her hands closer to her chest and started doing some jutsu hand signs. Then she said, "Summoning Quintuple Rashomon." And just like Hashirama, she summoned a giant gate. Eren couldn't help himself and ended up laughing while holding his stomach. After laughing for several minutes, he finally managed to recollect himself. "Ha! I really needed that laugh," he said, while looking at Nova, who had changed her clothes to the ones which Kunoichi used to wear to go with her theme. "I have been watching some anime with my idle computing power," Nova explained her theme. "Anyway, is this the door leading to the simulated universe?" he asked, returning their focus back to the main topic. "With the size of the current simulation, I wouldn't call it a universe, not even a world." "Is the size of the simulation that small?" "The size of the simulation is about the African continent, about 30 million square kilometers, 11.7 million square miles, is being simulated by the program." "Is that what half of the quantum chip is capable of simulating?" "No, only half of its assigned computing power is used for this simulation. The other half is to allow for me to play God within the simulation." "Okay, let's enter and see," Eren said as he started moving toward the Rashomon gate. Nova moved first and started pushing the gate to open it for them to enter. After that, they entered the simulation together without wasting any more time. "There is no difference than the former room," Eren said after entering the simulation, appearing on a very large flat ground. "Sir, the previous room that was being run by the virtual reality program was operated based on the laws of the universe as dictated by your imagination. This means that if you believe that gravity was not important, it would have been removed in that virtual space. However, this side of the door is different. It is an exact replica of the real universe, down to the last atom. That is if we have enough computing power to simulate it, Nova finished her explanation with a shade. "Where is this?" Aaron asked while looking at his surroundings. "Serengeti National Parks." Nova answered Aaron's question without turning to him, as her eyes were focusing on the lion in the horizon. Aaron, who was wondering what Nova was looking at that was so important to the point she didn't turn to him when she was answering his question, so he turned to look at what she was looking at. "Fuck," is the only word that came from his mouth before his body immediately started running to the gate, leaving behind Nova, who started laughing at him. While he was nearing the door, he suddenly froze mid-running like a glitch. "Sir, with me you are safe within the simulation," Nova said that as he resumed the time of the universe in the program. "Rolfa Dialpha na, Did you just pause time?" Aaron asked after being released. "Just for a short time. If I try to hold it for longer than a few seconds, the program will be forced to intervene to prevent it crashing," Nova answered his question while pausing time again, but this time making sure that Aaron was not frozen and could move freely. "So what you mean is that if we have a large enough computing capacity, we can make time here go as fast or as slow as we want?" "Yeah, we can do that even now, but for that we will have to shrink the size of the simulation to accomplish it." With Nova's acknowledgement, Aaron's mind started being filled with ways he could use this feature to its fullest potential. "Ha ha ha, finally hit a jackpot. I can extend the time difference here to be 100:1 and make a day out there 100 days in here," Aaron said with excitement in his voice, which he didn't try to hide at all. "Though you can theoretically do that, but there is a limit that your brain can handle." "What is my limit?" Aaron asked, wanting to know what his current brain can handle. "For your brain, sir, it will be a maximum of 50:1. As for a normal human brain, the max they can handle is 25:1 before they receive any enhancement that changes their brains." "Still better than nothing. So how much time acceleration can the current computing capacity handle?" "Currently the maximum it can handle is a 5:1 time acceleration." "Do it," he ordered immediately, wanting to try his first runic spell before he had to go and meet Rena tomorrow. On it, Nova immediately started implementing the changes, and the land started shrinking until only a small part of it remained surrounded by a dark wall, meaning beyond the wall nothing was being simulated beyond the wall. After the shrinking of the land was done, Nova immediately started accelerating the time within the simulation until it reached the limit, which was 5:1 compared to the real universe. "The time acceleration has started, sir," Nova informed Aaron that he was currently spending time 5 times faster than the real universe. "Let's begin then." Aaron immediately sat cross-legged as he was about to start his first runic practice in his life. But an idea popped up in his mind and immediately interrupted his about to begin practice. "What is it, sir?" Nova asked Aaron, who seemed to be out of focus. "An insane idea just came to my mind, and if we can make it happen, then it will revolutionize my runic training and everything else that we could do inside here," Aaron said with anticipation on his face. "What is the idea, sir?" Nova asked as her anticipation also grew. "Since you have a copy of my brain, can't you create a copy of me that is similar to me to the last atom?" Aaron asked Nova. He asked this instead of explaining because the answer will determine the chances of his new idea succeeding. "Yes, I can do that, sir," Nova answered immediately, as she had already tried it when Aaron was logged out. She hid this from him because she was afraid that Aaron would be repulsed by the idea of having a copy of himself being made. "What if we made duplicates of me, had them learn about runes and other subjects we require, and then assimilate their gained knowledge they gained by practicing into my brain, similar to how my system assimilates the knowledge that I bought from it?" Aaron asked while expecting a positive reply from Nova. Nova, who took a few seconds calculating the feasibility of this idea, then she replied, "We can definitely pursue this approach, and its potential is even greater than you anticipated. Since the brains we'll be creating will exist entirely within the simulation, we can overcome the time acceleration limitation of the simulation. Our only limitation that will remain will be computing power. Furthermore, since these brains are completely digital, there is no concern about harming your physical brain due to acceleration. However, I regret to inform you that I could not find any information in your brain about how to perform the knowledge assimilation. It seems that your system considers this technology confidential and has removed it from the Access brain data." Aaron was very happy when he heard Nova's answer, despite her telling him that she currently couldn't assimilate the gained knowledge to his brain. This is because he was sure the knowledge to do that existed in the system shop. Chapter 62: His First Rune. Aaron wasted no time at all, as he immediately opened the system shop and searched for the said knowledge. Knowledge assimilation involves transferring information directly into an individual's brain, enabling them to fully comprehend and understand a subject without the need for study or practice. Price: 100 million SP. When he saw the price, he became happy, as he realized that he could buy the technology if he just collected a few million more SP. "Good, now if I finish collecting the SP, I will have nothing to worry about. My clones will be learning the runes in my place, and all I have to do is assimilate what they learned." Ha ha ha. Aaron started laughing like a maniac, and Nova didn't see it as anything weird, as she became used to Aaron's weird antics a very long time ago. "Congratulations, sir, but you need to start practicing your runes. You still have 4 days in Accelerated Simulation Universe time, ASUT, until your meeting time with Rena Rothschild," said Nova, reminding him that he still had to start practicing by himself until he had enough SP to buy the assimilation technology from the system shop. Okay, Aaron agreed to her words and returned his focus back to practicing runes, which had been interrupted by his sudden revolutionary idea. Aaron sat down and sat cross-legged, followed by closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves and calm himself down to be able to focus. He needed to calm himself down because he needed all the focus he could have, because he knew that despite having the knowledge of runes in his mind, wielding them was an entirely different matter. Aaron cleared his mind, then closed his eyes, and began to focus all of his attention on his runic heart, its voice low and rhythmic, causing him to feel a deep sense of calm wash over him. He started visualizing the rune he wanted to train in. When he started visualizing the rune, inside his brain runes lit up, attracting Nova's attention, who was watching and documenting everything that was happening to Aaron. When the runes in his brain lit up, Aaron started hearing faint whispering in his mind, guiding him toward the path of accomplishing the realization of the rune. With that, his runic heart started lighting up and releasing energy and dumping it through his veins. Aaron focused on the energy while trying to shape it into the rune he wanted to actualize. He felt a sudden jolt of electricity surge through his body, forcing him to open his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw a golden runic word light levitating in front of his eyes, which kept getting brighter and brighter as his heart was still pumping out energy, which he was still focusing it on the runes. When he realized that he was still adding energy to runes, he immediately cut the supply of it, resulting in the rune stopping to increase in brightness. Immediately after stopping the supply of magical energy, he said in his mind activate for the rune to start doing what it was supposed to do. With the order given, the rune activated with a sudden burst of intensity. The light from the rune erupted outward, filling the surroundings with a brilliant but blinding glow. Golden light lit his face and became the only thing he could see. The light continued getting brighter and brighter, forcing him to close his eyes to avoid being blinded. Deactivate, Aaron said in his mind for the rune to deactivate, as its blinding light was getting bright enough to cause him discomfort even with his eyes closed. The runic word started dimming. After waiting a few seconds for the rune to deactivate and the surroundings to return to normal, he opened his eyes again. Congratulations, sir. Nova immediately congratulated him for succeeding in activating his first rune. But Aaron couldn't hear her, as his eyes were focused on the blue screen that appeared in front of him. Ding! First rune. Congratulations on officially starting your journey to becoming a Rune Master. Rewards: 10 million SP. The system rewarded him 10 million SP because it deemed it as him officially beginning his journey into runic mastery, and it wanted to congratulate him for that. Sir! Sir! Nova repeatedly called for Aaron. MH. Aaron replied as returned his focus back to his surroundings due Nova's consistent call. What were you saying? He asked again after realizing that he had ignored what Nova was saying. I was congratulating you, sir. Thank you. But what were you looking at? Nova asked Aaron, wanting to know where his focus went. You didn't see what I was looking at despite having access to my brain? Your system seems to be actively preventing any and everything that can lead to the discovery of how it works. If it is even altering and hiding some of my real-time brain data, then it means that it really doesn't want us discovering how it works, Aaron said, then returned to answering her first question. As for what I was seeing, it was the system's notification and reward for me succeeding in activating my first rune and beginning my first step into the journey of becoming a Rune Master. It seems like the system puts a very high importance in rune mastering, Nova added after hearing Aaron's explanation. Yes, it seems so based on the rewards. Anyway, let's start analyzing the records of my activation, Aaron ordered, as he wanted to try and see all the process his body took from calming his nerves to activation of the rune. This was because he wanted to know what he was doing wrong and what he did right to optimize his system and avoid wasting his time training with inefficiencies in his training process. Yes, sir. Nova immediately executed the order and created 4 boxes within those boxes containing 3D real-life rendering of both inside and outside of his body. One box had the 3D real-life rendering of the inside of his brain, another one showed the inside of his heart, another one showed the entirety inside of his body, and the last one showed the normal him sitting down. He could control the speed of the footage, the angle at what he viewed them. He could even zoom in for clarity. He could do this because all of the simulation data was collected and could be replayed completely in whatever way they wanted. When Aaron looked at the length of the video, he was surprised. It took me 9 hours to finish creating just one rune? To be exact, it was 9 hours and a half. How long did you think it was? Aaron asked, wanting to know how much time did Aaron think passed. 2 minutes, no longer than that, Aaron said, as he tried to remember the amount of time he felt had passed when he was focusing on the rune. I think this rune is responsible for that, Nova said as she zoomed on Aaron's brain until it started showing lines of runes that were written on his synapses. Then she played the footage which showed them starting to light up, meaning that they become active the moment he started his runic practice. These runes seem to be the result of you gaining the runic body. From your description of it, you said it allows you to learn runes at a much faster pace than normal people, right? Yes, Aaron answered her question. These runes seem to have functions such as guiding you to the right path in your runic use and training. P-Alpha and D-Alpha no one know. So this is why I felt like someone was leading me throughout the process. Aaron nodded as he remembered something guiding him in his runic training. Anything else that is out of the ordinary like this? Yes, sir. This time it is in your heart. Nova replied as he highlighted the box with the 3D footage of his heart. Some runes went into action to allow you to have perfect control of the magical energy that was being pumped into the rune you created. It seems to be in the same category as the runes and synapses. Aaron focused on the runes in his heart, trying to at least get a glimpse at what their meaning is. But due to his runic knowledge being low, he understood shit. But Nova didn't stop there. She continued fast-forwarding the footage until when Aaron stopped supplying magic energy to the rune he had created. Then she started zooming into his heart deeper and deeper until she reached the atoms making his heart. What surprised Aaron was that there were runic lines even at that level of zoom. But before he could ask his question, Nova played the footage. The moment he stopped supplying the magic energy to the rune and activated it, the atomic-sized runic lines in his heart lit up and started collecting magical energy from the atmosphere to refill his magical energy tank. Are these runes the result of gaining a runic body too? No, these are the first line of runes etched in your body in order to form your runic heart to allow the use of runes. Chapter 63 Training. It seems like the system is really putting way too much importance in runes, Aaron said as he zoomed out a little, trying to see the complete runic sentences written in his heart by the system. He was having a hard time seeing the complete runes as the letters were the size of an atom. From just the functions that we know they can do, it seems like it puts way more importance than you imagine, sir, Nova replied to Aaron's statement. What do you mean by that? Aaron asked. Although he knew why she said that, he wanted to hear her reasoning for saying that. From the runic knowledge that I got from your brain, runic practitioners usually need to wait some time for their magic energy to replenish in order for them to use runes again. But for you it is different. You can use runes for as long as your brain can handle the activation process. This is because the runes in your heart replenishes any magical energy that you used immediately, helping you solve the problem of replenishing your magical energy or continue practicing to increase your magic capacity. But that is not all. The runic lines responsible for the replenishment of your magical energy is taking less than 1% of the runes in your heart, meaning that more than 99% of the runes in your heart haven't become active, and we don't know what they do until they are activated, and we see what they do. Despite all of these benefits, all of this was done to you free of charge. The system determined that if you had to buy the ability to use magic from its store, you would not have even bought it, due to its price being way too high for you to afford it within this century. So it gave you the ability to use runes while not giving you any knowledge of how to use runes. It means that although it is important for you to be able to use runes, it is not that urgent, and the system wants you to learn it slowly as you discover more of their usefulness. Aaron couldn't help but be impressed by her analyzing skills from the little information she had. Although he had thought about the reason why the system gave him the ability to use runes, he didn't think about it that deeply, as he didn't see anything currently in need of him having runes other than protection. That is a very detailed explanation, Nova, Good job. Aaron gave Nova a nod of approval, showing that he was really impressed by her explanation. Thank you, sir. Nova thanked Aaron, while making the simulation program remove her blushing to prevent Aaron from seeing it. Now let's continue with my rune practice, Aaron said, and returned to his previous sitting place, and sat cross-legged to continue his runic practice. While Aaron was practicing his runes, Nova did nothing other than sitting quietly and watching Aaron concentrate in his runic practice. 2 days later in Accelerated Simulation Universe Time, ASCT. Sir, Henry is currently shaking your body calling you to have dinner, Nova immediately told Aaron after he completed activating the light rune for the 7th time. Aaron was able to activate the rune in just 15 minutes this time around, thanks to his runic body. It was cutting down the activation time it takes to activate the rune by half of what it used to take him to cast the spell. This improvement was consistent every time he trained on the rune. Initially, Aaron had to spend 16 hours to activate the spell, but his runic body cut it down to 8 hours by his next try. It was followed by the time being reduced to 4 hours, then 2 hours, and eventually 1 hour. With more practice, he brought it down to half an hour, and finally only 15 minutes on his last attempt. Okay, Aaron stopped practicing his runes and got up, preparing himself to log out so that he can go and have dinner with his family. See you, Aaron said as he passed through the Rashomon gate that Nova had summoned for him to enter and leave the universal simulation. He needed to leave through the door and return to the normal virtual reality to be able to log out because the universal simulation was currently going through time acceleration, so if he logged out within the simulation his consciousness would experience how having 5,000 ping feels in real life. See you, sir, Nova answered Aaron's goodbye as he went through the gate. Log out, Aaron said in his mind to log out. Brother, what is that? Henry asked Aaron after he took off his helmet. Oh, this is a virtual reality helmet, Aaron answered Henry's question as he stood from his makeshift bed, holding the helmet, then headed to the table to put it there. What is it for? Henry asked another question, wanting to know what it does. It is a simulation machine like in those games and movies. Aaron explained it in a way for him to understand it easily. Can I try it? Henry asked in excitement when he heard Aaron's explanation. Yes, but later. Now let's go and eat. Didn't you come to call for that? Aaron reminded Henry, who was so excited from wanting to try the virtual gear that he forgot what he came for. Yes, Henry agreed to his words, though slightly disappointed that he didn't get to try it. With that, they left the basement, heading to the dining room for their dinner. An hour later, Aaron returned to the basement by himself. Henry seemed to have forgotten his excitement of wanting to try the headgear due to being told by his mother that, if he left his toys in random places without collecting them, she would confiscate all of his toys and not allow him to use them anymore. Welcome back, sir. Nova welcomed Aaron the moment he entered the basement room. Thanks, Aaron said as he put on the helmet and laid down on the makeshift bed and said, Login. Are you going to train on another spell, or will you continue training on the light rune? I will continue training on the light rune, because I want to see if there is a limit with the runic body's capability of decreasing the training time by half every time he repeatedly trains the same rune, Aaron said while sitting down so that he can continue his practice. Okay, Nova said nothing after that and left Aaron to continue his practice of the spell. 3 days later in Accelerated Simulation Universe Time, ASCT. Aaron stretched his hand forward and said, Light. The moment he finished saying those words, runic letters representing the function of light appeared in front of his hand and brightened a little before it stopped. Then it was followed by runic words lighting up and releasing a soft golden light hovering in front of Aaron. P Alpha and D Alpha, no one. Oh, while it appeared to take a long time for the rune to activate, in reality, it only took a nanosecond from the moment Aaron commanded the rune to activate and the actual activation of the rune. Aaron kept staring at the soft light caused by his runic activation, feeling proud of himself. It took longer than expected, Aaron said about the time it took him to perfect the use of the rune. Although he managed to reduce the activation time of the runes to nanoseconds, he still had to practice on controlling the right amount of magical energy so that the rune didn't blind him. Although your runic body gives you perfect control of the magical energy, you still needed to find the perfect amount magic for every rune to avoid wasting magical energy where it is not needed. Yeah, you were right about that. This is also one of the reasons I didn't practice it in the outside world. Aaron agreed with Nova as he remembered the time when he activated the rune immediately, but since he gave it too much magical energy, and the rune came out brighter than the sun. The problem was not its brightness, but its proximity to his eyes. He had to ask Nova to reverse the damage done to his eyes using her powers within the simulation, or else he would have been blinded forever within the simulation. Let me try using the rune in the real world first, Aaron said to Nova, and immediately went through the gate and logged out to try activating the runes in the real world. Real world. Aaron went and locked the door leading to the basement, so that he wouldn't freak anyone who might accidentally see. After he turned off the lights in the basement, he said, "Activate," while envisioning the rune of light in his mind. And just like magic, a soft glowing light lit up the room in a golden glow, allowing him to see everything within the room. Wow! Nova's voice was heard through the speakers as she was viewing everything through the cameras within the room. What do you see? Aaron asked Nova, wanting to know what parts of the rune are seen in the real world. I saw nothing other than a soft golden light appearing out of nowhere, lighting the room in golden glow. It seems my assumption was right. Normal people in the world won't be able to see the cause. They will only see the results coming from it. Yes, sir. This will allow you flexibility in using runes anywhere. And mage. Aaron nodded his head, agreeing to what Nova said. Sir, you need to start preparing for your meeting with Rena. Nova immediately reminded him about the meeting he had with Rena. I'm really going to have to find a way to get used to the time acceleration, or else I will be having troubles keeping up with time and appointments. Aaron said that, as he had spent a total of 5 days within the simulation despite only 1 day having passed in the real world. Don't worry, sir. I will be reminding you if you forget anything, Nova said to Aaron, who was massaging his eyebrows. Thanks, Nova, Aaron said to Nova after he heard her saying that. Aaron then deactivated the rune in the basement, then turned on the lights in the basement. I will go and prepare for the meeting, Aaron said as he left the basement room, going upstairs to eat breakfast and prepare for his meeting with Rena. Chapter 64, Meeting Rena. 2 hours later. Aaron had finally completed his preparations for the meeting and was heading to the garage in order to head to the meeting when he was reminded by Nova that he forgot his watch. Thanks. Aaron thanked Nova while he was heading to the basement to pick his own made watch. I nearly forgot you, Aaron said, looking at his digital watch. As I said, I will always be there to remind you, Nova's voice came from the watch, replying to him. Yes, the watch had one of the 4 remaining quantum chips. He made it because he wanted to always have Nova in her full capabilities with him at any time at any place. Although he could have had her be with him using his phone, he currently didn't have the time to create one, and also it being a watch allows it to blend and not attract too much attention like how a custom phone would. With that, Aaron left the basement heading to the garage. Then he left the house while being driven by Donald, one of his bodyguards, going with him to his meeting with Rena. "I will be back in about 2 hours or more, so go and buy yourself some food," Aaron said to Donald and his other bodyguard buddy as he left the car. "Yes, sir," Donald said. He then started driving the car to the parking lot. As Aaron stepped through the front door of the Ritz-Carlton, he felt a rush of excitement at the opulent surroundings, because despite him being a billionaire, he never really lived like one at all. The testament to this was that it was his first time entering a 5-star hotel in his life. The lobby was grand and spacious, with towering columns and a glittering chandelier that cast a warm, golden light across the room. The walls were adorned with works of art, and the plush carpets and sumptuous furnishings added to the sense of luxury and refinement. After looking around and attracting a little attention from the people in the lobby, Aaron made his way to the front desk, where he was greeted by a friendly concierge who welcomed him to the hotel. "Welcome, sir. How may I help you?" she asked Aaron. "I have a reservation in one of your restaurants under the name of Nova." Aaron explained his reason for being here. It was under the name Nova because she was the one who made the reservation for him. She used her name because she knew Aaron didn't want their meeting to attract the attention of anyone. As for why choose a 5-star hotel for a meeting you don't want to attract too much attention, it was because of Rena. As a member of the Rothschilds family, her going to a normal restaurant would attract more attention and suspicion compared to going to a 5-star hotel. After looking through their system and finding the reservation under the said name, the concierge offered to escort him there. Sure, he agreed without any problem, because he knew he would be having trouble finding his way if he chose to go by himself. As they walked, Aaron couldn't help but marvel at the attention to detail that had gone into every aspect of the hotel's design. The walls were lined with beautiful artwork, and every piece of furniture seemed carefully chosen to create a sense of elegance and sophistication. Finally, they arrived at Navio, and the concierge wished Aaron a pleasant dining experience before taking his leave. Aaron took a moment to take in the breathtaking ocean views from the dining room before being greeted by the maitre d'. He was then escorted to the private room, where he settled in and started his waiting for Rena to arrive for their meeting. "Any bugs?" he asked the void after he was left alone in the room. "No, sir," Nova's reply came from the watch. Nova had immediately taken control of everything that had internet connection within the hotel's premise the moment he was in the proximity. She was monitoring everything, making sure that nothing dangerous happens to Aaron during the period he is within the hotel. 15 minutes later, the door to the private room was opened and his breath caught in his throat as he caught sight of the stunningly beautiful woman who stepped into the room. She was beautiful beyond compare, with cascading waves of dark hair, sparkling eyes, and a smile that lit up the entire room. "Nova, you have a competitor." These words couldn't help but come from his mouth due to Rena's beauty being comparable to Nova's virtual body. Thankfully, no one heard him, as he managed to say it in a low enough voice that only Nova could hear him. Nova's reply to this was nothing other than her vibrating the watch to show her displeasure in her beauty being compared to Rena's, but even she couldn't refute what he said. The reason they were surprised is because although they had seen her pictures, it wasn't of the highest quality one. This was the result of the Rothschild family wanting their family members' lives to be far from the public eye. Aaron stood and extended his hand to her for handshake while he said, "Welcome, I'm Aaron Michael." Rena shook Aaron's hand, then she replied saying, "I'm Rena Rothschild," with a smile on her face. Why would Rotem cheat on her? Is he dumb, or what? The thought appeared on his mind. P Alpha and D Alpha, no one. "Oh, let's have a seat," Aaron said after shaking her hand, which came as a surprise to Rena. Rena was used to people getting lost in her beauty and forgetting what to do, but for Aaron, who had spent about a week with Nova's virtual body within the simulation, it was manageable for him. Although he was mesmerized, he managed to control and not embarrass himself in front of her. Rena sat on the other side of the table, sitting face to face with Aaron. "Are you by yourself?" Rena asked because she was wondering why they were in a large private room. "The small ones were booked up for today, and only this one remained," Aaron replied honestly, without beating around the bush. "Now let's get to the main topic. What do you want for your favor that needs me to come and meet you face to face?" Rena went directly to the main topic without wasting any time with small talks. "There seems to be a misunderstanding from your side," Aaron said while showing that he was taken aback by her reasoning to reach such a conclusion. "A misunderstanding, you say? Then what are we doing here?" she asked when she received a different than expected response. She thought the meeting was for her helpers to meet her and cash in their favor. That's why she came prepared to repay whatever they wanted if it is within her capabilities. "Yes, a misunderstanding. I'm here to extend a helping hand for the second time due to some coincidences on our part. What will you want in exchange for the help you will provide?" This time she asked due to her wanting to know what will she have to give up for their help for the second time. "Nothing at the moment," Aaron answered without wasting any time. "But we will need your help very soon once you regain your position within the family." Rena hesitated to accept the help because she didn't know what they would want from her when she regained her position in the family. When Aaron saw the hesitation in her eyes, he decided to assure her lest she decides to not accept his help. He was going through all these troubles because he really needed her to be on his side. This is because, for one of his future plans to succeed without a hitch, he needed someone within the family with powerful political say to support him. Although the plan could succeed without anyone's help, having it would expedite its completion. "You don't have to worry. We won't ask for something that would harm you or jeopardize your position in the family. It might even seem trivial and useless when we ask you of it," Aaron said, trying to assure her. "You have my promise," he added. After a few seconds of silence, she finally gave up and agreed, as she really needed his help at the moment, and she was ready to lose an arm to get her position back. "Okay then, what do you have that can help me this time? I'm assuming that you know my current situation in the family." Chapter 65 Bombshell. "Okay then, what do you have that can help me this time? I'm assuming that you know my current situation within the family," she said, indicating that she had agreed to the deal. "First, I will tell you something that will help you not fall in the same situation you are currently in for the third time again," Aaron said, and stopped for a short period to create suspense. When he was sure that Rena was concentrating, he said, "Your security team's head is working for your brother." Aaron went directly with an uppercut. But he wanted to elaborate a little more, so he added, "Not work for him, Purse, but he reports everything you do to him." Despite being deeply upset by the news, Rena concealed her emotions and patiently waited for Aaron to explain his reasoning for believing what he said was truly happening. She was not quick to believe everything Aaron said without significant evidence to support his claims. Instead of continuing with his explanation, Aaron retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it over to Rena. She received it and just stared at it without saying anything, wanting to know the reason why he gave her the phone. After glancing at the still-locked phone screen for a short while, and when nothing happened, Rena inquired with a hint of anger in her voice. "Are you messing with me? Dot?" She had the outburst because the person Aaron told her she was betraying was one of her most trusted bodyguard, who had been with her since her high school years. "Have some patience, can you?" Aaron said, and immediately the phone suddenly began playing a recording of a phone call that had taken place moments after Rena had entered the building. The recording played on as Rena listened in stunned silence. Aaron watched her carefully, his expression unreadable. "Who is she meeting?" a voice on the other end of the recording asked. "I'm still trying to find out who the person is, as he came earlier than us," the other person replied, their tone respectful and deferential. "I will have the hotel hand us the footage of him so that we can find his details." There was a pause on the recording, and Rena could almost hear the woman on the other end of the line seething with impatience. "I need all the report of the meeting by the end of the day," she snapped. The other person hesitated for a moment and then replied, "Yes, ma'am. I will do as ordered." But before the reply could even be completed, the call was abruptly ended, leaving no doubt that the woman on the other end of the line had little to no respect for the person she was speaking to. Rena's face was etched with disappointment and disbelief as she listened to the audio recording. She recognized the voices immediately. It was a conversation between her head bodyguard and her brother's secretary. Although she knew her brother was watching her every move, she didn't expect her head bodyguard to be the one who was watching her for him. The betrayal was more hurtful due to it being from her longtime most trusted bodyguard, who had been with her since high school. "Since when has he been reporting to my brother?" she asked Aaron, her voice quivering with emotion as she tried to hide her hurt feelings. "A month after you were married to Rot Tim," a reply came not from Aaron, but from the phone, causing Rena to gasp in shock and nearly drop the phone. "Is this one of those assistants in the phones that is popular these days?" Rena asked after she recollected herself from the surprise. "Although my company made the said famous assistant, this one is similar but more advanced than it," Aaron explained to the now curious Rena. Rena was quite surprised that Aaron was the owner of the now famous GIA technology. Although she read the report about it, she didn't really put it in her mind because she was fighting for her position in the family. "I will think about it later," she said, and decided to continue her questioning. "The reason for it?" Rena asked the phone this time after hearing Aaron's explanation. The voice on the phone explained, "Ambition." He was promised a position of CEO of the security company responsible for your family's security when he officially became the family head. Alpha no one know, he agreed to do it because all he had to do was report on everything you do, which was very easy for him as he is your head of security. "I should have known," she murmured, feeling a sense of regret wash over her. "All those times I asked for my bodyguards to investigate Rot Tim, and the results always coming back as negative. So it was him who was preventing me from leaving the forced marriage." Aaron could hear the pain and disappointment in Rena's voice. As Rena processed the shocking revelation, she couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions: anger, disappointment, and a sense of betrayal. She had trusted her head of security, the man who was supposed to keep her safe, only to find out that he had been reporting everything she did to her brother behind her back. It was a bitter pill to swallow. She let out a bitter smile as she recalled how she had asked her head bodyguard to investigate the matter. Little did she know that she was essentially asking the mole to find himself. She couldn't believe she had been so blind to the truth. Aaron remained quiet, giving Rena time to come to terms with the information. He knew it was a lot to process, and he didn't want to push her too hard. He had booked the room for the entire day, so he had plenty of time to wait for her to compose herself. Half an hour later, she finally returned to the room after half an hour to continue their meeting. Although she was not over the betrayal, she at least managed to recollect herself and return to a position where they can continue their meeting. "Sorry for making you wait," she apologized as she returned from the bathroom, trying her best to hide the turmoil she was feeling inside. "No problem. I would have been more surprised if you felt nothing after hearing the news," Aaron replied, offering her a small smile. He could see that Rena was still reeling from the shock, but he knew that he had to help her regain her composure so that they could continue with their discussion. "Before we begin with any of the plans that I have in my mind, you need to first finish cleaning the moles in your house to avoid further interference," Aaron said, his tone serious. He knew that for them to move forward without interference, she needed to remove all the planted spies within her household. Rena nodded in understanding. She knew that her brother had always been ruthless when it came to securing his position within the family, and she couldn't afford to underestimate him for the third time. "After you are done with the cleaning, we will officially begin to wage war with your brother in order to regain your position," Aaron continued. During the entire time, Rena did nothing other than listen to Aaron's explanation. When he was done, she asked, "What information do you have that will help in returning to my position after I finish cleaning the moles within my house?" Wanting to know what kind of information or plan did Aaron have to make him as confident as he was. As Aaron saw no reason to hide his information, as he is currently the only one who can help her from her predicament, as everyone else in the family has either sided with her brother or remained neutral, not wanting to participate in any of the family fights. "The Morgans are preparing for a rematch with your family, and I have more than half of their battle plans. I will soon have the complete plan with me. Is that enough?" "What?" Rena couldn't control herself this time and shouted in surprise due to the weight of the information she received. Chapter 66, Impressing Rena. Rena was taken aback by the information. The fact that the Morgans were preparing for a rematch was not that surprising, but them being nearly or almost ready was enough to send shivers down her spine. Both families expected each other to be preparing themselves for a rematch, but her family's planning team had speculated that the Morgans would need more time to recover in order for them to be ready for another round. Despite that assumption, they had tried to plant spies in the Morgans family, and despite succeeding in infiltration, they never received the news of Morgans preparing for the war. This meant that they had put that much importance to the plan's secrecy to the point of assuring that it remains a secret even if there are spies among them. This lack of knowledge made Rena feel vulnerable and exposed. If the Morgans were indeed preparing for a rematch and her family was not prepared for it, and were caught off guard, the consequences would be catastrophic. They would be massacred without mercy, and there would be little they could do to defend themselves. The thought of such a devastating defeat filled Rena with fear and dread. She knew it would be the first of its kind, meaning she couldn't think of the catastrophe that would be caused. It might even lead to a more devastating economic crisis far worse than the 2008 financial crisis that resulted from their last war with the Morgans, which they won. What frightened her even more was the fact that Aaron had managed to obtain this information. Not only did he know about the Morgans' plans, but he also knew everything about their strategy and tactics. Rena couldn't help but wonder how he had managed to gather such detailed intelligence, and what he planned to do with it. For the first time, Rena began to see Aaron in a different light. She had always known that he was cunning and resourceful, but now she realized just how dangerous he could be. She couldn't help but wonder what other secrets he was keeping from her, and whether or not she could trust him completely. Despite her reservations, Rena knew that she had little choice but to work with Aaron if she wanted to regain her position within the family. She took a deep breath and tried to push her fears aside, focusing instead on the task at hand. With Aaron's help, she knew that they could come up with a plan to face the Morgans and emerge victorious. Rena was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, and so she posed the crucial question to Aaron. "Will we have enough time to prepare countermeasures?" she asked Aaron after apologizing for her earlier outburst, but this time her voice carried a hint of fear and respect. She knew that even with the information they had obtained, it would be worthless if they didn't have enough time to plan and prepare for the Morgans' inevitable attack. It would be akin to knowing that death was coming, but being unable to do anything about it. With Rena's anxiety palpable, Aaron remained calm and composed as he answered her question. "The countermeasures to their plan are being constantly reviewed and revised as we receive the remaining pieces of information," Aaron explained. "You don't have to worry about it. I'm on top of it." Rena felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing this. The knowledge that a plan was in place and constantly being updated to account for any new information gave her hope that they might have a fighting chance against the Morgans. "I will provide you with a complete plan once you have finished removing the moles," Aaron added, reassuring her once more. Rena sought further clarification and asked, "Do you have other means of communication other than the email?" Aaron pointed at the phone that was still in her hands, since he handed it to her, and said, "Through that. Using it, you will always be able to reach me. It will also help you find out the remaining moles among those that are working for you. All you have to do is connect the phone to your family's private network." He decided to give her the phone that had an AI written by Nova, because if he tried infiltrating from the outside, there would always be a risk of being discovered no matter how stealthy he tried to be. This was because they were monitoring every connection coming from outside, no matter how useless it was. He didn't stop with that, and continued his explanation. "Keep in mind that the moment you connect the phone to your family's network, the entire network will be visible both to you and me. The AI within the device will help you organize the information it collects from the network and inform you of them. Additionally, it would monitor the family's network and keep you updated on any communications or developments among the members. This feature will provide you with leverage over any individuals involved, which will be paramount for your return to power within the family. Furthermore, since the network's secureness is believed by everyone within the family, no one would suspect it, allowing you access to the latest information. This would give you even more leverage, allowing you to amass more power as time goes on." When Rena heard those words from Aaron, her heart rate increased by more than 10%. She couldn't determine the exact reason for her increased heart rate, but she was curious whether it was due to excitement, hope, amazement, or if she had developed feelings for Aaron. Only time would reveal the truth. All of this was caused by her realizing that Aaron's plan was always 10 steps ahead of his imaginary enemy. "Sure, I will inform you when I'm done with the cleanup," Rena replied while trying to act as calm as she could manage with the orchestra going in his heart. Aaron noticed that something was off with her, but he assumed that she was still affected by the news of her trusted bodyguard's betrayal. Thus, he decided to set it aside and continued with their conversation. Rena was in a car heading home. "What an emotional roller coaster," Rena murmured to herself in a hushed tone as she remembered her meeting with Aaron. She went to the meeting expecting to repay the favor, but in return, she received something much more than she expected. Rena couldn't help but look at her head of security sitting on the front seat of the car she was in. "Is there something wrong?" asked the bodyguard when he discovered through the rearview mirror that Miss Rena was looking at him. "Nothing," Rena replied while continuing to keep eye contact with the bodyguard for a short period of time before looking somewhere else. "How should I deal with you?" Rena started contemplating how she was going to do the cleanup. It needed to be stealth enough to not attract her brother's attention, which might backfire on her if he discovers that he knows who the moles are. "Let's find out who they are first, then we can think on how to dispose of them, or on how I can use them to divert my brother's attention after that." She did nothing other than look outside the window throughout the journey to avoid raising any suspicion in her bodyguard's mind. P Alpha and D Alpha, no one. Oh. Rena could be seen in her office with the phone given to her by Aaron in her hand. She decided to wait until she was left alone in the workroom before she even removed the phone from her handbag. She opened the phone's Wi-Fi and chose the family's Wi-Fi that led to the private network in which all the family members use it to access the internet securely. She powered on the phone and accessed the Wi-Fi settings, selecting her family's Wi-Fi network. This network was connected to a private network that all family members use to access the internet outside securely. After entering the lengthy and complicated password, she clicked on the Connect. The moment she pressed the Connect button, the phone displayed a message. Network connection initiated. Initiating network takeover. Estimated takeover time, 1 day. Looking for ways to expedite the takeover time to reduce the risk of discovery. Nearby device found. "Miss, I need permission to use your computer as an additional computing node to increase computing power and efficiency in order to complete the network takeover faster." The AI asked for permission to use her computer. "Do whatever you need." Rena agreed to the AI's request without an ounce of hesitation. Chapter 67: Infiltrating the Private Network. The moment the AI received permission from Rena, it transferred itself to the computer and immediately took control of the computer. After it completed its migration, it immediately started the move of infecting the devices that were within the network. It did this by acting as a data packet being sent from one device to another. The moment the receiving device tries to reconstruct the data packets, the AI will immediately take control of the device without raising any suspicion. After infiltrating a few devices in the network, the AI finally identified one of the servers that housed and managed the private network. Realizing the criticality of this discovery, the AI ceased all its other infiltration attempts and switched to a targeted attack on the server. The AI immediately started port scanning and network enumeration. The AI probed the server's defenses to identify the weaknesses and vulnerabilities. After finding a few of them, it followed by launching a series of highly coordinated attacks that leveraged exploits and malware designed to penetrate the server's defenses undetected. Once inside the server, the AI was able to bypass network segmentation and gain access to all connected devices and backup servers, finalizing the takeover of the entire private network. But despite having unprecedented access to the entirety of the network and could access all the backed up data, they were all encrypted and the decryption keys were not in the server's memory. To overcome this challenge, the AI employed a clever solution. It first collected all the prime number sequences that were required for decryption and compiled them into an Excel sheet. The AI then sent the Excel sheet to Nova. The AI sent it to Nova for her to use her immense computing power of the quantum computer to analyze the prime number sequences and come up with the decryption key. With the key, the AI will be able to unlock the encrypted data and gain access to the valuable information within. Now all the AI had to do was wait for Nova to return her the decryption key. While all this was happening, Rena only saw her computer screen power on, followed by nothing happened for a while. Then the Microsoft Excel in her computer was opened, and a list of endless numbers started being written down on the Excel. After about 5 minutes of numbers being endlessly being written down on the Excel, it was then saved, which was followed by her email app being opened. The AI then sent the email with the Excel sheet attached to an email address that seemed endless. "What was that email for, and who was it sent to?" she asked in curiosity. It was an Excel sheet with the prime numbers needed to be decoded for us to know the decryption key in order to access the backed up data that is saved in the servers. It was sent to Sir Aaron for Mother to decrypt them and send us the decryption key. "Mother?" Rena asked as she was surprised that the AI called someone its mother. "I call the AI that made me mother because embedded in my code is her existence as my parent." "So you tell me that there is a more powerful AI than you that can create AIs that are as powerful as you?" Although many things attracted her attention from the AI's reply, this was what caught the most of her attention. "Yes." "Then who made your mother?" she asked, the second thing that attracted her attention. "Sir Aaron." "By himself? That seems impossible." She couldn't help but be surprised by the reply. "Yes, by himself." "Holy shit" is the only thing that came to her mind. Although she was not a professional programmer, she knew what she heard was nearly impossible, because for their family's pirate network to continue working without interference, they were hiring more than 500 programmers to ensure everything was working in order. But you're telling her that the powerful AI was made by just one person? Holy shit. "Then why did you tell me that? Shouldn't it be a secret or something?" This time she asked because she felt something weird from the way the AI was being way too honest with its answers. "The last order given to me by Mother was that I should be helpful to you. Also, this is not considered anything too confidential. Your current clearance permits me telling you this information." When Rena heard this reply, her heart warmed a little from the trust she received from Aaron. "Then what else are you allowed to tell me?" She wanted to know what other information was she allowed to access from the AI. "The list is too long, madam, but the summary of it is that you can ask me anything, and as long as it is not above your clearance, I will reply to you honestly with the latest information, and if it is above your clearance, I will tell you it is." "Just call me Rena," she said, as she was getting tired of hearing madam and miss. "Yes, Rena." The AI agreed without hesitating for even a second. "Okay, then what is your name?" "My mother's given name is Ava, which has its roots in Sanskrit where it means offering protection. It is also derived from the Russian language, where it means a gift, and from Swedish, where it is associated with the concept of providing strength or power. The name Ava represents a special gift from Sir Aaron, who gave me to you with the intention of providing you help with strength and protection." When Rena heard this, she was enamored, and "fuck" is the only word that came from her mouth while she was trying to fan herself as she felt the room got a little bit hotter. "So Ava, how is the infiltration going on?" she asked, trying to change the topic. "The infiltration is complete. At the moment I'm waiting for Mother to send me the decryption key so that I can decrypt and analyze all the backed up data. How about the current data? Due to that being intercepted after the devices were infected, there is no need to decrypt them. So I'm collecting it and analyzing it in real time, but since I have been collecting the data for a short period of time, nothing of importance has happened during the time. Okay. With that, Rena left the room to have a nap, as she was very exhausted from the roller coaster of emotion she had felt today. Aaron could be seen looking through the art pieces in the San Jose Museum of Art. He decided to visit the museum after he came out of a phone store to buy himself a new one, after he gave his previous phone to Rena for them to keep contact. He wasn't worried that his information and other important things would be lost or would be leaked, because Nova solved all of these things without him needing to say anything. As he was looking at the arts within the museum, his new phone started vibrating, indicating that she had something to report to him. Aaron knew this was a way for Nova to inform him that she wants to report something to him when he is in a public location to avoid attracting people's attention. He removed his phone from his pocket and put it on his ear to act like he was on a phone call, continuing the facade that it was a phone call. "What is it?" Aaron asked Nova after placing the phone on the ear. "Sir, Ava has reported back," Nova reported. "Well, that was fast of her. I thought she would hesitate to connect the phone to their private network. The fastest I expected her to do it was maybe tomorrow morning after she thought about it throughout the night." "I thought so as well, but my estimate was today evening or night. It seems like she is more pressed than we thought." "Yeah, I thought so as well. What did Ava report?" "She reported nothing but just sent an email with an Excel sheet full of prime numbers for me to decode it in order to derive the decryption key from it for her to access the encrypted backup information." "How is that going on?" he asked, as he was amused by the idea of Ava using an email to ask help from Mom when she found herself to be in a bind. "I completed deriving the decryption key and sent it to her a moment ago." "So when will she be done with the decryption of the data?" "It is expected for her to be done with the decryption within a week's time. She decided to do it slowly, so that she doesn't want to raise suspicion. Although she could manipulate the data being shown by the servers, she can't manipulate the increase in power consumption. If they discover anything suspicious, she risks the entire system's overhaul, increasing the chances of all the backed up data being lost in the process. So, she chose the slow approach." "Sure, let her take her time," Aaron said, as he continued moving around within the museum. "Also, someone is following you," Nova informed him after she infiltrated the museum network and accessed the museum's live camera feed using the watch in Aaron's hands. "Who is he?" Aaron asked as he continued looking around, as he was still clueless. "He is currently reporting to the same person the head bodyguard reported, Rena's brother's secretary. It seems like he was sent to collect more information about you." Raw for the Alpha Na. From their conversation, they seem to have found the fake information about you and deemed you not important enough for further investigation. They will leave you alone if nothing interesting happens today. Nova explained everything about the one following him as fast as she could. "Add him to the list of people in which Rena would take care after she returned in power." Coldly, he pronounced judgment on the pursuer, dooming him to a hell that was delayed only by a timer that was rapidly approaching its end with each passing second. Chapter 68: Discovering Henry's Ability. Meanwhile, in Aaron's house, Henry, who had returned from school, started getting bored from playing with his toys. So, he started thinking about things that he could do to alleviate his boredom. That's when he remembered that his brother had a virtual reality headgear. Let's go and see what it does. With enthusiasm, he stood and started heading to the basement with fast steps, as he couldn't wait to try it. From what his brother told him, it was the same as those in movies, so he should be able to play games that are similar to the ones in movies. After he finally entered the room, he found the headgear on the table, where his brother usually keeps it when he is not using it. Without wasting even a second, he put it on, and remembering what the people from the movies said to start using it, he said, "Login." After waiting for a few seconds, nothing happened. So, he just removed the headgear and put it back on the same place he found it while being extremely disappointed. It is either I don't know how to use it or my brother was playing with me, is what came to his mind. At the moment, he was leaning toward the first assumption that he doesn't know how to use it. This was caused by him trusting his brother after he kept every promise he gave to him. Since his plan had failed and he had nothing else to do in the basement, he decided to go and play with his brother's PlayStation, as his was still being confiscated by her mother after he was caught playing games when he was supposed to be sleeping. While all this was happening, Nova was just watching everything unfold through the cameras in the room without interfering. After Henry entered the room, she started monitoring his every action so that she could report to Aaron if something bad happened. When he put on the VR headgear, she thought nothing would happen since Aaron hasn't shown him how to activate it. But all of her assumptions were thrown out of the window when she heard Henry say, "Login," which forced her to intervene and cancel the activation sequence to prevent Henry from hurting himself. She had to intervene due to Henry still being in a standing position when he initiated the login sequence, which would have resulted in him being hurt by falling down due to the loss of consciousness. But other than Henry's login into the virtual world being interfered with and canceled by her, everything before that had already been completed before she could intervene and cancel the login attempt. This meant that Henry's brain was already mapped and everything about it being recorded and saved by the virtual reality program as per its protocols. And since his brain didn't have a system to prevent it like Aaron, nothing remained hidden from Nova, who had access to all of the data collected by the VR headgear. So, she started analyzing Henry's brain out of curiosity to see if there is anything special in him like his brother. And there it was, Henry's eye nerves were glowing golden. The golden glow was similar to Aaron's golden blood, but Henry's was not blood. It was occurring only on his eye nerves, and the location in the brain where the brain interpreted what it was seeing. When she discovered this, she decided to find out what Henry sees as the result of his nerves glowing golden. When she took the POV of Henry's eyes and started simulating different things in front of him, she discovered that Henry had eyes that allowed him, if he paid enough attention, to see most of the things normal humans can't see. This included magical energy in the atmosphere. The result of him paying enough attention is his irises turning golden, allowing him to see unseen within his vicinity. One of the occasions where Henry saw the unseen is when he saw his brother's room after he was shot. It appeared to him that there was a golden liquid mixed with normal blood on the floor, but when he asked his mother about it, she said there was no such thing, as she had helped clean the blood and saw nothing like that. After reading through some of the memories, Nova started looking for the trigger that caused this evolution. And she found it. It was the day Aaron entered a deep slumber, which resulted in his body gaining golden blood and blood vessels that would later be merged for him to gain runic body. The trigger for the evolution was the high concentration of magical energy within a small space, causing his eyes to be overloaded with magical energy, resulting in a forced evolution to avoid going blind. But this doesn't mean that if you put someone in a room with high magical energy concentration that they will evolve. No, the chances are very small, and that's one of the reasons Aaron's system did not inform him about it. This evolution was everything but normal. His body's reaction was way too excessive for it to be caused by just magical energy overload. Something else must have helped or interfered to push for this specific outcome. She decided to inform Aaron when he came back home, but she still continued with her investigation, looking for what caused Henry's eyes to evolve. Later that day, Aaron finally returned back home at night after he finished his tour of the museum and headed immediately for the basement after having dinner with his parents. Henry seemed to have been found sleeping while playing a game in his room, resulting in him not being on the dinner table to eat with them. "Welcome, sir." Nova welcomed him after he entered the basement. "Thanks. Anything new?" he asked after he thanked Nova while putting on his virtual helmet and laying down on his makeshift bed. "Yes," Nova immediately replied his question when she came face to face with him in virtual reality. "What is it?" Henry seemed to have evolved. What do you mean by evolve? He asked in panic, showing that he was pretty scared by the news. "Don't worry, sir. It's nothing dangerous," Nova replied, trying to calm Aaron down. "Elaborate" is the only word he said, followed by him shutting up waiting for explanation. So here is what happened. Henry entered the basement. Nova now started explaining everything to Aaron, while using both his memories and Henry's as a presentation materials to ensure that nothing is left out. Hoo-hoo. Thank God. Aaron released a sigh of relief after Nova finished explaining everything and reassuring him. "So you're telling me that my brother can see magical energy and anything to do with magic?" "Yes, but that is not all. From my simulation of his abilities, he can see more than just magic. He should be able to adjust the spectrum of light that his eyes collects, allowing him to see even at night without difficulty. But that is not all. He should be able to see supernatural entities and many more. And if you become proficient in your runic abilities and turn him into a runic user, they will evolve even more. I suspect that he will gain special body that has its focus on eyes or something similar to that." "So you're telling me that my brother can see ghosts and other entities?" Currently, his brain can't handle the influx of information resulting on all the features being kept inactive by his subconsciousness to prevent him harming himself. As for the ability to see magical energy, he can only keep it active for a few seconds at most before he runs out of mental energy to supply them. Thank God. Just imagine him having to see ghosts and other supernatural things while he is still young. There is no amount of therapy that would fix that damage," Aaron said, while being relieved that his brother was not yet traumatized by his abilities. "Keep an eye on him and continue to test the limit of his abilities." "Yes, sir." "Now back to practicing runes." Aaron said this as he started moving to the Rashomon gate in order to enter the accelerated universal simulation to continue his runic practice. "What rune are you going to practice this time?" Nova asked Aaron as she followed and tried to keep up her pace with his. When Aaron turned around and discovered that she was having a hard time keeping up with him, he slowed his pace down, then answered her question. "I need something to protect myself. So, this time I will be practicing a protection rune." "Is it the shield rune?" Rena asked as she finally reached Aaron and started walking shoulder to shoulder with him as they went through the gate. "P Alpha and D Alpha no one oh. Yes, although I have bodyguards to protect me, I need something to ensure my safety even when I'm left alone. After passing through the gate and entering the accelerated universal simulation, he immediately sat down cross-legged and started to concentrate in order to begin his runic practice. And just like his first time training runes, the runic lines in his synapses lit up and started guiding him to the right path. After 8 hours of non-stop concentration, he extended his hand to his front and said, Shield. Chapter 69 Revolutionary Leaders Meeting Point _01 Shield. The runic word with the meaning shield appeared in front of his hands, glowing in golden, before a thin transparent wall like appeared in front of the runic word. With the appearance of the transparent shield in front of him, the glowing runic word started losing its luster, as the shield kept sucking magical energy from it to sustain the shield in front of it. When Aaron saw this, he started pumping magical energy into the glowing runic word to allow the shield to continue existing. Continue sustaining, he said to Nova, who immediately took over the magical fueling of the rune. Aaron then left the vicinity of the runes and went near Nova. Now let's start testing it, he said while rubbing his hands in excitement. Yes, sir, Nova affirmed and immediately materialized a pistol, Glock 19, out of nowhere. Put a human being behind the shield so that we can see if the shield mitigates all the damages, Aaron said as he loaded a bullet to the chamber. Nova said nothing but immediately materialized a human behind the shield with the face of a shooter, causing Aaron to look at Nova in a questioning gaze, wanting to know the reason. If it fails, at least it will harm someone you won't feel guilt harming, Nova explained her reasoning for materializing this specific person. Anyway, let's start our testing, Aaron shrugged, acting as if he didn't care, but Nova knew that this man's life was hanging on a thread, which will be cut by Aaron the moment his main plan is completed. Yes, sir, Nova agreed. Aaron raised his hand and bang, bang, bang. He started firing at his shooter without stopping until the entire magazine was emptied. When he emptied the magazine, he just turned and looked at Nova. Nova said nothing and just materialized a shotgun, Remington 870, and handed it to Aaron, who took it and started pumping and firing the shotgun at the shield. After finishing with the shotgun, Aaron turned to Nova once again. Nova said nothing, and she just continued to materialize weapons out of thin air, summoned an AR-15, and handed it to Aaron, who without saying a word resumed firing without even pausing to inspect the condition of the shield. This routine continued for an extended period, with Nova conjuring an array of weapons including the Heckler and Koch MP5 submachine gun, the FN M249 Saw light machine gun, the M2 Browning heavy machine gun, and many others. Despite the relentless barrage of gunfire, the shield held strong and showed no sign of weakening. Aaron then moved on to RPGs, explosives, tanks, missiles, and other increasingly lethal weapons. However, even the detonation of the powerful big boy nuclear bomb in front of the shield did not cause it to falter. Throughout the ordeal, the shield remained resolute and steadfast, impervious to all forms of attack. Now let's hear the report from what you recorded, Aaron said as he removed the protection goggles he wore to protect his eyes from the explosion. Everything about it was useless, as Nova made the location they were an indestructible zone, meaning that nothing that would harm them would enter their vicinity. Yes, sir, Nova said as she materialized a chair for Aaron to sit and a hologram for her to do her presentation. Thanks, Aaron said as he sat down on the chair materialized by Nova. After seeing that Aaron had already sat down, she immediately started giving the presentation. Based on the gathered data, it appears that the shield rune is capable of holding its ground as long as it maintains sufficient energy levels. The greater the force of impact it endures, the more energy is required to neutralize it. While it is theoretically possible for the shield to withstand a nuclear explosion, the sheer magnitude of energy required to do so is enormous. Ralph the Alpha Na, in summary, the shield rune can serve as a formidable defense against virtually any threat, as long as it is supplied with the necessary energy to withstand the level of damage it faces. Aaron continued listening to the entirety of the presentation, in which throughout the entire presentation his face continued getting brighter and brighter the more details he heard. Good, now that we know it is really useful. It is time for me to finish the practice of the rune to reduce the activation time to nanoseconds, Aaron said as he stood from the chair materialized by Aaron and returned to his practice location, where he sat cross-legged and restarted his practice of the shield rune. Somewhere in the world, with the total tallied votes being 6 against and 1 in favor, the decision to deny the help and not respond to them has passed, said William, the one who would be considered the leader of the meeting. As Alexander gazed around the table, a deep sense of disappointment etched on his face. While most of the revolutionary group had begun their journey with a genuine desire to liberate their country from the grip of the tyrant, many had succumbed to the allure of wealth and luxury once they attained positions of power. This was particularly disheartening considering the fact that the money that they used for their luxuries and desires was from the donations of the people who had worked so hard to earn it while living in the oppressive and corrupt country, in the hopes that they could bring an end to the cruel and uncaring government. But all of their donations were used for nothing other than paying for revolutionary group leaders and higher-ranking members' luxurious lives. It was clear to Alexander that for some of the individuals at the table, the continued existence of the dictator was seen as a boon rather than a burden. As long as the dictator remained in power, they would always have a source of income and a reason to demand more money from those who want the dictatorship to end. Despite their outward appearance of attempting to save the country from the brutal dictatorship, the individuals in question had done little of any real significance to justify the exorbitant amount of money they had received. It seemed that much of their efforts had been focused on self-preservation and personal gain, rather than the greater good of the people they claimed to represent. The families of all the revolutionary leaders had chosen to reside outside the country of Eden. When questioned about this decision, the leaders had explained that they made this sacrifice to protect their loved ones from being used as pawns and held hostage to force their compliance. This response had elicited a sense of pride from the people, as they believed they had chosen wise and responsible leaders. However, little did they know the true reasons behind the decision. In reality, the revolutionary leaders spent most of their time with their families abroad, returning to Eden only once or twice, and often conducting meetings from the comfort of luxurious hotels, like the one in America where Alexander now found himself. It was clear to him that the leaders had grown accustomed to the lavish lifestyle and had lost touch with the struggles of the people they claimed to represent. The behavior of the revolutionary leaders had left Alexander feeling frustrated and angry. He could no longer bear to be in the same room with them, and so he stood up abruptly and began to make his way towards the door. One of the 6 individuals sitting at the table stopped him in his tracks with a question. "Where are you going?" "Washroom. Is there a problem with that? I thought the meeting had ended." "No, the meeting isn't over," replied William, the de facto leader with the largest revolutionary group, in a condescending tone. "That was just the first agenda item. We still have a few more topics to discuss. Alexander's frustration grew as he questioned the man. Like what? And why wasn't I informed about the other topics? As far as I remember, everything that would be discussed in a meeting must be given to the attendees at least a day before the meeting to allow them to prepare. His voice now carried a hint of anger. We need to discuss our need for more donations to prepare for the next protest, William replied, ignoring his second question like it did not exist. Alexander challenged the man's proposal. Didn't we just collect donations 2 months ago? We haven't used any of it yet. Why are we asking for another round of donations? We need the money for our expenses, the man explained. Though the amount they donated seemed like a lot, most of it was lost after we did currency exchange. So we need them to donate again to cover the loss. Alexander pressed further. Pardon my questions, but what reasons did we have to convert all the donation money to dollars if the protest is going to be done within the country? The leader responded in an intimidating voice. Don't act like you don't know why we asked for the money. You've only been with us for 2 months since the death of your last group leader. If you were chosen to replace your former leader, you should know how these things work. Now, go to the toilet and come back immediately so we can continue the meeting. It was clear that the leader was growing tired of Alexander's enthusiasm and constant questioning. Chapter 70 Revolutionary Leaders Meeting Point _02 What I don't understand is why I wasn't informed about the other topics, Alexander asked, as he simply ignored William's order as if he hadn't heard it. It appears that we may have overlooked informing your group, Alexander. We assume that because your group is the weakest, you might feel embarrassed and choose not to attend, said one of the individuals on the table, causing everyone to laugh at his remark. Despite the pretense, the meetings were far from democratic. The group with the most members was considered the king, while the lowest member was viewed as nothing more than a provider of cannon fodder for protests and other activities. The only reason they had not expelled Alexander's group from their coalition was that they needed their numbers. As Alexander heard the response, he stormed out of the meeting room, slamming the door behind him out of frustration. On his way to the bathroom, he kept seeing their grinning faces, which started to irritate him, causing his anger to build up. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and decided to take action. After entering the bathroom and ensuring the door was locked, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and typed in the email address of the individual who had offered to help their cause. Despite the fact that they desperately needed money, they had originally rejected the offer because they knew that the individual would demand a detailed breakdown of how every cent was spent. Furthermore, accepting the offer would force them to escalate their revolutionary efforts, increasing their risk of being targeted by the dictator who would want to crush the movement decisively. Alexander began composing a message in which he accepted the individual's offer, despite it going against the decision made by the group during their meeting. Upon completing his response, he quickly hit the send button without realizing that he had used his personal phone instead of the burner phone provided to him. His anger had clouded his judgment, causing him to overlook this critical detail. It was a stark reminder of how emotions can impair a person's decision-making abilities. After making sure the email was sent, he left the bathroom and went to wash his hands to make his act believable. Alexander returned to the meeting and sat in his place like nothing had happened. He tried to act as if nothing had happened, but all of this was needles. No one cared to even turn and look at him. They were just happy to continue with their meeting. So, howdy? William immediately started the meeting the moment Alexander sat down on the table. Meanwhile, Aaron was practicing his runes, and Nova was observing him both in the virtual and real worlds. When she finally received a response from one of the many revolutionary leaders they had contacted. Dear, I hope this email finds you well. I am writing to inform you of our group's decision regarding your offer. Although we received your emails separately, we held a meeting and voted on whether to accept or decline it. Unfortunately, the majority of our group voted against agreeing to your offer, resulting in a vote of 6-1. As a result, they have decided to ghost your emails and not reply to you. However, I am privately informing you of this decision and agreeing to your support if we can come to agreements and negotiations to the terms and conditions. Thank you for your understanding, and I look forward to collaborating with you to achieve our mutual goals. Please let me know if you have any further questions or concerns. Best regards, Alexander. When Nova read the email, she was enraged on Aaron's behalf. How dare they decide to ignore my master's message? It was not the rejection of their offer that upset her, but rather their decision to ghost Aaron and not inform him of their decision. If Alexander had not informed them, it would have delayed their plan, as they would have been waiting for a response from people who had already made a decision. Despite her anger, Nova decided to set it aside and began editing their plan as she waited for Aaron to finish his practice. Since only one group had agreed, she had to revise the actions they had planned to take, assuming that at least 3 groups would agree. She had to make the plan workable under the leadership of only one group, the weakest of them. During this time, Aaron remained unaware of the ongoing events as he continued to practice his runes with all his might. Inside the accelerated simulated universe, Aaron continued his training until he reduced the time of the shield rune's activation to nanoseconds. That's when he stopped his training. It took him a total of 12 hours to reach that level. When he turned around, he found Nova sitting in the same place she was since he began his training, but her face had the expression of her having something to report. So he asked, "Is there something you want to say?" "Yes, sir. We received a reply from the revolutionary groups," Nova informed him. "A reply and not replies?" Aaron asked curiously, wondering whether Nova made a pronunciation mistake, which was practically impossible, or not. "Yes, sir. A reply, only one," Nova said as he materialized a hologram with the email sent from Alexander in it in front of Aaron. Aaron didn't ask any more questions, as he turned his focus to the email in front of him. While Aaron was reading the email, Nova did nothing but tried to find out what was Aaron feeling as a result of receiving this report. "That's still better than nothing," Aaron said, trying to comfort himself after he finished reading the email. "Aren't they the smallest ones among all of the groups?" Aaron asked after he looked through his memories to recall the details about this group, Eden Revolutionaries. "Yes, sir, they are the smallest ones." "Then we have to revise the plan to fit them," Aaron said while rubbing his chin as he was contemplating how to revise the plan. "I have already revised the plan, sir. Please take a look." Nova immediately materialized another hologram in front of Aaron that showed all of the revised plans. "Okay, let's take a look," Aaron said as pushed the hologram with the email aside while pulling the new one towards him. Then he started reading the revised plan on it. After reading for some time, Aaron could be heard saying, "Good, good," which made Nova very happy that Aaron approved her revised plans. Though not all of them, but most of it. Aaron kept making small adjustments to the plan, accounting for what Nova might have failed to account due to insufficient data availability about that specific topic, resulting in her being not very knowledgeable about it. After reading the entire plan and editing some of it within 3 hours, he turned to Nova and gave her a thumbs up of approval as he said, "Good plan," resulting in her having a blush on her face, which she immediately hid using her demigod powers within the simulation world before Aaron could see it. "Anything else?" Aaron asked as he pushed the hologram in front of him to the side, while getting up from his sitting place. "Yes, sir. Due to the sender failing to cover his tracks, I was able to trace the email to a luxury hotel in the United States. Once I discovered this, I took control of the entire network at the hotel and found out that all of the revolutionary leaders were staying there. From there, I was able to trace their movements and found that most of them have been inside the USA for a considerable amount of time. The only exception is Alexander, who has been spending most of his time in Eden for his activities. But that's maybe because he had only been the leader for 2 months, since the previous leader was assassinated and still hasn't got acclimated to having power and exploiting it. So, it might be because he still has the enthusiasm for revolution due to being the youngest, and having spent only a short amount of time in a powerful position. So, you are saying that we should use him for the revolution while he still has his enthusiasm and ideals before he succumbs to the temptation of power? Yes, sir. We should also look for ways to contain the other revolutionary group's leaders, to ensure that they don't interfere with our plans due to their fear of losing their source of income that is sustaining their lavish lives. Aaron kept nodding his head, agreeing to what Nova was saying, while thinking of what way he should utilize to shut them up. For now, we can postpone the buying of their silence plan for a little bit. Before that, we need to go and meet Alexander and have a face-to-face conversation to make sure there are no miscommunications. Yes, sir. I will begin planning the trip right away. How many hours have elapsed in the real world? Aaron inquired, curious about how much time remained until dawn. You spent 15 hours since you entered the time-accelerated simulated universe, so exactly 3 hours have passed on the outside world. Looks like I still have time. Then let's continue practicing other runes, Aaron said as he returned to start his practice of runes, as he waited for the dawn to arrive so that he can start his journey to surprise the shit out Alexander by appearing at his hotel for a meeting without him revealing his current location to Aaron. Chapter 71, Setting Up the Meeting. When the morning sun peeked over the horizon, Aaron paused his runic training and logged out of the universal simulation to go and prepare himself for the surprise journey. But before he prepared anything for his journey, he needed to do something else first. He laced up his running shoes and headed out for his daily run and other exercises to complete his daily quest. As he pounded the pavement, his mind raced with excitement for his plan finally reaching the starting point. The significance of the meeting between Aaron and Alexander cannot be overstated, as it was crucial for Aaron to at least have a face-to-face with Alexander before fully committing to the plan. Aaron was planning to invest billions of dollars to achieve his goals, and thus, he deemed it necessary to come face-to-face with Alexander before he fully committed. After finishing his daily quest, Aaron returned home and quickly showered and dressed for the journey ahead. After he finished his dressing, he picked up his watch and new phone and left for the garage. He didn't need to pick clothes because if he decides to stay longer than a day, he will buy clothes from there. FUCK, I really want to be a billionaire. When he arrived at the garage, he found Donald ready and waiting for him there, as he had been informed by Nova about the abrupt journey last night. Aaron went to the sleek black car gleaming in the early morning light. He climbed into the back seat and settled in, the hum of the engine signaling the start of his surprise journey. As they made their way through the city, Aaron didn't try to start conversation with anyone, as his eyes were glued to his phone having a conversation with Nova, who was giving him a briefing about the information of Alexander that she managed to collect during the time he was training. After traveling for some time, the car pulled up to a private airfield, and Aaron's heart skipped a beat as he caught sight of the sleek jet waiting for him on the tarmac. He was pretty surprised that Nova had decided to rent a private plane for the journey, and not just buy him a VIP plane ticket. "Thanks, Nova," Aaron thanked her as he was being escorted to the private jet. Nova replied by vibrating the watch Aaron wore, as she couldn't speak when he was within a group of people. 3 hours later, the private jet Aaron used for the trip touched down at Tampa International Airport, the closest airport to his intended destination. Once all the necessary airport formalities were taken care of, they set off with a rental car towards the Gulf Coast Beach Resort, where the revolutionary leaders have been staying for the past 3 days, and will continue to stay for 1 more week. Aaron was well aware of their staying period at the hotel, due to Nova having obtained information regarding the hotel's bookings and accommodation by having hacked into the hotel's network just the day before. Throughout his journey to the hotel, Aaron kept his gaze fixed on the stunning scenery outside. He couldn't help but marvel at the natural beauty that surrounded him. The lush greenery and crystal clear waters of the Gulf Coast were a sight to behold. As his car wound its way through the winding roads, Aaron felt a sense of peace and tranquility wash over him. For a moment, he forgot about the meeting that lay ahead, and simply allowed himself to be lost in the breathtaking landscape. It was as if time stood still, and all that mattered was the present moment. And damn. But eventually, the car pulled up at the entrance of the beach resort, and Aaron was brought back to reality. After taking a deep breath, Aaron stepped out of the car and made his way towards the hotel to complete his check-in process. Thanks to Nova's access to the hotel's network, the check-in process went smoothly. She had used her access to reserve the presidential suite of the resort for Aaron, which would provide a private space for him to conduct the meetings without being noticed by anyone. Alexander could be seen sitting in his hotel room, surrounded by a stack of documents that had accumulated due to his focus on the previous day's meeting. He decided to take advantage of the rest day and spend his time catching up on the documents. While Alexander was working hard, the other revolutionary leaders were taking advantage of the resort's facilities without caring about their responsibilities. They left all of their work to their secretaries to solve by themselves unless it required money, in which case they had to ask for approval from the leaders. Greedy bastards. As he finished reading the document in his hand and prepared to move on to the next one, his phone suddenly started ringing, interrupting his focus. The caller ID appeared as unknown, adding a mysterious element to the interruption. As soon as Alexander answered the call, he spoke into the phone. "Hello?" There was a moment of silence on the other end, and Alexander's mind raced with possibilities of who could be calling him and how did they get his number. He wondered if it was a trap or if he was betrayed. "Hello, Alexander." "Who are you?" Alexander asked the moment he received a reply from the other side. "There is no need for you to feel anxious or suspicious. My purpose for calling you is to arrange a meeting where we can meet face to face to discuss the ways in which we can provide assistance and support to you." The person on the other end of the line quickly shifted the conversation to address Alexander's concerns and fears, hoping that Alexander maintains his composure after observing how he reacted to the call through Alexander's laptop webcam. How did you obtain my phone number? I have no recollection of sharing it with anyone, Alexander asked, still perplexed about how the person on the other end had managed to contact him. It appears that you may have accidentally sent an email from an unsecured device in haste. We were able to trace the email back to its source, which led us to obtain your phone number, explained the caller calmly. Alexander was thoroughly frightened upon hearing the explanation, as it suddenly dawned on him that he had indeed sent those emails from his personal phone, the same phone he used to communicate with his loved ones and close friends. When the man on the other side did not receive a reply from Alexander, he continued, "You don't have to worry about that anymore, Alexander, because the moment you agreed to our offer you fell under our protection, but before we conclude the agreement, we need to see each other and have a face-to-face talk. So when are you free?" asked the man on the other side of the call. When Alexander had the man say he was under their protection, he calmed, albeit small, but not fully, as the idea of it being a trap still lingered behind his brain. "When would it be possible for you to come and meet me? I am available for most of this week." "Then how about now?" The moment the question reached Alexander's mind, the door of his room was knocked, which scared the shit out of Alexander. Startled by the knock, he put down the phone and quickly opened the drawer of his table to retrieve his gun. With the weapon in hand, he pointed it towards the door and asked, "Who is it?" A woman's voice came from behind the door saying, "Someone has requested that we deliver a message to you. Leave the note under the door. I will retrieve it when I am ready," he said firmly, his finger hovering over the trigger as he prepared for any unexpected event. "Yes, sir," the woman's voice responded before he heard the sound of footsteps getting farther and growing fainter, eventually fading away from the corridor. When he heard the footsteps recede, he approached the door and peered through the peephole. He saw the hotel worker standing by the elevator, waiting for it to arrive. As soon as the elevator arrived, the hotel worker got on it and left, disappearing from Alexander's view. After waiting for a few more seconds, Alexander slowly opened the door while keeping a firm grip on his gun, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. After cautiously peering through the partially open door and seeing that there was no one outside, Alexander opened the door fully and picked up the envelope from the ground. He quickly retrieved it and hastily shut the door behind him. As soon as he sat back down on his chair, the voice from the phone could be heard asking, "Did you receive our invitation?" It was then that he realized he had left the call running. "Was that you? And how did you find out which room I'm staying in?" Alexander asked, his tone laced with suspicion. "You'll find out later. But for now, inside that envelope, there's a key that will grant you access to the presidential suite through the elevator. Come here, and we'll have a detailed conversation," the caller said before abruptly ending the call, leaving Alexander to contemplate whether he should heed the caller's request or not. As he sat there, his mind racing with doubts and fears, Alexander couldn't help but wonder what kind of trouble he was getting himself into. But something inside him told him that he had to go through with it, that he had to take this chance. With a deep breath, he stood up from his desk, picked up the envelope with the key, and made his way to the elevator. He had no idea what was waiting for him on the other side, but a gut feeling kept telling him it was his opportunity to achieve his dream. Chapter 72: A Talk with Alexander. Ting! Alexander was jolted out of his deep thoughts by the sound of the elevator indicating that he had reached his destination. The fact that he reached his destination earlier than expected, without the elevator making any stops, caught him off guard. This was particularly unusual given the size of the resort he was in. What he didn't know was that one of the advantages of staying in a presidential suite is the privilege of using a special card key that grants exclusive access to the elevator leading to the suite. If you happen to be the only occupant of the elevator, it will not make any stops on other floors, even if someone else has called it, until it reaches the designated presidential suite. Once he regained his composure, he adjusted his suit and checked that his gun was still in place at his waist. He then took a step forward and exited the elevator, walking straight into the presidential suite. "Welcome," a voice echoed through the expansive suite welcoming him. As Alexander looked towards the direction of the voice, he saw a tall and attractive man walking towards him with his hand outstretched for a handshake. Alexander reciprocated the handshake while simultaneously scanning the suite for any other occupants. The man noticed his apprehension and quickly reassured him. "You don't have to be afraid. I'm the only one here." Upon realizing that his apprehension was noticed, Alexander attempted to conceal his true intentions by saying, "Oh, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I was just admiring the beauty of the suite as it is my first time being inside one." Alexander attempted to steer the conversation away from his previous actions and also inquire about the man's identity by saying, "By the way, I'm Alexander. And you are?" Realizing that he had neglected to introduce himself, the man replied apologetically, "Oh, pardon my manners. My name is Aaron Michael." He then proceeded to formally introduce himself. Aaron was quite nervous to meet Alexander, but thankfully he managed to calm himself down and act confident in front of him. He met Alexander and shook his hand with ease, seemingly unconcerned despite the knowledge that Alexander was carrying a loaded gun. "Shall we have a seat before we begin our conversation? This may take a while. I hope you have no other commitments for today," Aaron suggested, despite being aware that Alexander was on a break and had no scheduled meetings. Aaron's intention behind this act was to reassure Alexander that he did not know everything about him, as he understood how unsettling that knowledge could be for someone. Of course, Alexander agreed to Aaron's suggestion, and the two began walking towards the luxurious and comfortable-looking couches. "Would you like something to drink?" Aaron asked as they settled into their seats. "No, thank you. Can we proceed directly to the topic?" Alexander replied, indicating a desire to get down to business, as he was still nervous about this entire ordeal. "All right then," Aaron replied, and he promptly began discussing the topic at hand. "There isn't much that's new or different from what we included in our offer to help. The purpose of this meeting is solely for me to have a face-to-face conversation with you before I decide to commit to our agreement," Aaron explained without beating around the bush. "Before you decide?" Alexander repeated, emphasizing the word "you." He was wondering whether Aaron was the one who would be providing the help or if he was merely a representative of the actual helper. "Yes, me," Aaron confirmed. "Although I may not look like it, I'm a billionaire." When Aaron finished explaining and saw the dumbfounded expression on Alexander's face, he couldn't help but chuckle. "I know it's hard to believe that I'm a billionaire at such a young age, but it's true," Aaron said, noticing the disbelief on Alexander's face. "Excuse me for asking this, but how old are you?" Alexander inquired about Aaron's age, curious about how young he could possibly be. 23, Aaron replied confidently. Upon hearing Aaron's age, Alexander decided to move past the topic and focus on their agreement, as the age of the person did not matter to him as long as they were able to provide the necessary help. "But why would you want to help us?" Alexander asked, still trying to understand Aaron's motive behind offering to help. "To be completely honest, I am not helping you out of pure compassion or any sentimental attachment. Instead, I am assisting you because your success in reaching your goals and fulfilling your promises will enable me to achieve something that my country has unjustly deprived me of." "What is the essential thing that has been unjustly taken away from you, to the extent that you have opted to assist a rebel group in order to reclaim it?" Aaron replied curtly, "Ownership and control," without providing further details. However, a tinge of anger could be detected in his tone. As Alexander detected a hint of anger in Aaron's response, he realized that asking for more information might not yield any fruitful results. Hence, he made a conscious decision to steer the conversation back to the main topic at hand. "Could you please clarify how you intend to aid us in accomplishing our goal?" "A great question indeed." "My contribution will comprise both financial support and infrastructural support. Although the former might seem somewhat helpful, the latter is actually more significant," Aaron explained. He felt compelled to elaborate further, as he noticed a surprised expression on Alexander's face upon hearing that Aaron would be providing them with infrastructural support. "Could you please elaborate on that?" Alexander inquired, eager to understand why Aaron considered the infrastructural support aspect of his assistance more valuable than the monetary one. "It would be more beneficial if you were to read and comprehend it yourself, rather than me explaining it to you," Aaron responded as he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He began to fiddle with it, pretending to search for something to show Alexander. In reality, he was waiting for Nova to send Alexander the document containing the summary with the details on how his infrastructural support will be helpful to them. Tingiting. Alexander's phone beeped, prompting a reaction from him. Aaron noticed this and said, "Feel free to take a look. It's from me." Upon hearing Aaron claim that he had sent him something, Alexander hastily retrieved his phone from his jacket to see what Aaron had sent him. When Alexander unlocked his phone, he discovered that Aaron had indeed sent him a file. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the file was quite lengthy. "You can go ahead and read it now. We have enough time," Aaron said. Alexander didn't require any further prompting, as he had already begun reading the document as soon as he opened it. As Alexander began to peruse the document, the only words that escaped his mouth were, "Holy shit!" The phrase, "holy shit," continued to emanate from Alexander's lips as he delved deeper into the document. After half an hour of intense reading, Alexander finally finished perusing the file. Excitement was evident in his voice as he eagerly inquired, "Is this plan for real?" His tone resembled that of a child who was eagerly awaiting confirmation from his father regarding the purchase of a new game console. "Yes, the plan is real and will be implemented, provided that you still agree to our conditions by the end of this meeting," Aaron confirmed. With that being said, the conversation continued with a positive and uplifting vibe, as Alexander began to believe that this was not a trap. The summary of the plan had given him newfound hope and optimism, which was reflected in his demeanor as they continued their discussion. "He left, sir?" Nova's voice came from the phone the moment she saw Alexander get into the elevator, and it started to descend. "What is your evaluation of him?" he asked as he deactivated the shield rune that had been active and surrounding him throughout the meeting. Yes, Aaron didn't completely trust Alexander. After all, he had just met him for the first time, and he knew that he had a loaded gun with him. Knowing the pain of being shot firsthand, he didn't want to take any risks. I was able to discern from the conversation that he truly desires the revolution to occur in order to liberate his fellow citizens from their dreadful living conditions. "You seem to have taken a liking to him," he remarked with a smile on his face, observing the way she had spoken about Alexander. "Since we're going ahead with the plan regardless, it's better to work with those who truly care about their country. It'll be killing two birds with one stone." Nova explains why he seemed to have taken a liking to Alexander. "And it will also lessen the guilt that you will feel once you see the bloodshed and pain resulting from your action or the action of those you helped," Nova added, but she didn't voice it loudly for Aaron to hear. It all remained within her quantum RAM, QRM. She knew Aaron how would feel because she had access to his brain data, which she had downloaded from the virtual headgear with his permission. From her understanding of Aaron's personality, gained through analyzing his brain, she knew that he would feel guilty when he sees the bloodshed that resulted from his support. Alexander's genuine concern for his country and its people could be the key to helping Aaron overcome his guilt after seeing the positive changes that resulted from his help, which was a welcoming thing for Nova, who cared about her master more than anything. Alexander returned to his room late at night, exhausted from the long conversation he had with Aaron. Despite his fatigue, his face shone brightly, indicating that the conversation had gone well. He collapsed onto his bed, feeling like a log, and struggled to keep himself awake. His eyes grew heavier and heavier until he could no longer resist and fell asleep in his suit. Chapter 73 Riddick Contract. "What do you think attracted most of his attention from the plan you sent him?" Aaron asked Nova for her thoughts. As he waited for the printer he had asked the hotel staff to send him. "Yes, a printer." "And yes to that question too. If you happen to be lodged in a presidential suite, you have the luxury of requesting almost anything you desire, and the hotel staff will do their best to accommodate your requests, provided they are feasible. Something like asking for a printer." Despite the successful conclusion of the meeting, there is still a need for them to reconvene tomorrow, albeit briefly, to finalize the signing of the contract. I think it was the infrastructural support that attracted the most of his attention. By simply reading the summary, he was able to deduce that the minimum cost required to achieve it would be approximately $500 million. In addition, if we successfully establish the intended structure, executing the rest of the plan would be a breeze, as effortless as reciting the alphabet backwards while juggling flaming knives and solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. Upon hearing her analogy, Aaron couldn't help but chuckle and remark, "Your perception of what's easy is becoming distorted ever since you migrated to the quantum computers." "It is really quite easy, sir." Nova was adamant about it. "No, it's not easy," Aaron playfully countered, clearly enjoying the banter, as it was very helpful in wasting time. Ding-tering. However, that notion was promptly thrown out of the window when he received a video sent to him by Nova. When he opened it, he found a 3-minute video with a thumbnail featuring Nova blindfolded. He was dumbfounded to say the least. Ha 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 ha. When he opened the video and watched, he bursted into laughter at the sight of her standing blindfolded and juggling flaming knives, all while solving a Rubik's Cube and reciting the alphabet backwards. He couldn't help but think that she had gone through a lot of trouble just to prove her point in their argument, from using a significant amount of her computing power to simulate the scene, to rendering it into a video, and editing it before sending it to him. "Okay, you win," he finally managed to say, after struggling to announce it multiple times, erupting in fits of laughter each time he tried, as the video kept replaying in his mind. Nova celebrated her win by making the phone play a firework video with her at the center of it receiving a trophy, before jumping up and down in jubilation. When Aaron saw this new video, he started laughing again, this time getting to a point where he started crawling as he was having a difficult time breathing due to not being able to control his laughter. After about 5 minutes of incessant laughter, he eventually managed to compose himself and regain control. "Sir, are you all right?" Nova asked with concern, having seen Aaron crawling on the floor just to catch his breath. If it had persisted any longer, she would have had to call for emergency services. "Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for the laughter. I haven't laughed like that in a long time," Aaron said, holding his stomach, which was aching from the intense laughter. If he didn't already have a six-pack as a result of his daily exercise, he would have gained one as the result of this laughter. "The printer is here, sir." Nova immediately informed Aaron that the printer he had requested had arrived, as she could monitor everything happening inside the resort and could see them bringing it through the elevator. Ting! The sound of the elevator arriving was followed by the opening of its doors. "May we come in?" the hotel manager asked, even though the door was already open. "Yes, come in," Aaron said as he gestured with his hand for them to enter. After receiving permission to enter, the hotel staff brought in a cart with the printer and laptop. They placed them on the table and connected them to power and each other. Once everything was set up, they bid Aaron farewell and left the suite, trying to be as quiet and unobtrusive as possible. "Nova," Aaron called out for her. "I have already accessed the computer and wrote down the contract." As soon as Aaron had called her, she intuitively understood the purpose of the call and preemptively divulged the information without the need for any direct inquiry. "Thank you." Aaron expressed his gratitude as he made his way towards the table where the computer and printer were situated, with the intention of thoroughly scrutinizing the contract. Once he was seated, Aaron commenced reading the contract. Whenever he encountered a clause that he deemed necessary to include, he promptly relayed the details to Nova, who expeditiously incorporated it into the document. Similarly, if there was a segment that required elimination or modification, Aaron promptly notified Nova, and the necessary changes were made without delay. After a continuous hour of meticulously examining and amending the contract, adding new provisions, and deleting some, Aaron eventually concluded the reading process. "Print it," Aaron promptly instructed the moment he completed reviewing the finalized version of the contract. Seeing, the printer immediately sprang to life and churned out the printed papers with such rapidity as if there was no tomorrow the moment Aaron issued the command. After patiently waiting for approximately 3 minutes, the contract was eventually printed. The reason for the relatively long duration was that they had to print 2 copies, one for Aaron and the other for Alexander to keep after signing the document. After retrieving the printed documents and inserting them into 2 separate binders, Aaron placed the 2 contracts on the floor before he assumed a cross-legged seated position in between them. He proceeded to shut his eyes and placed his right hand on one contract and his left hand on the other. After a few moments of intense concentration, both of his hands started emanating a golden radiance, followed by the appearance of the runic word, Satmali, slowly etching itself onto both contracts. As Aaron continued to pour his magical energy into the words, the contracts began to emit a bright golden glow. The word, Satmali, means agreement or treaty. After continuously infusing magical energy for approximately 5 minutes, the contracts reached a critical point of energy saturation, causing them to attract nearby magical energies to themselves. This resulted in the contracts being perpetually filled with magical energy. However, the amount they attracted was too minuscule to produce any significant results to allow for its use in other runes, leaving it to only be utilized for contract runes and nothing else. Despite this limitation, the fact that the rune could continuously recharge itself meant that Aaron would no longer have to spend his magical energy to sustain it. However, this was subject to the condition that the magical energy within the contract rune never decreased below a certain level. The runes inscribed on the contract had the function of identifying Party A and Party B, as well as selecting an individual to oversee and enforce punishment in case either party breached the terms of the contract. By being a party to the contract, each individual would immediately be notified in the event that the other party breached any of the contract's clauses. For this particular contract, Aaron had designated himself as both Party A and the enforcer/overseer. This would give him the ability to detect the moment Alexander breached the terms of the contract and allow him to administer the appropriate punishment at the cost of his magical energy. The magic binding the soul in this contract renders distance irrelevant the moment it is signed. This means that Aaron can enforce punishment on Alexander no matter where he may attempt to flee or hide. However, this is all dependent on the condition that Alexander knowingly and willingly breaks the contract. Otherwise, the contract and its associated magic are rendered useless. Aaron had practiced tirelessly during the remaining 4 days he had in the accelerated universal simulation after abruptly planning his surprise meeting, in order to avoid any mishaps with his plan. "Runes are really convenient," Aaron couldn't help but remark as he lifted his hands and saw the contracts still glowing golden, despite him having stopped fueling them with his runic energy. Indeed, using runes reduces the chance of betrayal to nearly zero. Nova mentioned that the chance of betrayal is nearly zero because runic contracts have different levels. And since Aaron is still a beginner runic user, he can only make beginner-level contracts. Someone who has a higher level of proficiency in runic magic could potentially break the contract without fearing any retaliation. Therefore, there is still a chance of betrayal, albeit significantly reduced. But in a world where he is the only human who can use runes, it didn't matter what level of runes he wrote. All of them would be impossible to break because the other party wouldn't even know or realize that they were under a runic contract. Normally, in a world where everyone can use magic, runic contracts can be distinguished quite easily as they always glow in different colors depending on their level. However, on the current Earth, the only ones who can see these colors are Aaron and Henry, who for some unknown reason had accidentally mutated, allowing Aaron to always be in the position of power the moment he signed a runic contract with someone. Since he also identifies himself as the enforcer, which implies that he is immune to any repercussions for violating the contract, while he reserves the right to dish out punishment to the other party for breaching their end of the agreement. Pretty cruel move if you ask me. But as a wise man once said, "If you can exploit something to your advantage, just do it." Sun Tzu, sponsored by Nike. Chapter 74: Signing the Contract and Going Back Home. "With this, our agreement has been officially formalized," Aaron stated as he signed his name on the second contract. Aaron seemed happy. The same could be said for Alexander, but he was having another thought in his mind as he had experienced an odd sensation, as if something had briefly embraced him when he finished signing the contract. The sensation that Alexander felt was not unfounded. To those with the ability to perceive magic, a luminous golden aura would have been visible, enfolding and permeating Alexander the instant he concluded his final signature. The radiant glow was a result of the runic contract, which had been established to keep a watchful eye on Alexander and alert the other party should he ever violate any of its terms. Aaron had also experienced the same illumination, but being the enforcer, he had the ability to annul the contract on his end, leaving only the one on Alexander still in effect. "I am curious, Aaron," Alexander asked as he shook his hand. "Why enter into a contract that is not legally binding?" "Well, for sentimental reasons," Aaron replied. "Having a contract to strive to uphold will bring us both peace of mind and enable us to establish mutual trust." He spoke without a hint of hesitation or deception, his expression unchanged, which came as a surprise to Nova, who was observing the entire ordeal. Alexander appeared to concur with Aaron's perspective, but in reality, he knew that if Aaron failed to keep his end of the bargain, he held the power to tarnish his reputation and even expose him to the International Court for conspiring to overthrow a government by publicly disclosing the document. This thought provided him with a great deal of comfort. "Excuse me now," Alexander announced. "I have a meeting starting soon. Even if it turns out to be pointless, I must at least feign interest until our plan is set in motion." With that, he indicated that he needed to depart. "Certainly not a problem. I'll reach out to you as soon as we're prepared to initiate the plan. If there is anything urgent or important, don't hesitate to contact me using my number," Aaron assured him as he escorted Alexander to the elevator. They shook hands for the final time before parting ways. Aaron waited until Alexander's elevator had departed before he turned around and headed back to the bedroom to ensure he hadn't left anything behind. Once he confirmed he had not forgotten anything, Aaron summoned the elevator again and made his way out of the presidential suite. He headed towards the resort lobby to complete his checkout process at the hotel. After finishing his checkout, Aaron made his way to the airport, where his private plane rental was waiting to take him back to his home state. Airport. Aaron's journey was uninterrupted, and he arrived at the airport without any issues. After passing through airport security and completing necessary procedures, he was escorted to the location where the private jet was waiting for him. Once inside the plane and after takeoff, Aaron retrieved his phone and said, "Call Sarah." Without bothering to check if his command was acknowledged, he put the phone to his ear and waited for a response. TRRR. As soon as Aaron placed the phone to his ear, he heard the sound of the call being initiated. He patiently waited for Sarah to answer the call. "Hello," Sarah greeted as he picked up the phone. "It's been a while," Aaron replied upon hearing Sarah's voice. "Yeah, when will you be visiting?" Sarah pointed out. "I'll be paying you guys a visit sometime this week," Aaron promised, realizing that he had been ignoring his company. You better watch out. I might just sell the company if you continue to ignore it," Sarah joked. "I trust you enough to let you handle things without my interference. Besides, many CEOs complain about being micromanaged by their board members." Aaron defended his actions. "There exists a fine line between granting autonomy and completely disregarding the existence of the company. Your conduct is fascinating enough to be the subject of an academic thesis, considering the way you neglect the fact that you are the owner of a multi-billion-dollar organization," Sarah stated. "I understand your point, but it's not a matter of me forgetting about the company. It's just that there seems to be nothing for me to contribute, even if I make an effort to assist." Aaron clarified his perspective. "You're right about that. We don't even have a product development team. You are the only one responsible for creating products. Sarah acknowledged what Aaron said. Haha. Aaron couldn't help but laugh as he realized that his company was existing to simply manage his affairs, while he focused on developing something else without the added burden of overseeing them. Sarah joined in Aaron's laughter at the absurdity of her earlier statement, especially now that it seemed to be true. And speaking of your availability, I should tell you that we're expecting to reach 3 billion Gaia OS users by the end of the month. So, congratulations. She congratulated Aaron. Thanks, and congratulations to you guys too. Aaron congratulated Sarah in return. He then turned his attention to the system interface to check the accumulated amount of SP. Aaron suggested, "How about giving a bonus to the workers for their hard work?" I already had plans to do that and inform you about it for your approval. Since you have approved it, you don't need to worry about it, Sarah assured Aaron. Sure. All right, so why did you call me? Sarah asked, cutting straight to the point after their small talk. I'm calling to find out when you're available this week. I need the company's law firm to assist me with something, Aaron replied, without beating around the bush. Since we're not launching any new projects at the moment, I don't have much to do besides approving a few documents. Is your request related to a new product? Sarah inquired, curious if Aaron was finally prepared to release a new product. No, it's something else. Although I will be releasing a new product, it will have to wait for a little while as I'm currently focusing on something else, Aaron clarified. Sure, no problem. What will the new product be about? Sarah asked, curious about Aaron's latest idea. She knows that Aaron has a history of coming up with innovative and groundbreaking products, and she is excited to hear what he has in store this time. This time it won't be anything major, just a game, Aaron said, not wanting to keep Sarah in suspense. The reason for Aaron's decision to release a game was to earn more SP and buy a few new knowledges from the system to help him in his plans. While Aaron knew how to game the system, he was also aware that overusing this method would diminish its impact and ultimately reduce the amount of SP he could earn. I'll make sure to inform you ahead of time so you can properly prepare well for its release, Aaron added. Sure. All right, I'll come over to see you sometime this week to have a discussion, Aaron said, indicating that the call was coming to an end. I will be waiting for you then, Sarah replied back. See you. See you. With that, Aaron concluded his phone conversation with Sarah. Following the phone call, Aaron opted to sleep for the remainder of the flight since he had no tasks to attend to. 7 hours later. Aaron could be seen sitting in his basement after he arrived from the airport. Upon arriving from the airport, Aaron did not immediately head to his basement as his younger brother, Henry, wanted to play games with him for a few hours. Eventually, Aaron made his way to the basement where he was seen sitting. After putting on his virtual reality headgear, he said login. Upon entering the virtual reality, Nova greeted him and said, "Welcome back, sir," while dressed in a stunning outfit. Thanks, you look great, Aaron complimented after taking notice of Nova's attire. Thank you. What are your plans for the rest of the day before your visit to the company tomorrow? Nova inquired. An inspiring idea came to me during the flight. I need to start practicing a few specific runes in order to bring the idea to life, Aaron shared. What is the inspiration? Nova inquired, showing her curiosity. Although Nova had the ability to extract information from Aaron's brain data, she refrained from doing so without his consent. Additionally, Aaron's system would block any unauthorized access, so even if Nova attempted to extract information, she would be denied access without Aaron's explicit permission each time. "It's a surprise," Aaron teased before adding, "I'll also need you to rent a private plane for a 2-month period. I'll be using it to travel extensively around the country and the world to accomplish my plan." Sure, despite being curious, she didn't ask for further details about his plan. Nova knew that she could make an educated guess about Aaron's plan based on the type of runes he was practicing. Following that, Aaron immediately started practicing his runes for the 5 days in Universal Simulation Accelerated time he had before he visited the company. Aaron didn't need to worry about getting enough sleep because Nova was always in control of the virtual reality headgear. She could adjust the settings to ensure that Aaron's brain entered into deep sleep or REM, rapid eye movement, when necessary, allowing him to rest even while he spent time within the virtual reality world. Chapter 75: Visiting Sarah. The next day, Aaron logged out of the virtual reality feeling refreshed. He completed his daily quest before cleaning himself up and preparing for his meeting with Sarah. After double-checking that he was fully prepared, he grabbed his phone and watch and headed where his car, driver and bodyguard was, ready to take him to the company. "Good morning," Aaron greeted Donald. "Morning," Donald greeted back as he opened the car door for Aaron to get in, and then closed it behind him. He then took a seat in the front of the car before the driver started the engine, and they began their journey to GIA Technology. Rena Rothschild's manor. Rena could be seen sitting inside her office. It has been 3 days since she met and had a talk with Aaron, who had given him Ava. Ava was still decrypting the encrypted backed-up data, and still had 4 more days before she completed this process. Despite Ava's ongoing work with decrypting the data, Rena still had plenty to do. Ava was actively intercepting and analyzing all activity on the private network, and whenever she came across something important or useful, she would immediately inform Rena. This allowed Rena to stay up to date with the latest information and adjust her cleanup process accordingly. Her plan continued getting solid and solid the more information and consultation she had from Ava, which resulted in her being very grateful to Aaron, who decided to help her in her darkest times. Although she knew that Aaron had his own agenda for helping her, he didn't even try to hide it. Despite that, she was still thankful to him for the help he provided to her. Gaia Technology HQ. Aaron arrived at the headquarters after a short period, where he was welcomed by Sarah, who was waiting for him after he had informed him that he was on his way. "You came quite early," Sarah said as she hugged Aaron, welcoming him. "I said that I will visit. Isn't it better for me to come earlier than late?" Aaron replied as he hugged her back. "Of course, let's discuss this further in my office," Sarah agreed as she led Aaron towards the elevator. They attracted the attention of some employees as they passed by. Aaron followed silently, as he really wanted to have some privacy when he talked with her. Once they arrived in her office, Sarah offered Aaron some tea, which he accepted without hesitation. "So you mentioned that you need the law firm to do something for you." Sarah began the conversation after she had signaled for the secretary to bring them tea. "Yes, I have a personal matter that I need their help with. Can you assemble a team from the firm to assist me?" Aaron requested. "What are they going to be doing?" "I ask because I want to ensure that we assemble a team with the right expertise and knowledge for the task at hand," Sarah clarified. She wanted to avoid any misunderstandings and make sure she fully understood the scope of the project before proceeding. "I understand your concern, but there's no need to worry. I simply need them to assist with the purchase of a few companies in Eden, Aaron explained. Eden? Isn't the government advising against any business dealings in that country due to the sanctions imposed on its dictator? You may be putting yourself at risk by pursuing this, Sarah cautioned, curious as to Aaron's reasoning for choosing to buy companies in a country ruled by a dictator. I'm aware of the risks, but I believe that money can solve any problem. All we have to do is make the purchases, and I will handle any other issues that may arise, Aaron replied confidently, displaying no signs of concern or fear regarding his decision. It's your money, so ultimately the decision is up to you on how you choose to spend it. I will form a team and have them contact you for further details soon. Sarah agreed, acknowledging Aaron's decision, while also ensuring that she would assemble a team to help with the project. Thank you. Aaron expressed his gratitude for Sarah's agreement without any further questions. Sarah chose not to ask any more questions, confident that Aaron would provide any necessary explanations when he was ready. Although he had received the answer he came for, Aaron didn't immediately leave. Since he was already there, he decided to spend some time and be briefed on other details and the current happenings within the company. Evening that day. After spending most of the day at the company and being officially introduced to the employees as the real owner, Aaron returned home. The employees were surprised to learn of his ownership and his presence at the company. Despite the initial surprise of discovering Aaron as the true owner of the company, the employees quickly shifted their focus to the exciting news of receiving a bonus at the end of the month. This announcement instantly made Aaron a beloved figure within the company, solidifying his status as the most popular multi-billionaire company owner in the world. After having dinner with his family and spending some time playing games with Henry, Aaron returned to his basement to spend the rest of the night in virtual reality. Login. Sir, you are trending online. Nova promptly notified him of his sudden popularity on Twitter and various social media platforms. Why? What did I do to deserve this attention? Aaron inquired, feeling quite astonished that he had become a topic of discussion on the internet. Well, one of your employees took a picture of you and posted it online with the caption, "We finally met our boss," which caused people to discuss you as a peculiar boss who only just met your employees for the first time since the company's inception. Others were surprised to learn that you are the sole owner of a multi-billion-dollar company that has many investors clamoring for you to take the company public, with the promise of making you incredibly wealthy. Despite this, you have chosen to keep the company private, which has angered some who see a bright future for the company. The reason for your current trend on social media is due to the news about the bonuses being offered to your employees. This news has made many people jealous, as they either aspire to work for your company or resent you for trying to win over your employees by offering bonuses during the month you introduced yourself. Some are even calling you a people pleaser. Your trend on social media has resulted in some individuals releasing your personal information, including the fact that you were expelled for plagiarizing a thesis. This has given ammunition for your haters to use against you, and may have affected your newfound popularity with some fans. After hearing the summary, Aaron couldn't help but chuckle at Nova, who was eagerly relaying the information to him. Nova seemed unperturbed by his reaction and continued with her explanation. What's even more amusing is that some of your haters are using a virtual assistant that you created to write their hateful comments about you, all while using a Gaia OS to do so. Nova couldn't help but chuckle at the sheer foolishness of their actions, which made Aaron happy that Nova was even more enthusiastic about the topics surrounding him than he was himself. Your account is experiencing a significant surge in followers, and has even been officially verified, Nova reported. My account? But I distinctly remember abandoning it. Why would they even bother verifying it? Aaron asked, sounding quite puzzled. Since I have access to your memories, so I also have your passwords. That's how I was able to take control of the account, Nova explained herself. Oh, I see, Aaron replied, sounding impressed. But why did you do it? He asked, still curious about the reason behind Nova's actions. I did it as a way for you to have a direct line to the public and to prevent misinformation in case someone tries to impersonate you and mislead others. Nova explained her reasoning for taking over his accounts. Oh, I see. Thanks, Aaron said, appreciating Nova's foresight. He had been so focused on other matters that he hadn't even considered these potential issues. Aaron was reminded of the benefits of having a powerful AI assistant like Nova. With her vast knowledge and ability to process information objectively, she could provide him with a comprehensive overview of any topic, immunizing her from any biases or prejudices. Nova said, "You're welcome," feeling quite happy. Despite performing her duties by her own volition, Nova always felt a sense of joy and fulfillment whenever Aaron expressed his gratitude towards her. Anyway, since you are already doing it, continue keeping an eye on them and let me know if anything interesting happens, Aaron instructed Nova before he resumed his runic practice. He knew that he needed to master a few more runes before he could execute his plan and make use of his private jet, which Nova had already rented for him. Chapter 76, talking about the plan. Next day. In the morning, as he was doing his daily quest, which had become a habit for him, and he was not doing it to just complete the quest, he received a phone call. He paused his activity and retrieved his phone to discover that his friend Felix was on the other end of the line. Without hesitation, he answered the call. After placing the phone to his ear, he greeted Felix with a simple, "Hello." "How are you doing?" inquired Felix, addressing Aaron. "I'm doing well. How about yourself?" replied Aaron. "I'm doing good too," echoed Felix. "Why did you call me?" Aaron inquired immediately after their exchange of greetings. "What? Am I not allowed to call my friend anymore?" Felix asked, feigning offense at Aaron's question. "Don't play dumb. You know exactly why I asked. Why are you calling me in the morning when you're supposed to be at work? Do you want me to report you to Sarah?" Aaron teased Felix, with a hint of humor in his tone. "I am working right now, actually. Sarah selected me as the team leader for the group that you expressed interest in. I called to inquire about your availability so I can come over and discuss the task you have for us," replied Felix, sounding proud of his newly assigned leadership role. "Why you?" Aaron retorted, abruptly interrupting Felix and reversing the positive momentum he had just established. After all, what are friends for if not to humble and challenge each other? "She mentioned that I was selected as the team leader in part because you needed someone you could trust for this," replied Felix, affecting a tone of defeat. "You can come visit me this afternoon. I have some free time then," offered Aaron, deciding to spare Felix any further teasing. "Greet, I will be visiting you together with the assistant project manager," Felix informed Aaron, whom he will be attending the meeting with at Aaron's house. "Sounds good. Just give me a call when you're on your way, and I'll make sure to prepare for your arrival," replied Aaron. "Sure, I will do that. See you later then." "All right, I'll talk to you soon." "See you later," replied Felix, bidding farewell and hanging up the phone. With the call now over, Aaron returned his attention to finishing his daily quest, putting his phone away and focusing on the task at hand. Later that afternoon, "Welcome," greeted Aaron as Felix and his assistant team leader Barry arrived at his house. He led them inside and then guided them to his workroom, which had been empty for the past few months as he had moved most of his work to the basement. "Thanks," replied both Felix and Barry as they followed behind Aaron, taking in the beautiful surroundings of his home with admiration. "Make yourselves feel at home," said Aaron to Felix and Barry before he left the room to go and get them some drinks, knowing that their meeting was likely to take some time. As soon as Aaron left, Barry remarked, "Wow, this house is beautiful," making sure they were alone before speaking. "Yeah, I agree," Felix replied. He had never had the chance to visit Aaron's house before, as they usually met in a cafe or somewhere more central for both of them. "How much do you think this house costs?" Barry asked, realizing that Felix was also impressed by the house. "I think it's around $2.5 million or more," Felix replied, not wanting to reveal an exact figure. He knew that if his colleagues found out he was friends with Aaron, it could potentially make his work more difficult, with people trying to get on his good side. "Damn, but still it is worth it." Barry was very surprised when he heard the approximate price of the house. "Yeah, definitely worth it," Felix replied, nodding in agreement. But just as he was about to ask another question, Aaron returned to the room, carrying a drink for each of them to sip during the meeting. After giving everyone their drink, they engaged in small talk to get to know each other better before getting down to business. "So now let's talk about what I want your team to do for me," Aaron said, as he opened the drawer on his desk, removing 2 small stacks of paper, each with about 40 pages, and handed them to both Felix and Barry. As soon as they got the papers, they began reading through them carefully, taking note of any important details or instructions that Aaron had included. During the time that Felix and Barry were reading the stacks of paper, Aaron patiently waited for them to finish. He knew that it was important for them to thoroughly understand the contents of the documents before they could have a productive conversation about the details. After about half an hour, both Felix and Barry lifted their heads, indicating that they were done reading and were impressed with the report they had just read. "You really want us to do this?" Felix asked, expressing his surprise at what he had just read in the report. "Yes, I want everything in the document to be purchased within 3 months. Money is not an issue. Do you think you can handle it?" Aaron asked seriously, his expression and tone leaving no doubt that he was serious and not joking around. "Yes, we can do that. But for us to complete this plan within the given period of time, our team capacity needs to at least double," Barry said after thinking about what he had read for a short period of time. "Consider that done." Aaron agreed to Barry's suggestion without even asking for the reason. "Also, we will have to pay a quite sum of bribe money to the dictator for everything to go smoothly," Felix added, wanting to know what was Aaron's standing when it comes to it. "I understand that, and I have already set aside a budget for it. Just make sure everything goes as planned," Aaron said, giving his approval for the necessary arrangements to be made. Also, both Felix and Barry continued to make their demands and suggestions, while Aaron either agreed to them or proposed alternative solutions that he had come up with Nova when he was constructing the plans. The back and forth discussion continued for about 4 hours, during which Felix and Barry asked important questions and explored different courses of action with Aaron before making a final decision. "You can call me anytime if you face any problems while executing the plan," I will try to come up with a solution as soon as you inform me, Aaron assured them before they left the meeting. Farewell, see you soon, Felix and Barry said, as were escorted by Aaron to where they parked their vehicle before they got in it and left. Inside Felix's car. Holy shit, what on earth is he planning? Barry asked as soon as he was sure that they were a safe distance away from Aaron's house. Felix attempted to divert the conversation from the subject, stating, I am unsure, but we shouldn't dwell on it. Our primary focus should be on completing the task with utmost efficiency. However, his mind was troubled with intricate thoughts, which he chose not to voice out. Felix had only managed to grasp the basic idea of the plan. Aaron had informed them that he would be sharing a comprehensive report consisting of around 400 pages to assist them in their strategizing. The objective of this plan was to establish a monopoly in a particular sector of Eden, thereby ensuring that no competitors remained in that specific sector. The first step of the revised plan required meeting the country's dictator and offering him a bribe. The team anticipated a positive response to the bribe, since the country's economy had been severely impacted by sanctions. The dictator was likely rationing his resources to avoid provoking citizen unrest, which could potentially lead to a revolt. Once the team had successfully won the favor of the dictator, the plan would officially commence. Under the pretext of modernizing the telecommunications industry and increasing internet usage to generate a return on their investment, the team would initiate discussions with the dictator about acquiring several telecommunication companies. The team was confident that their bribe would secure the dictator's approval, especially since they planned to entice him with the potential tax revenue that would be generated from the growth of the industry. With the dictator's blessing, the team would launch an aggressive takeover of all the telecommunication companies, consolidating them into a single monopoly. At this point, the team would have successfully completed the first phase of Aaron's report. The total cost for bribery and acquiring the telecommunication companies was estimated to be around $213 million. Despite the discussions they had with Aaron, Felix knew that this was only the beginning and that the first phase was merely a small component of his grand plan. The realization that his friend was attempting something deeply sinister sent chills down Felix's spine. Chapter 77, beginning of Phase 1 and his surprise plan. 3 days later. Rena Rothschild's mansion. Rena arrived at her workroom earlier than she typically did, as today marked the final day for Ava to finally complete the task of decrypting and analyzing the encrypted data that had been backed up. Ava, is it done? She asked, as she was eager to find out the identity of the person who had betrayed her and start the process of cleaning up. A few more hours, Rena. Ava replied back softly while showing a makeshift progress bar on her computer screen to indicate the expected completion time and ease Rena's anxiety. Okay, Rena said, as she sat down on her chair, her eyes glued to the screen, waiting for the completion of the task. She felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness, hoping that everything would go as planned and they could access the crucial data she needed. So you guys are leaving for Eden today? Aaron asked Felix, who was on the other end of the phone. Yes, Felix explained his reasoning over the phone to Aaron. We need to leave today to make it in time for the dictator's party. That way, we can get close enough to him to start a conversation. Hopefully, we can set up a meeting with him after that. Sure, just do your thing, Aaron said before wishing Felix a safe journey, bidding him farewell, and ending the conversation. The plan officially starts, Nova said through the phone speakers. Yeah, right, to inform Alexander that the plan has officially started. Aaron said to Nova, as he nodded in agreement to what she said. Okay, Nova immediately sent a message to the now highly encrypted personal phone, courtesy of Nova. The plan has officially started. A seed of hope that we have planted. With purpose and passion, we embark on a journey that's bright and stark. When Aaron saw the message Nova sent, he couldn't help but ask her, "Why send it like that?" as he turned and looked at the camera on his phone. "I wanted it to be something uplifting," Nova answered without a shred of embarrassment. "Anyway, let's start our plan as we wait for Felix's team to complete Phase 1, Aaron said, giving up on asking any further questions about the topic. "Let me notify the pilot to commence with the preparations. May I ask where we are headed?" Nova inquired with a curiosity to determine the starting point of their plan. "London," Aaron answered. Upon speaking those words, Aaron walked towards the table where his virtual reality helmet lay. He gingerly lifted it and placed it inside a specially marked container, where he then inscribed a protection rune on it. To ensure its continued remaining active, he continuously infused mana into the rune. Finally, he picked up the container and exited the basement. After 20 days of training within the Accelerated Universe, Aaron finally made the decision to put his plan into action. A few days ago, within the Accelerated Universe's simulated time, Aaron could be seen activating a rune that he had been training to reduce its activation time. He had finally succeeded in reducing its activation time to an instant. After successfully activating the rune, Aaron deactivated it and got up from his seated position. "Nova, it's time for us to conduct some investigation," Aaron explained with excitement as he began rubbing his hands together. "Always ready, sir," Nova replied promptly, teleporting to Aaron to save a few seconds that would have been spent walking over from where she was previously sitting watching over him. "Good. Now, compile a list of individuals who possess exceptional expertise in their respective fields. List every detail that you can gather," Aaron instructed. Upon receiving the order, Nova wasted no time and immediately put all of her idle computing power to work in order to fulfill the request. In less than a second, profiles of individuals, their respective fields of expertise, and their other information began materializing and hovering before them. The profiles were multiplying at such a rapid pace that they soon spread out over kilometers, covering the vast expanse of their field of vision. Nova did not stop at that, and the hovering profiles continued to increase as she relentlessly scoured the internet for more individuals, leaving no stone unturned. Nova didn't simply rely on people's self-proclaimed expertise, but also thoroughly investigated each candidate to ensure their legitimacy. As she approved those who met her stringent criteria, she simultaneously removed any individuals she discovered to be scammers. However, since Aaron's request was for experts from every field, Nova had to devise unique vetting criteria for each field to determine whether a candidate was indeed an expert. For instance, if someone claimed to be a quantum engineering expert, Nova would conduct a thorough background check on the candidate, starting with the company they currently work for or previously worked at. She would then meticulously examine every thesis that mentioned the candidate's name and review all the projects they participated in, taking note of their level of contribution before considering them for the final list that she would present to Aaron. This rigorous evaluation process was only for candidates in scientific fields. Moreover, since Aaron did not specify a limit on the number of experts needed for each field, Nova had to perform the same vetting process repeatedly for each field she searched through. Aaron couldn't help but feel completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of profiles presented to him by Nova. The number of profiles continued to increase the longer the time passed, as Nova was overclocking the shit out of the quantum computer. The list. Physics. Lisa Randall, Particle Physics and Cosmology, United States, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Brian Greene, String Theory and Quantum Gravity, United States, New York, New York. John Ellis, High Energy Physics and Particle Astrophysics, United Kingdom, London. Frank Wilczek, Theoretical Physics and Quantum Field Theory, United States, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Kip Thorne, Gravitational Wave. Architecture. Norman Foster, Sustainable Architecture and High-Tech Design, United Kingdom, London. Zaha Hadid, Parametricism and Deconstructivism, United Kingdom, London. Frank Gehry, Deconstructivism and Sculptural Design, United States, Los Angeles, California. Renzo Piano, Sustainable Design and Technology Integration, Italy, Genoa. Jean Nouvel, Contextual Design and Postmodernism, France, Paris. Jacques Ingels, Contextual Design and Urban Planning, Denmark, Copenhagen. Peter Zumthor, Minimalism and Materiality, Switzerland, Haldenstein. So Fujimoto, Organic Design and Spatial Concepts, Japan, Tokyo. Chemistry. Biology. Engineering. Computing. Encryption. Music. Director. Leadership. Hentai. Porn. Murderers. Racist. 4chan. List the people you think are experts in the above fields above and other fields. The list continued to infinity and beyond. When Aaron started reading through the list, he was pretty surprised that Nova really included every list she could come up with. Why did you consider Mia Khalifa an expert in the field despite her retirement a few weeks ago? Aaron asked as he was puzzled when he saw Mia Khalifa's profile listed as an expert in the field, despite her having retired from it just a few weeks prior and having worked in it for less than 6 months, based on what was written on the profile. Well, even though Mia Khalifa worked in the industry for a relatively short period of time, she had a significant impact on the industry during that time. While my initial criteria for this field is based on the number of movies and categories a person has participated in, I made an exception for her due to her rapid rise in fame and recognition in the industry. Nova explained her reasoning for including Mia Khalifa in the list of experts for the porn category. Chapter 78, Arriving in London. Upon reading several individuals' profiles on the list, he ultimately deduced that it would take him a couple of months to thoroughly read every profile in its entirety. Therefore, he resolved to simplify the list, but for that, he had to wait for Nova to complete the list, which continued to expand during the half hour that he spent reading through some of the profiles. He patiently waited and waited, but time seemed to pass sluggishly, and before he knew it, an hour had elapsed, followed by 2, and then 3. Realizing that it would take longer than anticipated, he resolved to utilize his time productively, and resumed practicing his runes to prevent wasting his time idly. A few hours later, still going. 1 day later, finally it was done. Sir, the list is now complete, Nova informed Aaron, who had just finished activating a rune. Why did it take that long? Aaron asked, as he was quite surprised that it took that long despite her using a quantum computer for the task. Sir, You may have forgotten that you are currently inside the accelerated simulation universe, Nova reminded Aaron, who had been spending an increasing amount of time within it, gradually becoming acclimated to the accelerated time as if it were normal, as he could feel no discernible difference. Ah! Aaron smacked his forehead in realization after being reminded by Nova. So how many hours did it take? Aaron inquired. It took precisely 6 real-time hours, which translates to 30 accelerated hours, Nova answered precisely. How many people are on the list? Aaron queried, gesturing toward a swath of profiles that blanketed one side of the sky. 127,754,420, Nova responded without any hesitation or equivocation. Holy shit! Aaron exclaimed, dumbfounded upon hearing the staggering number. This number was after going through my very stringent criterias and several filtrations. Nova clarified that the number was the result of going through her exceedingly stringent criteria and multiple filtering processes, implying that there were more individuals, but they did not meet her rigorous standards. All right, let's begin by narrowing down the pool, Aaron declared as he brought up the categories. However, upon setting his eyes on the categories, he became frustrated and exclaimed, "Screw it!" Aaron then turned to Nova, pointing to his head and said, "Access my brain data and examine what I intended to achieve by telling you to do this task." Wasn't it meant to be a surprise for me? Nova teased Aaron as she complied with his request. Aaron faced Nova before responding. You have probably deduced what it is from my recent activities over the past few days. Aaron then clicked the approve button that had been sent to him by his system, which asked him to confirm whether he genuinely agreed to grant access to his brain data. Once Nova received the data from Aaron's brain, she quickly identified his objectives for the task at hand, and promptly began narrowing down the profiles that were blanketing the sky. The profile list continued to decrease until it reached a size where Aaron could see the entirety of the profiles despite them still covering a large portion of the sky. Now, group them into their respective fields, Aaron said, wanting to simplify the process even further. After grouping the profiles according to their respective fields, Aaron began examining each list one by one, eliminating some individuals from each of them. After an hour of scrutinizing, Aaron had eliminated all the profiles he deemed unnecessary, leaving only 5,000 individuals, who were deemed important enough to warrant his attention for his upcoming plan. Aaron had narrowed down the selection to only a few specific fields, and they were deemed experts in their respective fields, out of the million possibilities that Nova had initially presented. The remaining profiles consisted of the names of experts from the fields of architecture, physics, chemistry, engineering, math, design, law, agriculture and food science, finance, and a few other important fields within those categories. Categorize them based on the country of residence, Aaron ordered after finalizing his selection of who to keep on the list. Yes, sir. Nova immediately sorted the list based on the countries where the experts lived. So, individuals like Zaha Hadid and Stephen Hawking were placed on the list of people living in the United Kingdom, while people like Frank Wilczek were included in the list of people living in America. After the categorization was completed, there were over 45 countries represented on the list. Upon seeing the number of countries he would have to visit, Aaron began to feel exhausted before even embarking on the journey. Now back to the present. Aaron could be seen driving alone in the car together with the box that still had the rune active due to him still providing mana to it on the passenger seat heading to the airport, where the private plane was already waiting to take him to the United Kingdom, so that he can begin his plan. Aaron could be seen driving alone in his car with the box containing the VR headgear, still protected by the active rune that he had to continuously provide mana to remain active, on the passenger seat. He was heading to the airport, where the private plane was waiting to take him to the United Kingdom. Aaron chose to travel alone for this mission because he didn't want anyone accompanying him during the execution of his plan. He knew he would be traveling frequently in the upcoming months, so he didn't want to burden Daniel and the other bodyguards unnecessarily. With his current abilities, he was confident that he could protect himself from practically anything on Earth. 12 hours later, Aaron gazed out the window as the private jet approached London Luton Airport after a grueling 12-hour flight from the United States. After the plane landed, Aaron bid farewell to the pilot and informed him that he would be staying in the UK for about a week. He then went through the necessary procedures with airport security before leaving the airport in a taxi. After enduring about 15 minutes of traffic, Aaron finally arrived at his destination and promptly checked into a presidential suite at the Icon Hotel. After completing the check-in procedures, a hotel worker escorted Aaron to his suite. Aaron didn't object to the worker carrying his specialized box, as he was confident that the rune would protect it from any harm. When he entered the suite, he immediately went to the bedroom and slept. He had been feeling jet-lagged after the 12-hour flight, and this was the first time he had slept without logging in the VR in more than a month. 4 hours later. After sleeping for a while, Aaron finally woke up and checked his phone. He realized that he had slept for about 4 hours, as the clock on his phone showed that it was almost midnight, with 2 hours left before it struck 12. So, he woke up and sat on the edge of the bed for a few minutes to collect himself. He then picked up the hotel phone and called the reception. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" A female voice on the other end of the line immediately greeted Aaron after answering the call. "Does the hotel provide rental car services?" Aaron asked, wondering if the hotel had cars available for rent or if he would have to take a taxi to his destination. "Yes, sir. We do provide private rental cars and chauffeur services for our presidential suite guests," the lady on the phone replied politely. When Aaron heard the reply, he was quite delighted by the news. "Can I request for a rental car? I have some work to attend to. When can it be made available?" Aaron asked the receptionist after learning that the hotel offers such service for their presidential suite guests. "Sir, our team can prepare it within 10 minutes of receiving the notice," responded the receptionist with a courteous tone. "Great. Please have it ready as I'll be coming down within the next half hour," stated Aaron while specifying the exact time he would arrive. This allowed the hotel staff to ensure that everything was prepared and ready by the time he arrived. "Certainly, sir," replied the woman with her usual polite tone. "Thank you." Aaron expressed his gratitude to the woman for her assistance before ending the call. Following the call, Aaron quickly made his way to the bathroom to freshen up before putting his plan into action. After freshening up and changing his clothes, Aaron made his way down to the lobby with his box in hand. As he arrived, he was greeted by a hotel worker who had been waiting for him. The worker politely offered to escort him to the waiting car that had been arranged to take him to his desired destination. Aaron agreed, remembering her voice from the call they had just a few minutes ago. Upon arriving at where the car was, Aaron thanked the hotel worker once again and handed her a generous tip of $1,000 for her help before boarding the waiting car that had been arranged for him. The driver glanced at Aaron through the rearview mirror and asked, "Where to, sir?" as they began the journey. Aaron promptly replied, "Cambridge." The driver acknowledged the response and continued driving towards the requested location. Chapter 79. Aaron making his move. 1 hour later. It took them nearly an hour to travel from their hotel to the city of Cambridge, and they arrived there with just 30 minutes to spare before midnight. Upon arrival in the city, Aaron directed the driver to drop him off at the University Arms Hotel, which was conveniently located in close proximity to both Cambridge University and the surrounding community. "We have arrived, sir," the driver informed him. "Thank you. And please find a place to rest, as I won't be returning until morning before we head back," Aaron said, as he handed the driver $1,000 to spend for his rest during the waiting period. After getting out of the car, he promptly started walking towards the community located outside the University of Cambridge. As Aaron approached the community, he looked for a secluded location, and the moment he discovered one, he immediately entered. Upon entering the secluded spot, Aaron uttered the word "stealth," activating a rune of concealment that rendered him invisible to anyone who was not skilled in the art of magic. Once he was confident that the rune had taken effect, Aaron left the secluded spot and seamlessly entered the housing community without being detected, despite walking through the streets. The walk did not take long, and before he knew it, Aaron had arrived at his destination, the house of Stephen Hawking. Aaron took a moment to survey his surroundings before proceeding with his plan. He knew that he needed to ensure that there were no witnesses to what was about to happen, as he intended to enter through the door without alerting anyone. With the concern of someone looking to his side out of the way, Aaron approached the door and rang the doorbell, just like any other guest would. However, he was no ordinary guest. He was an invisible guest. Ding! Ding! After waiting for approximately 3 minutes, the housemaid finally arrived at the door and opened it. Upon opening the door, she looked around to see who had rung the bell and saw nothing despite him standing before her, but she could not see anyone as Aaron was concealed by the stealth rune. As the maid was about to close the door and return to her room, Aaron extended his hand and touched her head, immediately casting a sleeping rune before she could even react. As she began to fall, Aaron quickly caught her and carried her inside the house before closing the door behind him. In just a matter of moments, he had successfully entered the house undetected. After carefully placing the maid on the living room sofa, Aaron retrieved a helmet from the box he was carrying and placed it on her head. He then said, "Nova, it's time for you to shine." "Roger that, sir," replied Nova, as she immediately activated the virtual reality helmet and began downloading her brain data. After analyzing her memories, she searched for the location where Professor Stephen was sleeping. "It's done, sir," Nova informed Aaron before turning on the phone and displaying a map of the house, which was made from the housemaid's memories. The map showed him the way to Professor Stephen Hawking's room. After removing the helmet from the maid, Aaron stood up and headed directly to the room where Stephen Hawking was staying, following the directions shown on the phone. As he entered the room, he found Stephen Hawking sleeping peacefully on his bed, with his wheelchair parked beside it. Aaron took a moment to observe Stephen sleeping peacefully in his bed, before repeating the same process he did with the maid. He cast a sleeping rune on Stephen to ensure that he remained asleep no matter what happened, and then he placed the virtual reality helmet on Stephen's head. This time, Nova didn't require any instructions from Aaron, as he had already put the helmet on Stephen Hawking and the cameras inside the room allowed Nova to see what was happening. She immediately activated the helmet and downloaded Stephen Hawking's brain map. Done, Nova informed Aaron as soon as she completed the process. When Aaron received the confirmation that the process was complete, he removed the helmet from Stephen Hawking and carefully placed him back in the same position he found him in. After securing the helmet, Aaron left the room and quietly closed the door behind him, leaving no evidence of his entry. As Aaron made his way out of the house, he passed the living room and saw the maid still sleeping on the sofa. He suddenly remembered that he needed to move her room to prevent her from becoming suspicious or paranoid. He set the box containing the virtual reality headgear aside and lifted the maid, guided by Nova, who knew where she had been sleeping before opening the door. He carried her back to her room and laid her down on the bed, making sure she was comfortable before quietly leaving the room and closing the door behind him. Aaron left the house without any worries about leaving behind any physical or digital traces. He had already taken care of the physical evidence by putting the maid back in her room and leaving her sleeping peacefully. As for the digital evidence, Nova had used the memories she had collected from both Hawking and the maid to fabricate a perfect replacement using previous footage in the system with some small edits. This ensured that there would be no signs of a break-in or any suspicious activity in the security cameras. After leaving the house and closing the door, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief that nothing had gone wrong during his mission. Once he composed himself, Aaron picked up his box and made his way to another house in the same community, as he had other objectives beyond Stephen Hawking. Aaron had a busy schedule ahead of him, with several houses to visit and repeat the same process he had done in Professor Hawking's house in about 15 other houses he planned to visit, including that of Professor Peter Wothiers, a renowned chemist, Professor David McKay, Professor Sir Stephen Orihilly, clinical biochemistry and medicine, and Professor Sir Tom Blundell, structural biologist, among the many. As he continued executing his plan, something important was occurring elsewhere. Eden. Felix woke up with a headache from having consumed too much alcohol at yesterday's party. Despite his splitting headache, Felix felt satisfied with himself for managing to set up a meeting with the dictator scheduled for next week. So, he decided to hold off on calling Aaron to share the news, as he was aware of the time difference between their locations. He figured he would have plenty of time to inform Aaron later and begin planning for the meeting with the dictator. But the throbbing headache from the hangover kept interrupting his happiness. He got up and went to the bathroom to freshen up and prepare for the meeting they were going to have at noon. They planned to discuss their approach towards negotiating with the dictator in their upcoming meeting. Fortunately, there was no need to start the investigation into the dictator at the moment, since Aaron had already provided them with all the necessary information. They only needed to reach a consensus on the approach to make their task more manageable. The meeting. So, what approach should we take during the meeting? Felix asked, looking at Barry and the other team members in the meeting room they had booked at the hotel. I suggest we offer him the bribe money up front and directly state our needs, said the rookie team member, who was there to gain experience and may have made a naive suggestion. When Felix heard the rookie's proposal, he didn't get angry, but decided to explain why it was a bad idea. If we offer the bribe money up front, the dictator will become even greedier since we've paid before receiving what we came for. It's like giving a chef all the ingredients and payment for a meal before they've even cooked it. They might end up giving you a mediocre dish because they know they've already been paid, he explained calmly, making sure the rookie understands where he made the mistake and doesn't repeat it again. When Felix finished explaining the flaw in the rookie's idea, the room fell silent, and the rookie realized he had nothing else to contribute. He decided to sit back and listen to the rest of the meeting, like a passenger in a car being driven by an experienced driver. Chapter 80: Their Plan and Rena Making Her Move. One option could be giving it to him in installments, suggested one of the team members. Agreed, we could use that approach. It will not only keep us in the dictator's good graces, but also motivate him to expedite our acquisition by wanting more payments. This seems like the best option, said Felix, nodding in approval. So, are we planning to inform him that for every telecommunication company we acquire, we'll be giving him $5 million in installments? By the end of the process, we would have spent a total of $30 million in bribes, including the initial $10 million we plan to offer at the meeting next week, Barry asked Felix, seeking his opinion. Yes, that should work. There are only 4 telecommunication companies in the country, Felix agreed. Now, let's discuss the approach for bringing up the matter without upsetting him. We need to be precise and careful in our wording throughout the entire meeting, Felix suggested. Agreed, Barry said. We don't want to come across as pushy or threatening. Perhaps we can start by expressing our admiration for the dictator's leadership and the strides he's made in developing the country's infrastructure. That's a good suggestion, but we need to be careful with our words. The dictator has done very little for the country, so he might think we are being sarcastic and trying to mock him. Felix cautioned against using that compliment. And thus they began to brainstorm for their approach during the meeting. While all of this was happening, Nova was monitoring their conversation through their phones and taking notes on everything that was being said. She planned to report back to Aaron once he was finished with his current task. After spending more than 4 hours collecting brain data from various households in Cambridge City communities, Aaron had finally finished all the people who were on the list. Although Aaron's brain data collection task had been going smoothly, there was one instance where he entered a household and discovered the individual he was meant to collect data from engaged in sexual activity with their spouse. As a result, he had to postpone the data collection for this particular household and move them to the end of his list. Upon returning to the household half an hour later, Aaron was surprised to find the professor still engaged in the activity. Despite feeling proud of the man's stamina, Aaron had no choice but to wait for him to finish, since he was the only person remaining on the list for Aaron to collect brain data from in the Cambridge community. During that period, Nova kept him company. Sir, Felix's plan has gone successful. Nova informed Aaron about the ongoing events on Felix's side. So, when did they manage to set up a meeting with the dictator? Aaron asked Nova, curious about the schedule and how much time the team had to prepare for the meeting. They have a week to prepare, Nova replied, not only answering Aaron's question, but also answering the underlying meaning behind it. Have they already come up with a plan? Aaron asked Nova, his curiosity piqued about what kind of plan Felix's team had devised. They are currently working on the plan, Nova informed him. Afterward, they continued to engage in small talk about various topics for about 20 minutes until the professor finally finished. This gave Aaron a brief window of time, during which the man's wife went to the bathroom, allowing Aaron to complete the collection of the brain data, which only took a few seconds for the initial reading. As Aaron finished collecting the brain data and was leaving the house, the professor's wife returned, drying herself off with a towel while saying, "You're not tired, are you? We have 3 more rounds to go." Passing right beside Aaron, who was holding his breath, even though he knew he was invisible to her. "Honey! Honey!" the professor's wife called out when she didn't receive a reply from him. "What's wrong with him? He usually doesn't get tired unless he goes for a few more hours." The professor's wife wondered aloud as she covered her husband with a blanket. She noticed that he was sleeping like a baby. "Ha!" Aaron breathed a sigh of relief as he successfully left the house without encountering any problems. "I wish you all the best," Aaron said, looking back at the house before turning to make his way back to the hotel. He knew that his driver and rental car would be waiting for him there, ready to take him back to the hotel. "How many people in the UK still need their brain data collected?" Aaron asked Nova as he walked back to the hotel. 754 people, Nova answered, making Aaron want to jump from a bridge when he was reminded that he needed to repeat this for a few hundred times just in the UK alone. After walking for some time, Aaron finally returned to the University Arms Hotel. That's when he realized that he had told his driver he wouldn't return until morning, so he decided to check in for the 3 hours he had to wait. After completing the check-in process, he headed to his booked room. Once inside, he took off his coat and laid down on the bed before falling asleep. Rena Rothschild Manor. Rena could be seen sitting in her workroom, engrossed in reading a document on her computer, while Ava presented her findings on the decrypted and analyzed backed-up data. Rena had been listening to Ava's presentation since yesterday, as it was a lengthy one due to the extensive amount of data they had to go through. However, despite the long duration, Rena did not feel tired at all because everything she was learning from Ava was valuable. With the information she had now gained, Rena now had significant leverage over almost everyone in the family. Despite having a wealth of leverage over almost everyone in the family, Rena didn't rush to take any action. She wanted to wait until she had heard everything from Ava, knowing that if Ava had made the presentation so long, it must mean that every piece of information was crucial. So she continued to listen carefully and take notes, waiting for the right moment to make her move. As Ava presented, Rena took notes and asked questions to clarify anything that wasn't clear. Rena sat there, absorbing all the information that Ava presented until finally, at noon. "With that, you are updated on everything I considered important from the analyzed data." With those words, Ava finished her presentation. After listening to the entirety of the presentation, she decided to finally start taking action. She pressed the intercom button and called for her secretary, Chloe, who she knew was one of the only few people within the family who were clean. "Yes, miss," Chloe said after entering her office. "Call Terry. Tell him I have something to talk about with him." She told his secretary to call for her head of security, the first betrayer she had to deal with. "Yes." Chloe immediately left to go and call for Terry. As she waited for Terry to come, she took another look at the leverage she had of Terry to ensure that their meeting didn't go differently from how she envisioned. Chapter 81A Talk-ish with Terry. Terry entered Rena's office a few minutes after Chloe left to call him. "Take a seat," Rena directed Terry as she motioned towards a nearby chair, her attention still fixed on the computer screen before her. Terry complied silently, settling into the chair as directed. However, as several minutes ticked by without any communication from Rena, and with her attention still riveted on the computer screen, Terry began to feel increasingly anxious. For Terry, the situation felt like the calm before the storm, an unsettling and ominous stillness that hinted at impending chaos or turbulence. However, The uneasy silence did not last much longer. Rena abruptly rose from her seat and walked over to the printer to retrieve some papers that had just finished printing. She then went and sat down across from Terry. "All right, Terry, I've received a highly troubling report that you've been informing my brother about everything I do. What do you have to say about this?" Rena asked, her tone serious and unyielding. When Terry heard that question, his heart almost left through his mouth, but he still managed to remain calm and tried to explain himself. "Ma'am, that report is completely false. You know that I've been working for you since your high school days, so why on earth would I do something like that?" Terry protested, his tone trying but failing in conveying a sense of anger and offense at the notion that his character was being slandered. As Terry tried to act indignant, Rena couldn't help but chuckle at his display. Although she still felt a lingering sense of betrayal from the day she learned that he was one of the individuals who had turned against her, the irony of Terry's feigned outrage struck her as amusing. "Huh! You really ought to take some acting classes, Terry. You're absolutely terrible at it," Rena explained, unable to contain her amusement any longer. However, as memories of their past interactions flooded her mind, she found herself becoming increasingly angry at Terry's attempts to portray himself as a victim. Despite her rising anger, Rena managed to keep it under wraps, determined to see the meeting through without lashing out at Terry. She remained composed and focused, resisting the urge to slam the table in his face. "Ma'am, I think there's been a misunderstanding on your end. I wouldn't bother acting if I knew I was innocent," Terry insisted, doubling down on his earlier protestations. Terry persisted in his defense because he knew that any admission of guilt could prove fatal. It was widely regarded as taboo for a member of the Rothschild security team to betray the person they were tasked with protecting, and the consequences were severe. Anyone who did so would be made to disappear, serving as a warning to others. "Enough with the melodramatic performance, Terry. Do you really think I would base my accusations on mere speculation?" Rena's tone turned serious as she hurled the papers she had retrieved from the printer at Terry. Terry scrambled to pick up the papers that had been scattered around him, curious to see what was written on them. To his shock, he realized that they were transcripts of his conversations with her brother's secretary spanning the past 5 years. Terry was filled with fear and began to tremble as he comprehended the contents of the papers. He was perplexed as to how Rena had obtained them, since he was certain he had deleted every conversation they had after each talk. In a fit of fear and desperation, Terry lunged at Rena and began to strangle her. He acted impulsively, not thinking about the consequences of his actions, or what he would do if he succeeded in killing her. K-H-H-K-H-K. Rena fought for air as Terry tightened his grip around her throat. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his scalp were bulging, demonstrating the sheer amount of force he was using. His entire body shook as he continued to strangle her. As Rena was on the verge of losing consciousness, a loud bang echoed through the room. A gunshot had been fired, but she didn't have time to comprehend what had happened as she slipped into unconsciousness. Rena! Chloe, the secretary, yelled as she moved the bleeding body of Terry off of Rena's unconscious form that he had fallen on top of after being shot. "Call the doctor now!" Chloe shouted at Alex, the security detail who had shot Terry immediately after entering the room. Alex quickly left the room to call the family doctor stationed in the mansion as quickly as possible. Half an hour later. As Rena slowly regained consciousness, she realized that her throat was sore, and she had a pounding headache. She opened her eyes to see the worried face of Chloe walking back and forth. As Rena looked around, she noticed the younger man in a suit standing nearby, his hands clasped behind his back with a serious expression on his face, indicating that he was there for security purposes. She tried to speak, but her throat was too painful to form any words, and only hoarse gibberish came from her mouth. Rena attempted to clear her throat and speak once more, but the pain was unbearable. Chloe acted swiftly by bringing her a glass of water and assisting her in drinking it. Rena felt relieved as the cool water she drank soothed her throat and eased the pain. After a moment, she finally managed to utter comprehensible words. "Who is he?" Rena asked in a hoarse voice while pointing at the young man in the room. "I'm Alex, your new security detail stationed here since last week, miss," Alex explained without waiting for Chloe to answer Rena's question. "Where is Terry?" Rena asked Chloe after she finally managed to recollect herself. Chloe hesitated for a moment before answering. "He's in the hospital. He was shot by Alex and is still receiving treatment at the moment." "But how did you know I was in danger?" Rena asked, not quite believing that it was just luck. "I didn't. I only came in behind him after he barged inside without even knocking or saying anything to me," Chloe replied, pointing to Alex. When Chloe and Rena turned to Alex, he explained. "About 35 minutes ago, I received a text message ordering me to be on standby. Then, 10 minutes later, I received another one to come into the room as fast as I could. Aren't you the one who sent it?" He finished with a question as he was quite confused. "Oh yes, I did send that message. The event must have slipped my mind." After realizing that it was Ava who had sent the message as a contingency plan, she decided to take credit for it to avoid creating any suspicion. Because she had never faced any significant threats or danger within her family, she failed to prepare for any potential contingencies. This oversight caused her to overlook the potential dangers when she attempted to comfort Terry. She simply hadn't considered the possibility of something going wrong, as she had never encountered a dangerous situation before. In her mind, she believed that everything was under control. She had devised an elaborate plan to turn Terry into a reverse spy, manipulating him into providing false information about her to her brother. She thought that she had covered all of her bases, and that nothing could go wrong with her carefully crafted scheme. But fate is a bitch, and she had experienced it firsthand. "Thank you," Rena thanked Alex for saving her. "It's my duty, miss," replied Alex, giving a small bow to express his appreciation for her gratitude towards him. "What did the doctor say about my condition?" Rena asked about her condition as it was the first time for her. "After examining your condition, the doctor said that you're fine and the bruise on your neck should heal within a week." Chloe explained what the doctor had told them. Rena attempted to sit up on the sofa in her workroom, where she had been laying on in order to receive treatment. With Chloe's assistance, she was finally able to sit down on the sofa, and it was then that she noticed the blood stains on her shirt. "Can I have a new shirt?" Rena asked Chloe for new clothes. Here, Chloe seemed like she had expected to hear that request as she had the shirt in her hands by the time Rena finished asking the question. "Okay, can I have a moment alone?" Sarah requested, as she began to unbutton her shirt to change, in search of some privacy. "Yes, miss," both Alex and Chloe responded, as they exited the room to provide her with some much-needed privacy and alone time. After being left alone, Sarah removed her bloodied shirt and discarded it in the trash can, leaving her in a bra that hugged her ample bosom. She quickly put on the new shirt that Chloe had handed to her, and then made her way over to her computer to take a seat. As she settled into her chair, she gazed at her computer screen and murmured, "Thank you, Ava," expressing her gratitude for the assistance she had received from her. "As always, you're welcome," replied Ava calmly, feeling a sense of pride in herself for accomplishing one of the purposes for which she was created. Chapter 82 Therapy. "Time to move on to the next phase of my plan," Rena declared, determined to continue with her scheme, even though she had encountered a stumbling block right from the start. However, Ava interrupted her by locking the computer and stated, "You need to rest, Rena. I need to continue, or they will just, ha-ha." Rena tried to explain to Ava, but she immediately broke down in panic and started gasping for air. She was having a panic attack from the memory of what had happened to her. Even though it might seem childish for her to break down, it was the first time she had ever been physically assaulted by someone, so it was a traumatic experience for her. Despite her initial decision to continue with her plan without pause, the sudden interruption by Ava locking her computer forced her to confront her trauma. This resulted in Rena breaking down in tears, as she was unable to suppress her emotions any longer. The breakdown continued for a few minutes, with Ava silently watching Rena without uttering a word. Ava understood the importance of allowing Rena to confront her emotions and provide comfort while the pain was still raw, preventing it from becoming deeply ingrained and potentially haunting her in the future. After calming down from the panic attack, Rena heard Ava's comforting words. "You have me, so you don't have to worry. I will always be there for you, watching over you and protecting you," Ava said. After hearing what Ava said, Rena felt even more calm and reassured. She realized that Ava had already kept one of her promises. "I will always protect you." It was evident that Ava had expected something like this to happen, no matter how minuscule the possibilities were, and had prepared for it. This realization gave Rena a sense of comfort, knowing that she had someone looking out for her. This in return increased her reliance on Ava, which in turn extended to Aaron, as he was the one who had created Ava to be her constant companion and protector. "But why did you call for Alex out of the many security guards?" Rena asked, curious about why Ava specifically requested for Alex's assistance. "Mother recommended him after sending her a list of people who had not betrayed us. She thoroughly examined their histories and chose him because he was deemed the most unlikely to betray you," Rena replied to her question. "If your mother chose him, then it would be wise to appoint him as the head of the security position, which has become vacant as of today. We can even use the fact that he was the one who rescued me to defend our decision to those who might question why we chose a newbie instead of someone who has been with me for a longer period of time," suggested Rena. That's what she also suggested. Ava agreed with Rena's recommendation. "Then I'll inform them of my decision before I go to rest, as I really need to," Rena said while touching her neck, which was still hurting. "Take all the time you need to rest. The plan doesn't have a time limit," Ava responded with reassurance. "Thanks," Rena said, expressing her gratitude to Ava. She then got up from her chair and made her way to the door to go and rest in her room. After passing by Chloe's table and informing her of her decision to promote Alex to the head of security as a reward for saving her, Rena immediately went to her room and slept. Aaron sighed. After sleeping for 3 hours, Aaron was awoken by Nova, who reminded him that the driver had already woken up and was waiting for him. Nova had seen him through the CCTV footage of the hotel after she had taken control of the hotel upon their arrival. Aaron woke up still feeling tired, regretting not using the option to enter the VR and sleep there for a longer time. Due to the time difference of 5 to 1, he could have extended his sleep in the virtual world, but he decided against it. He desired to have a few hours of sleep in the real world to reacquaint himself with the feeling, so as not to forget it. However, he knew that in actuality, there was no tangible difference between sleeping in reality and in the universal simulated VR. After cleaning himself up, Aaron gathered his belongings and left the room, making his way to the reception lobby to check out. "May I have your autograph, please?" asked the receptionist after completing the checkout process, recognizing that he was the young billionaire who had been trending on Twitter a few days ago. "Sure," Aaron agreed. Despite feeling a bit weird about being recognized by someone from the other side of the world, Aaron took the paper and pen the receptionist gave him and began to sign it. When he finished, he asked, "What is your name?" so he could write it on the paper. In excitement, the receptionist replied with her name, Shamim, glad that her request was granted. Aaron began writing the name, Shamim, on the paper, followed by, "Wishing you all the best." But as he was about to hand it back to her, his phone vibrated, indicating that Nova had something to tell him. As soon as he checked his phone, he saw a text message from Nova that read, "Write down these numbers on the paper." Without any hesitation, Aaron took the pen and started writing the long sequence of numbers that Nova had displayed on his screen. After finishing writing the number sequence, Aaron smiled and handed the autograph paper back to Shamim, saying, "Nice to meet you," before turning around and leaving the hotel. "What is with those numbers?" Aaron asked Nova after he left the hotel. Nova replied playfully, "It's a gift from me to her if she can decode it. It also makes your sightings quite unique." "Then she won't be able to decode it in her lifetime," Aaron said, smiling at the thought of Shamim trying to decode something created by Nova using a quantum computer. "No, I made it specially for her. She can decode it if she uses her virtual assistant and her engineering skills well," Nova replied to Aaron, indicating that she had created it specifically for Shamim to solve using her knowledge and expertise as an engineer. "She is an engineer?" Aaron asked, surprised that someone with such a profession was working as a hotel receptionist. "A very underappreciated one at that, unfortunately," Nova replied back, feeling sympathy for Shamim. Nova had taken a quick glance at Shamim's computer to know her motives, and ended up seeing engineering drawings on her personal computer, which was open under the reception table, just begging for her to hack it. "If she solves it, it will solve most of her problems," Nova said in hope that she solves the message she left to her using Aaron. Aaron exited the hotel and walked to the designated meeting spot where he and the driver had agreed to meet the previous night. Upon arriving, he saw the driver waiting outside the car, engrossed in his phone. After exchanging greetings, they both boarded the car, followed by the driver asking, "Are we going back to the hotel?" He wanted to know the destination of their journey. "No, I need to go to Oxford University," Aaron stated the destination he wanted to go to. "Okay." The driver acknowledged the destination and started the car to officially begin their journey. Hospital VIP room. Terry had just come out of the operating room after undergoing a long and arduous surgery to extract the bullet that was lodged in his chest. Despite the surgery being over, he was still unconscious due to the effects of anesthesia. Outside Terry's VIP room, there were 2 bodyguards standing guard. Their job was to prevent people from entering the room and to stop Terry from escaping. Terry had a punishment waiting for him after he recovered from the surgery, as he had tried to injure a Rothschild. Terry's attack on Rena had sealed his fate, and he had lost any chance of redemption. The Rothschild family viewed it as a significant event that required a lasting example to be made. As a result, Terry would face punishment to set an example and prevent such situations from ever happening again. The head of the family believed that a significant example needed to be made, as this was the first time such an incident had occurred in the modern history of the Rothschild family. If he wanted to kill himself, why try to do it that way? One of the bodyguards standing by the door asked the other. He considered Terry's actions to be worse than suicide and felt saddened by what was going to happen to him. He had better not wake up for a few years if he wants to keep living, the bodyguard said firmly, emphasizing the severity of Terry's situation. What do you think she said to make him try to strangle and kill her? I don't know what it is, but it must be something of great importance to him for him to risk his own life and attempt to kill Miss Rena, said one of the bodyguards, acknowledging the severity of the situation. Chapter 83: The Purge. As Aaron was en route to the esteemed Oxford University, his mobile device rang, and he answered it promptly. "Hello, Felix," Aaron greeted as he picked up the call. "Hello, Aaron. How are you doing?" Felix reciprocated. "How is Eden?" Aaron inquired. "The atmosphere here in Eden varies greatly depending on one's location. For those of us staying in a high-end hotel, the atmosphere is rather pleasant. However, during our commute from the airport to the hotel, we couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere for others seemed quite bleak." Felix conveyed his honest impressions of Eden without sugarcoating anything. Upon hearing Felix's perception of Eden, Aaron thought to himself, "Not for long, not for long," before resuming his conversation with Felix. "Okay, could you give me a summary of what's been decided so far regarding the plan?" Aaron inquired, eager to hear about the progress made since Nova mentioned that they were discussing it a few hours earlier. "That's precisely why I called you. We've arranged a meeting for next week, and we've also devised an approach to broach the topic with the dictator, with the hope that he might even assist us in our takeover." Felix updated Aaron on the latest development regarding the plan. "Congratulations on accomplishing the first step of Phase 1 of the plan. Can you provide me with more details about the strategy for approaching the dictator during the meeting?" Aaron inquired, wanting to know more information as Nova hasn't updated him about it yet. "All right, so this is what we've devised." Felix began updating Aaron on the plan, delving into more details whenever Aaron requested clarification or expressed a desire for further information. Meanwhile, the driver quietly navigated the vehicle towards their destination, feeling nothing but contentment. He knew that the man he was driving was a generous tipper, and he would also receive payment from the hotel for the transportation service, which would be included in the guest's checkout expenses. Since the guest was still checked in and availing himself of the hotel's services, such as the car he was currently riding in, the driver's earnings continued to accumulate. An hour and a half later, Aaron finally arrived at one of the many accommodation communities of Oxford University. Upon arrival, he bid farewell to his driver and proceeded to walk into the community. After finding a secluded area, he cast a concealment rune on himself. On that day, many professors missed their classes in various campuses of the university because they were found asleep in their offices. This peculiar event would later be referred to as the Great Sleep. The next day, Rena had finally managed to recollect herself and partially heal from her trauma, so she decided to immediately continue her plan of cleaning the people near her. She walked into her office, gesturing for Chloe to follow her. Chloe said nothing and followed behind her into the office. "Where is Alex?" Rena asked, not having seen him on her way to her office. "In his new office, miss," Chloe answered. "Okay," Rena replied after hearing Chloe's response. She then walked to her chair and began tapping on her computer. She printed out a piece of paper with names on it. "Replace all of these people from this list with these," Rena said as she handed Chloe two pieces of paper, one with names of people to be removed and the other with names of people who would replace them. Upon observing the sheer quantity of individuals who were set to be eliminated from her team, Chloe inquired incredulously, "All of these?" The number was so substantial that it could not be classified as a typical downsizing. It appeared to be more akin to an act of genocide. The cuts were far-reaching, encompassing a broad range of personnel from the chefs, cleaners, and repairmen to even the security team. Virtually every category of worker employed in the household was affected. Without hesitation in her voice, Rena replied, "Yes, all of them." Rena instructed, "If anyone asks, simply state that I'm still seething with anger over the incident and needed an outlet to vent my frustration." She used the excuse of being choked during the cleaning process as a cover for the elimination of spies who had been reporting to various members of the household. Rena was not concerned about anyone connecting the dots, as she had studied the data provided by Ava. She knew that each spy reported to a different family member, and most of them were unaware of the other spy's existence. Therefore, if anyone questioned the sudden disappearance of a spy, they would assume that their own spy had simply been caught in the crossfire of Rena's outburst and nothing more. "Also tell Alex to always be within the vicinity of the office whenever I'm working," she instructed Chloe, who was on her way outside to accomplish the task she had given her. "Understood, miss." Chloe acknowledged the order before opening the door and making her way to Alex's office to relay the new instructions. She would follow this up by terminating some employees, just a routine Tuesday for her. After seeing that Chloe had left and she was left alone in the office, Ava greeted her, "Welcome back, Rena." "Thank you, Ava." Rena thanked Ava's welcome. "How are you feeling?" she asked, wanting to know where her mind is in the healing steps. "Although I'm not fully over it, I'm fine enough that I expect it to pass by the end of the month," Rena answered to her truthfully, saying everything that she felt, without trying to sugarcoat anything, as she fully trusted her. "If that's what you are feeling, then you can continue without any problem," Ava said, making her release a sigh of relief as her reply had reassured her that she was really healing and not just lying to herself. "Yeah, I know. I have already sent Chloe to solve the issue of purging the spies. All we have to do is wait until next week, where every spy would be replaced, and we can officially say that the purge has been completed, which we can then follow by starting to use our leverage to return to our position and maybe go even higher." "Congrats," Ava explained, acknowledging that Rena had finally taken a significant step forward in her plan, despite facing setbacks right from the start. "Thanks." "By the way, did your mother send you the Morgan's plans?" Rena asked, grateful for Ava's congratulations. She was curious to know if they had received the plans, and if so, she wanted to take a look at them. "No, she hasn't sent them yet," Ava replied, delivering the disappointing news. "The last time I inquired about it, she mentioned that the plans were at 95% completion and would take another month to finalize, as the Morgans were still fine-tuning them." "Don't worry about it, Ava. We still haven't even finished the second part of our plan. Rena reassured her, sensing the disappointment in Ava's voice. Afterward, they engaged in casual conversation about their plans and discussed their next steps, as Rena found herself with nothing to do at the moment. Aaron, who had completed extracting brain data from the professors at Oxford University, was en route to Imperial College London to repeat the same process of downloading brain data. In the following 2 weeks, Aaron had plans to visit several locations to complete his collection of brain data from the United Kingdom. His itinerary included Rolls-Royce facility in Derby, University College London, UCL, the University of Edinburgh, several aerospace and aviation facilities, biotechnology and life sciences institutions, and space and satellite technology centers, among many others. Chapter 84 Meeting with Adolf, the Dictator. A week later, Monday. Felix and his team rose earlier than their typical routine, commencing their preparations for the meeting that was scheduled for the afternoon. In order to be perceived as sincere, Felix and his team had to arrive at the presidential palace at least an hour prior to the scheduled meeting time. This, coupled with the fact that the palace was quite a distance away from their hotel, meant that they had to leave early. "Since everyone is present, let's proceed," Felix announced upon citing the final person who would be accompanying them. Subsequently, they departed from the hotel to where the car was waiting to transport them to the palace. Throughout the journey, they rehearsed their bullet points for the 457th time, striving to ensure that nothing went even slightly amiss. After a 3-hour car ride, they finally arrived at the gate of the presidential palace, where they were stopped. Their cars came to a halt as heavily armed guards approached. After the stop, the armed guards commenced a search of the car. The team was then instructed to open the boot, and a dog was brought in to conduct a scent inspection. The security measures were exceedingly meticulous. The team was subjected to a bomb search, and their phones and other electronic devices were confiscated. Upon completion of the search, they were eventually granted permission to pass through the gate. However, their driver was replaced with a guard who would take them from that point onwards. They were guided through a labyrinth of corridors and grandiose rooms until they finally arrived at the dictator's private chambers. The dictator, Adolf, was seated at his desk, accompanied by his advisors. As Felix and his team entered the heavily decorated room, he looked up and gazed at them, attempting to act as if he didn't remember them. Nonetheless, Felix strode forward confidently, his 4 team members standing steadfastly behind him like a sturdy wall of muscle and fortitude. When Felix noticed the dictator struggling to recall where he had placed them, he realized that the leader was purposely trying to assert dominance over them. If the dictator truly had forgotten about their scheduled meeting, they would not have been granted permission to enter the palace. He was certain that the dictator had conducted a thorough background check on them prior to the arranged meeting. Nevertheless, Felix proceeded to play along with the dictator's facade and introduced himself and his associates, explaining where they had initially made contact with the leader and how they had arranged the meeting. "Aha! So you're the individual who has been attempting to arrange a meeting with me since the commencement of the party," exclaimed Adolf, elevating his tone to give the impression that he had just realized who they were. "Yes, Your Excellency," Felix replied confidently, bowing slightly. "We are honored and grateful for the opportunity to meet with you today. Thank you for taking the time to see us," he added with a forced smile, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with the dictator's poor acting skills. He wondered silently to himself whether the dictator's assistants were hesitant to inform him about his subpar acting abilities. "Very well, let's get to the matter at hand," I have several other crucial meetings to attend to," declared the dictator, underscoring the significance of his time and conveying his disinterest in the current meeting. "Certainly, Your Excellency, before we commence, please allow us to express our gratitude for your agreement to meet with us," spoke Felix in a respectful tone, gesturing towards one of his team members to hand over the briefcase. The briefcase was the sole item they were permitted to bring into the office, having undergone a search to confirm that no hazardous materials were present. Upon noticing the briefcase, Adolf motioned to one of his aides with a nod, indicating for them to retrieve the briefcase and reveal its contents. The aide obeyed and retrieved the briefcase from Felix's hand, placing it on the table before opening it while ensuring it was facing towards the dictator. Adolf exhaled heavily as he laid eyes on the freedom units filling the briefcase. Despite being taken aback by the substantial amount of money before him, Adolf attempted to maintain his composure and act unaffected by the sight of the funds. "Proceed," he instructed, struggling to divert his gaze from the briefcase. "Of course. We require your assistance and approval for a matter," stated Felix, conveying a sense of dependence on the dictator's help as if nothing could proceed without it. "Very well, let me explain," responded Felix, sensing that the dictator's ego had been inflated. The dictator raised his hand, gesturing for Felix to proceed and state the purpose of the meeting. "We are interested in purchasing the telecommunication companies in Eden," stated Felix succinctly. "What benefits would I gain from assisting you with this endeavor?" questioned Adolf, seeking to understand what he stood to gain from the proposal. "We are prepared to pay you 50% of the amount equivalent to that in the briefcase each time we successfully acquire a company," reiterated Felix, emphasizing the generous financial compensation that would accompany the dictator's assistance. "Sure, that sounds good, but why should I allow you to buy them?" Adolf asked, feigning indifference to the amount of money he would be gaining and trying to extract even more from them. "After we buy and merge the companies, we plan to upgrade them with the latest technologies. This will allow us to increase prices, resulting in a larger income for us and a larger tax revenue for you," Felix explained, emphasizing the benefits for both parties. Adolf still tried to appear unimpressed by their proposal. When Felix noticed this, he decided to give the dictator another reason to consider their offer. "Consolidating the telecommunications companies under our ownership would result in all data coming in and out of the country passing through our network. This would give us the ability to monitor and analyze what your citizens are thinking, which would allow you to better manage and govern the country," Felix explained. When he heard the last point, he immediately opened his mouth to agree to their offer as it had everything he needed: money, control, and more without having to spend any of the country's money, which he considered his. They were even paying him. But just as he was about to express his agreement, he was interrupted by one of his aides. "What is it?" he asked, seeming quite annoyed by the interruption. The aide moved closer to him and whispered in his ear, reporting what he needed to say. When Adolf heard what his aide was saying, his eyes lit up with excitement at the beauty of the idea. "I agree to your proposal," Adolf, the dictator, finally said, much to Felix's relief. However, his relief was short-lived as the dictator continued with a condition. "But I have one condition. I will receive 50% of the profits from the merged company. Is that agreeable to you?" Felix found himself at a loss for words and could only manage to utter, "Your Excellency." When Adolf saw the expression on Felix's face, he decided to further elaborate. "I will be receiving half of your profits, and in return, I will be providing you with protection from any problems that may arise during your stay. Do you now see the need for me to receive half of my share?" Felix quickly regained his composure after being taken aback by Adolph's greed. He replied, "Before we can agree to that, we need to consult with our company's leadership to see if they can agree to the last condition." He was trying to stall for time so that he and his team could report the latest condition to Aaron. Adolph nodded and got up from his chair, speaking in a stern tone. "Very well," he said. "Make sure you give me your decision by the end of the week, or I will consider the deal to be canceled." Felix smiled in response and replied, "We will get back to you within the week with our decision, Your Excellency." Following that, they were escorted out of the presidential palace by the same security guards who had accompanied them upon their arrival. After reaching the entrance gate, they were picked up by their car with a security member as the driver. They were then given back their electronic devices and other belongings that had been collected from them earlier. After that, the security driver returned their car to their regular driver. They then left the palace vicinity and headed back to the hotel to rest and report back to Aaron about the dictator's last condition. In the office of the dictator. "Did my last condition seem excessive?" Adolph asked the aide who had given him the idea. The aide responded without revealing that it was his idea, as Adolph liked to see himself as a wise man. "No, Your Excellency, your demand was quite reasonable given the protection you will provide them. It is their failure to realize your generosity for not asking for more of what you deserve. I hope they come to understand it soon," he flattered him, knowing that he enjoyed being praised. "Yeah, they are the ones who don't know," Adolph replied to his aide while stroking the dollars in the still open briefcase and salivating at them. Chapter 85 Raising from the Ashes PT-01. On the same Monday, after spending the majority of the week on the road, Aaron had successfully gathered all the necessary brain data from individuals on his list located in the United Kingdom. His exhaustive efforts have finally come to fruition. Subsequently, Aaron proceeded to the Icon Hotel where he had only stayed for about 4 hours, but only used their rental car services to check out before heading to the airport for his next destination. Upon departing from the presidential suite at the Icon Hotel, Aaron generously rewarded his driver with a tip of $20,000 for chauffeuring him across the entire country throughout the week. Afterwards, he boarded the private jet that was waiting for him to travel from London to Paris, and then utilized a combination of trains and car rentals to travel to the location of CERN. This was necessary as many of the individuals on his list were located there, and he needed to collect their brain data. However, Aaron didn't just head straight to CERN, as Nova had arranged his journey to ensure that he had collected brain data from individuals throughout the entirety of France before arriving at his final destination. On the same Monday, Rena Rothschild's mansion. By Friday, Chloe had successfully terminated and replaced all the members on the list, resulting in significant commotion within the private network. Today, on Monday, Rena finally decided to embark on her journey back to the top. In her office, Rena could be seen sitting in front of her computer having a discussion with Ava about the steps they would need to take for her to regain power. "Now that we have successfully completed the purge, let us begin our return," said Rena. "Yes, Rena." Rena reached for her phone to contact a member of the company's board, but in reality, these individuals were all relatives with ties to the Rothschild family. So, it could be said that she was actually making a call to a family member. "Hello?" came the voice from the other end of the line after picking up the phone. Hello, Hebel. Rena greeted the family member on the other end of the line with a hint of exhaustion in her voice, as if she had been through a lot. Why did you call? Hebel asked from the other end, showing his curiosity about the reason for Rena's call. Hebel had a feeling that Rena might be getting desperate and calling for help to return to her position within the family. This boosted his ego, as he was a member of the family who couldn't compete for the head position. Therefore, having a family member who could compete for the head position beg him for help in desperation would be quite fulfilling. Are you available at the moment? Rena asked in a voice that conveyed a sense of desperation, suggesting that she had been pushed to her limits. Although I'm busy, I can spare about 15 minutes for you, Hebel replied, feeling a sense of ecstasy for having the upper hand in the conversation. Can I come and see you for a talk? I have something important to ask you. Sure, I'll be waiting for you at my mansion. Hebel agreed to the meeting, feeling a sense of satisfaction from Rena's apparent desperation. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes, Rena replied, but her voice suddenly changed halfway through the sentence, forcing Ava to quickly take over and use a voice modulator to ensure that Hebel didn't realize that the entire situation was just an act on her part. Despite having fun with the situation, Rena wanted to maintain the illusion of desperation and keep up the act to achieve her desired outcome. I'll be waiting for you then, Hebel said before ending the call, wanting to assert his dominance in the situation. Rena on the other side was laughing her ass off after recalling the excitement and sense of superiority in Hebel's voice on the other end of the line. Rena, you almost blew up your act, Ava scolded her jokingly, as she too was enjoying the act they had put on for Hebel. As a wise man once said, if you have to do something, you might as well have fun doing it. Sun Tzu. Anyway, let's go. We have a meeting to attend, Rena said as she grabbed her phone and tablet, preparing to leave her office. Alex and Chloe follow me. We have a meeting with someone in 10 minutes, Rena instructed as she walked past Chloe's desk, leading the way while the others followed closely behind. Where are we going, miss? Chloe asked as she walked alongside Rena, heading outside the mansion. We're going to Hebel's residence, Rena said as she climbed into the car that Alex had brought around for them. Once they were all in the car, they began to make their way to Hebel's mansion, which was located inside their expansive compound. The family compound was so vast that they had paved roads connecting the various mansions, making it easier for vehicles to move around. Due to the large size of the family compound, each member had their own mansion. However, since it was not feasible to build all the mansions in the same location, they were constructed far apart from each other. This necessitated the use of cars to travel from one mansion to another within the compound. As they rode in the car, Chloe couldn't help but express her concern to Rena. Miss, why are we going to his house? You know he'll just belittle you if you ask for his help, she said in a worried tone. Meanwhile, Alex remained focused on driving. You don't have to worry about that, Chloe. I have something that will make him humble, Rena reassured her in a confident tone, as Alex continued driving without saying a word. Okay, Chloe replied, trusting Rena's judgment and not pressing for further details. The journey continued in silence for a few more minutes until they arrived at the porte cochere of Hebel's mansion. The car came to a stop and they got out, where they were greeted by a servant who immediately led them to Hebel's office. After navigating through the ostentatiously decorated mansion that gave off a sense of insecurity, they finally reached Hebel's office. The maid knocked on the door to announce their arrival. Enter, Hebel said in response to the maid's knock. You can go in now, the maid said, opening the door for Rena and her secretary to enter. Rena entered the room, followed by Chloe, but she stopped her and said, I will be having a private meeting with him. You wait for me here. Rena looked at both Chloe and Alex as she spoke. Upon hearing Rena's statement, Hebel's assumption was confirmed, and he became even more convinced that she was there to plead for his assistance, which only inflated his ego further. After instructing Chloe and Alex to wait outside, Rena entered Hebel's office and closed the door behind her before taking a seat. After Rena took a seat, Hebel remained focused on his computer screen, giving no indication that he considered Rena's presence to be more important than his current task. Rena remained silent, allowing Hebel to continue feeding his own ego. She knew that the higher he rose, the harder he would fall. After carrying on with his act of working for over 15 minutes and observing that Rena had remained silent throughout, Hebel finally decided to acknowledge her presence, feeling that he had fulfilled his desire for asserting dominance. So, he stood up from his desk and walked over to sit in front of Rena, finally ready to hear her reason for coming to him. Rena stared directly into Hebel's eyes and remarked, You appear to have grown quite arrogant, making me wait for 15 minutes before attending to me. To Hebel, Rena's words seemed to be her final attempt at regaining her lost confidence. What can I say? I have something to do unlike you. So, I can't just be available all the time, Hebel said, while crossing his legs and showing that he was feeling quite comfortable, and her words did nothing to him. Okay, go ahead and tell me, what can I help you with? He said, after seeing Rena remain silent in response to his retort. I want you to give me your allegiance instead of my brother. Rena immediately stated her purpose for coming. Ha 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 ha. When Hebel heard what she said, he started laughing at the absurdity of what the bitch said. Are you serious? Being choked by Terry seems to have broken a blood vessel in your brain. And on top of that, the reports of you firing nearly all of your employees in a fit of rage. Are you sure you're okay? Hebel said mockingly while still laughing. Rena said nothing and just remained calm during the entirety of the ordeal. When Hebel saw that Rena remained quiet and serious throughout his entire mocking barrage, he finally decided to ask. Why should I do that? For you, a bird who lost her wings, of all people, why? Hebel asked in a degrading manner. Chapter 86, Raising from the Ashes, PT-02. A bird who lost her wings? Rena repeated Hebel's statement in a questioning tone, as if she wasn't quite sure what Hebel meant despite knowing what he meant. What else should I call you? He jeered. A jobless bum? A has-been? A washed-up failure? Hebel continued to list off insults to berate Rena, relishing the opportunity to finally express his true feelings towards her, and taking pleasure in doing it. Despite Hebel's continued verbal assault, Rena simply picked up the tablet she had brought and opened it, paying no heed to his insults. Afterward, she opened a picture on the tablet and slid it towards Hebel, who was still in the midst of his verbal onslaught. The sudden movement caught his attention, causing him to pause and take a look at what was on the screen. As Hebel picked up the tablet, his eyes widened in shock as he saw the image displayed on the screen. In an instant, all the pleasure and satisfaction he had been feeling just moments before vanished, replaced by a sudden sense of fear and unease. As Hebel progressed through the pictures, his apprehension grew with each passing moment. Each subsequent image revealed something that he knew to be true, something that he had kept hidden and did not want anyone else to know about. With each slide, Hebel's fear and anxiety deepened, reaching a point where he could no longer handle it. He removed his leg from on top of the other, an indication of his discomfort and distress. Hebel POV. I have been doing exceptionally well for a while now, but this particular moment surpasses all of my previous successes combined, thought Hebel as he continued to verbally berate Rena. Look at this bitch's desperateness. I'm berating her, and she just takes it like a beaten dog with its tail between its legs. I can't wait to see the look on her face when I tell her I won't be helping her after all her desperate pleading. It's really satisfying to watch her suffer like this. Hebel's mind was consumed with a feeling of superiority as he observed Rena's apparent desperation and her lack of response to his insults. But based on what I know about her, she's not the kind of person who would take my insults quietly. It's clear that she's that desperate. Wait, why is she picking up her tablet? Hebel's thoughts immediately turned to Rena's actions as she picked up the tablet she had brought with her into his office. Anyway, it's not important enough to make me stop berating her, as I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Hebel couldn't help but wonder, why is she sliding the tablet to me? Is there something she wants me to see? His curiosity got the best of him, causing him to momentarily pause his verbal assault and reach for the tablet to see what Rena had in store for him. Fuck, Hebel cursed inwardly as soon as he saw the first picture on the tablet. I'm fucked, Hebel thought to himself as he glanced at the second picture. We are fucked, Hebel thought to himself as he laid his eyes on the third picture. Everyone is fucked, thought Hebel as he saw the fourth picture on the tablet. Who would have thought that Hebel and a few Rothschilds are cucks? Rena said in an amused tone, completely different from the desperate tone she had on the phone earlier. Where did you get them? Hebel asked. His hands were trembling with fear. You don't have to worry about that. Let's hear you mock me a little more, Rena said mockingly to Hebel, who had just been mocking her a few seconds earlier. This is fake. This can't be real. You must have fabricated this to trick me, didn't you? Hebel shouted and asked in denial, desperately searching for any reasonable explanation to the images he saw on the tablet. Upon hearing Hebel's weak attempt to deny the truth, Rena simply replied, Keep swiping on the tablet, and you'll see for yourself whether it's real or not. Upon hearing Rena's confident words, Hebel's fear intensified, but he reluctantly followed her instructions and continued swiping through the pictures on the tablet. As he continued swiping through the tablet, Hebel's fear grew with each passing image until he came across a video that he remembered recording. You like that big dick, huh? Asked the man in the video while he was fucking Hebel's wife. Yes, I like it, said Hebel's wife in a voice filled with ecstasy and orgasmic afterglow. Tell it to your husband, said the man in the video, while grabbing Hebel's wife by the throat from the front like a hook and pulling it up, causing her to arch her back and look at the camera or specifically the man behind it. Then she said, I like his big D***K, while maintaining eye contact throughout the moment, following which Hebel's wife fell back down and began shaking from having another orgasm. Hebel, who was watching the video, couldn't handle it anymore and quickly swiped to the next one on the tablet. Hebel quickly slid past several more videos of his wife with other men, not wanting to dwell on the videos. He continued to do so until he came across one that made his heart sink. It was a cuckold orgy involving few members of the Rothschild family and their partners, including their bulls. Their wives were being lifted and ked by other men, while they, the husbands, were sitting on chairs across the room, recording and stroking themselves as they seemed to be quite aroused by the scene unfolding in front of them. There were no more videos on the tablet, but Rena had additional ones that she chose not to reveal. "What do you want?" Hebel asked, realizing that he couldn't use his excuse of it being fabricated anymore in front of such irrefutable evidence. "I already told you what I want when you first asked, so I won't repeat it again," Rena said, looking at Hebel with a smile on her face. "Okay, you have my allegiance. Is that the end?" Hebel said with a tone of reluctance and unwillingness to comply. "Not like that. Say it with sincerity in your voice, as if you are begging me for it. And do it while you're on your knees," Rena instructed, shifting her sitting position to a more relaxed one and crossing one leg over the other to assert her dominance. When Hebel heard the words, he almost chose the option to commit suicide rather than obeying Rena's command. However, Rena added to her statement shortly after, seeing his expression. "When the family head finds out that you're risking tarnishing the Rothschild gene by having your wives fucked by men who are not approved by the family, what do you think he'll do? Personally, I don't care about what you do behind closed doors, but I believe the family head will kill your wives and make an example out of you all," Rena threatened in a stern tone. When Hebel heard this, he finally broke down and went down on his knees, crawling towards Rena. He loved his wife deeply and knew that the family head, despite being inactive for a few years, would return and take drastic measures to punish him, his wife, and the others. The thought of his wife being brutally killed in front of him to set an example for their actions terrified him. "I swear on my wife's life that I will give my allegiance to you and never betray you for as long as you keep my secret," Hebel said, putting his head on the floor and speaking in a groveling voice that showed complete submissiveness. He had accepted his defeat and knew that there was no way out of the situation. "Now, that is how you swear your allegiance," Rena said as she placed her foot on Hebel's head while he remained bowed, awaiting her command to lift his head. "When is the next board meeting?" Rena asked, despite already knowing the answer as Ava had informed her about it after intercepting the news from the private network. She continued to move her leg, squishing Hebel's head beneath her foot. "There will be a board meeting next month to approve one of your brother's proposals," Hebel said, his head remaining on the ground while being stepped on by Rena. "Good. Who else was involved in the cuckold orgy and other similar activities?" Rena asked, testing Hebel's loyalty and submissiveness to her. "It was Yoel, Yoram, Uriah." Hebel started listing the names of people in the last video he watched. He knew that Rena already knew who they were from just the video footage. After he mentioned them, he started listing other names of people who had attended other orgies that they had arranged. He didn't want to be the only one who was being threatened. "Looks like you have really accepted your fate," Rena said, realizing that he had mentioned all the people she knew about and had evidence that they were involved in the orgies. While she knew all of them, she had only shown Hebel one video to test his submissiveness in this specific moment. When Hebel heard her say that, he let out a sigh of relief for having mentioned all of them. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble for not mentioning them. Chapter 87: Contemplation and a Talk with Felix. The realization made Hebel even more fearful of Rena than he already was. It meant that Rena likely had even more evidence against him than what she had already shown, and based on his actions, cuckoldry might be the least of his problems if his assumption was true. "I shouldn't attempt to go against her unless I am confident that I can escape unharmed," Hebel realized. However, to him, this seemed like an impossible task since Rena could have a backup plan in which, if he failed to stop its release, it would send all of the information to anyone she deemed powerful enough to use it against him as leverage, or even the family head for worse. Hebel's assumption was correct, but he was wrong about where the backup data was stored. Once Ava finished decrypting the data, she immediately sent it to her mother. She had finally found a way to send a large amount of data without raising suspicion by initiating it on the day when the private network was due for an update. This ensured that no one would be suspicious of the increased electrical usage and other observable parameters out of her control, as they would assume that the network was just using the resources to upgrade itself. Nova received the data and analyzed Rena and Ava's plan, making some improvements by using her computing power to optimize the plan for each individual based on their personality profile created from the analyzed data. This ensured that if Rena used the plan, every member she targeted would be threatened in the most effective way possible, using their fears just enough to make them swear their allegiance to her, and not choose to go down together. Rena followed Nova's advice and used the threat of cuckoldry to intimidate Hebel, as Nova had determined that it would be the most effective tactic for him. Nova's analysis showed that this threat would cause Hebel to fear the unknown and unspecified damaging evidence that Rena possessed but had not revealed yet, and would be more likely to maintain his loyalty without her having to reveal any further evidence. Wait for additional instructions regarding the upcoming board meeting, Rena informed Hebel before getting up and heading towards the door to exit the office. Of course, I will wait for your instructions, miss, Hebel responded respectfully, raising his head, which had remained bowed since he pledged his allegiance to her. Rena smiled upon hearing his response, but she didn't turn back to show it to him. Instead, she continued walking towards the door, opened it, and left without glancing back at Hebel even once. Let's leave, we're finished here, Rena said to Chloe and Alex, who were waiting for her outside the office. Yes, miss, Chloe replied obediently, and started walking behind her. Alex also followed them silently, without saying a word. After getting into the car, Alex began driving them back to Rena's mansion. Did the meeting go well? Chloe inquired about the meeting's success upon noticing Rena's neutral expression, which usually signaled deep contemplation about something. It went extremely well, to say the least, Rena answered without giving any further explanation, prompting Chloe to refrain from asking any further questions and allowing Rena to continue her thoughts. Rena's POV. I can't believe it worked, holy shit, Rena thought to herself, but she maintained her calm exterior in front of Chloe, but on the inside, she was freaking the shit out of herself. The reason being that despite having Nova's plan since last week, she didn't use it during her talk with Terry that almost resulted in her neck being broken. Instead, she had used the plan she came up with Ava. But during today's meeting, she had followed Nova's plan precisely, except for a few of her improvisations. Rena's anxiety stemmed not from the success of Nova's plan or the fact that it was a plan created by an AI, but rather from the realization that Aaron was the one who had developed the AI with such advanced capabilities. The way she saw it now, Aaron was an otherworldly being who should not be trifled with. This realization resulted in Rena making a solemn oath to never betray him under any circumstances. This didn't imply that she had planned to betray him before, but rather it heightened her sense of loyalty to him far beyond that of her own family. In fact, she was now prepared to betray her family before even considering betraying Aaron. What plans does he have to gain by helping me with all of these resources? Rena was questioning the motives behind Aaron's immense support for her. She couldn't help but wonder what he had in mind, as the resources he was providing her with must have been significant. Rena speculated that Aaron had to be gaining something equally, or even more valuable than what he was investing in her. She began to think about what she or her family possessed that would justify the enormous resources he was investing, especially given that he had a powerful AI at his disposal. She concluded that the reason behind Aaron's massive investment in her and her family could only be their political power and connections. However, she hesitated to consider money as a factor because she suspected that Aaron, or someone on his behalf, was responsible for the person causing chaos in the stock market through anonymous financial firms, earning huge returns for several months. This left only their political power and connections as the possible reasons for Aaron's investment. Coming to that conclusion didn't solve the mystery, but instead raised more questions. What was Aaron planning that required their extensive political power or connections? The focus was on the extensive part, as if he needed only a small political connection, he could have gone to smaller families that had them, instead of investing his resources in her. Rena's mind was flooded with questions, and she couldn't stop wondering what Aaron's true intentions were. Why did he need their extensive political power and connections in such a short period of time? If he had enough time, he could have formed his own powerful connections and established a more concentrated political power. His AI was capable of predicting election results and even destroying competitors by releasing reputation-breaking scandals. Rena's thoughts were spiraling as she pondered the purpose of Aaron's investment in her. For every question she answered, more questions arose, and this cycle continued throughout the journey. Her view of Aaron was gradually rising to the point where it was becoming absurd. "Miss, we have arrived," Chloe interrupted Rena's thought frenzy, informing her that they had arrived at their mansion. "Thanks," said Rena as she got out of the car and entered her mansion. She went straight to her bedroom to rest, calm down, and maybe even rub one, as the overwhelming thoughts and emotions she was experiencing could cause her brain to shut down from excitement and happiness if not properly vented. France. As Aaron was heading towards École Normale Supérieure University, as he had some brain data from there, he received a phone call from Felix. "Hello," he greeted upon answering the call. "How are you doing?" asked Felix upon hearing Aaron's voice. "I'm doing good. How about you guys?" Aaron asked in response. "We are doing very well," Felix replied. "How did the meeting go?" Aaron finally asked the question he had been curious about. Nova could have informed him about it, but she had left him to focus on driving, knowing that Felix would update him. "Well, the meeting could be considered to have gone well," replied Felix. "Why do I hear a tone that suggests an if is coming?" Aaron asked after noticing a hint of uncertainty in Felix's response. "You're not wrong about that. Here's what happened." Felix began recounting everything that had occurred, from their first encounter with the dictator to their departure from the presidential palace. "What are your thoughts on the proposal?" Aaron asked Felix after hearing the entire story. "I think Adolf is being greedy. After seeing that we are capable of dropping millions just due to him agreeing to the meeting, he probably thinks that we are desperate and will agree to his needs without any opposition," Felix explained, sharing his understanding of dictators' thinking. Aaron asked, "Do you think he will actually cancel the agreement if we refuse his terms?" "Yes, from the data you sent us, it stated he has a very big ego. Us trying to counteroffer might appear as if we are belittling his help and might result in catastrophic consequences," explained Felix. "Okay, give me 10 minutes to think about it before I return to you with my decision," Aaron said. "Sure," Felix acknowledged and ended the call. The moment the call ended, Aaron immediately pulled over to the side of the road and parked the rental car. Following that, he retrieved the virtual headgear and moved to the back seat. He put it on and logged in to the virtual world, where he would have 50 minutes to consider his decision, compared to the limited 10 minutes he had in the real world. Chapter 88: Making a Decision and Arya Receiving the News. Inside the simulated universe, Aaron quickly turned to Nova and asked for her opinion on how to handle the dictator's demand, saying, "What do you suggest?" "I don't see any difference in agreeing to the condition or not doing so," Nova said nonchalantly, as she materialized chairs and a table for them to sit on during the remainder of their conversation. "What do you mean?" Aaron asked curiously, as he sat on one of the chairs that Nova had materialized for them. "How long do you think it will take to buy and combine the companies into a unified operation?" Nova asked, as she conjured a teapot and cups, poured tea into them, and pushed one towards Aaron to drink. "About 3 months at the earliest," Aaron answered after taking a sip of the delicious tea. Nova took a sip of the tea before asking, after the completion of the company acquisitions, "How long do you think it will take for the revolution to be complete?" Aaron quickly responded, "The earliest would be 6 months, and the latest would be 9 months. As he searched for any connection between Nova's question and her opinion that the dictator's demand didn't matter. "Uh-huh," Aaron explained, finally realizing where Nova was leading him with her cryptic questioning instead of just answering him. "You seem to have finally grasped the point I was trying to make," Nova said to Aaron with a content smile on her face, feeling proud of her master. A weird thing nonetheless. Aaron finished his tea and promptly logged off, only to realize that merely a minute had passed in the physical world. Leaving behind a blushing Nova, looking at Aaron's empty cup, Aaron quickly made a call to Felix to inform him of his decision. "Hello," Felix answered immediately, indicating that he had been waiting for Aaron's call. "Agree to his condition," Aaron said straightforwardly, without any beating around the bush. "Yes," said Felix in a surprise. "Yes, but under the condition that the payments are done annually in company time, meaning that the annual payments will start counting from the official start of the company's operations after consolidation is complete." He stooped to take a breath. Then he continued, "If they ask why, tell them it will take that long for the company to finally start making stable profits." "Okay, I will wait a few days before informing them of your decision," Felix said. He didn't ask any further questions as he was sure that Aaron, who had even investigated the dictator's personality, had a plan for this too. "Sure, see you." Aaron said goodbye to Felix and ended the call after receiving his acknowledgement. Following that, he immediately started the car and drove towards the university to collect his brain data. As soon as Felix ended the call with Aaron, he turned to his team members and informed them of Aaron's decision to agree to the dictator's demand. However, there was a condition attached to it. The payments would be made annually, and the counting would start after the company completed consolidation. The reason given was that this would be the optimal time for the company to start generating stable profits. Upon hearing Aaron's decision, they were surprised that he had agreed to such an absurd condition. However, they understood that they had to follow orders. "Okay, let's dismiss for now and reconvene for a meeting tomorrow," Felix instructed his team members, signaling the end of the discussion. The members left the meeting room and went about their own ways, heading back to their respective hotel facilities to rest. After everyone had left, Felix finally stood up and retired to his room to rest. He was feeling exhausted and stressed from the meeting, and sleep was the only thing on his mind. Tuesday. Rena woke up early this morning, as she had gone to bed earlier than usual the previous night. After cleaning herself, she went to her workroom to begin the second day of her raising from the ashes. "Welcome, Rena," greeted Ava as Rena entered her workroom and sat down in front of her computer. "Thanks, Ava," Rena replied gratefully. "Will you start right away, or will you wait for a bit before you begin?" Ava asked, curious about Rena's plans for the day. "Yes, I will start immediately. We still have around 15 board members left that we need to threaten and gain their allegiance," Rena replied as she picked up the same tablet she had used the day before. She didn't have to upload anything onto it as Ava handled all the data transfer of important threat materials. Following which she left her office at once. After seeing Rena leave her office with the same tablet as yesterday, Chloe knew not to wait for any further orders and followed behind her, together with Alex. "This time, where are we headed?" Chloe asked, making sure that Alex knew the destination so he could drive them there. "We are going to several places. First to Yoel's, then to Yoram's, and after that to Uriah's. I will let you know the next ones as we go," Rena instructed Alex on where to drive. After hearing the destinations, Alex didn't hesitate and immediately started driving Rena to the first location, Yoel's. Today Rena had planned on first receiving the Cuckold Orgy team's pledges of allegiance before moving to other board members. She needs to complete the task of receiving all the board members' allegiance by the end of next week if she wants to have enough time to go over her instructions about what to do at the board meeting. While Rena was on her way to receive Yoel's allegiances. Nestled deep within the sprawling Rothschild compound, there stood a magnificent mansion that caught the attention of anyone who passed by. It was the envy of all who laid eyes on it, a true marvel of architecture and design. The mansion was the second largest within the estate, overshadowed only by the infamous family head's personal residence. Its grandeur and opulence were unrivaled, a testament to the wealth and power of the Rothschild family. The exterior was adorned with intricate carvings and decorative accents, while the interior boasted luxurious furnishings, priceless artwork, and state-of-the-art amenities. The mansion's lush gardens and expansive grounds added to its allure, providing a tranquil oasis within the bustling compound. It was Aria's mansion, the next family head's mansion. Inside Aria Rothschild's, Rena's brother mansion. "Sir, it seems that your sister is trying to make a comeback to power," Charlotte, Aria's secretary, reported to him. "What is she doing now?" Aria asked Charlotte, wanting more details about Rena's actions. "Yesterday she went to Hebel and seemed to have begged him for his support." Charlotte gave Aria more details. "Did he agree to support her?" Aria asked, intrigued by the outcome of his sister's begging. "Unfortunately, the bug we planted had run out of battery during the conversation as he was berating her, but according to our spy's report, he had denied her request shortly after the berating. She seemed to be trying to conceal her emotions as she left his mansion." "Okay, that's good. But why am I hearing about this just now, when it happened yesterday?" Hebel asked, curious about the delay in receiving news about his sister's actions. "As I had informed you last week, Rena fired nearly half of the workers in her house in a fit of anger after being choked by Terry. Among the fired people were our spies too, resulting in us receiving this news only from the side of spies in the house of Hebel," explained Charlotte about what caused the delay. "So what has my sister done?" Aria asked Charlotte for further information on Rena's actions after being denied support by Hebel. After the meeting, she simply returned home and did not visit any of the other board members' residences. Keep me updated on her. It's quite satisfying to see her struggle, even after being defeated multiple times, Arya said to Charlotte. Yes, sir. Charlotte acknowledged the order and left Arya alone to continue his work. After Charlotte left him alone in his office, Arya rubbed his chin, contemplating what his sister could possibly be planning by begging the board members for help, even though she knew they were loyal to him. Although he had suspected that maybe she had a plan when she fired the workers and was just hiding her act of cleaning the spies, but when he heard that she had gone and begged someone that she knew was extremely loyal to him, it seems that he had overestimated her, which was nothing but good news to him. Arya knew that the family head was watching everything unfolding despite his inaction throughout the ordeal of sibling wars for power. Just when I thought you couldn't go any lower, you seem to have a knack for exceeding my expectations, dear sister, Arya muttered to himself before bursting into laughter. Chapter 89 Phase 1, Part 1, complete. Thursday. Felix had made a conscious decision to postpone taking action until the deadline set by the dictator had nearly expired and only one day remained to make contact with him. Hello, Your Excellency, Felix greeted as soon as he was informed that the phone was in Adolf's possession. Did you call to inform me that you've accepted my offer? Adolf cut to the chase, not interested in small talk and wanting to make the most of his time. Yes, after discussing the matter, the headquarters decided to accept your proposal, Felix stated. Good. Then come tomorrow with a contract so we can sign it, Adolf said, his voice filled with a hint of excitement and joy. But the main headquarters has given us some conditions that need to be included in the contract for agreeing to your terms, Your Highness, Felix said, waiting for Adolf's excited voice to subside before adding his own input. What are the conditions? Go ahead and state them, Adolf said, but this time his tone held no hint of happiness at all. They've requested that the dividends be paid annually, starting from the day when the company officially begins operations after the merger, as a condition for agreeing to your terms, Felix stated, relaying the conditions as requested. Why start counting from that day? And why annually instead of quarterly? Adolf asked in a displeased tone, clearly not happy with the conditions presented. According to them, it'll take that long for the company to start generating stable income, thus making it possible for dividends to be paid, Felix explained, trying to shed light on the reasoning behind the headquarters' condition regarding dividend payments. Okay, then, the dictator replied after a brief pause, taking a moment to confer with one of his assistants, who was also listening in on the call. All right, then. I'll be sending you the contract shortly for your review, Felix replied. Send it over. I'll have my legal team review it, and we'll get in touch with you if there are any changes we need to make, Adolf said in a tone that implied he was doing them a favor. See you soon, Your Highness, Felix began to say, but the call was abruptly ended by Adolf before he could finish his farewell. Rena Rothschild's mansion. Rena had finally secured the oath of loyalty from all the members by leveraging evidence of their cuckoldry against them. This meant that Rena had gained the support of 6 out of the 16 board members that had already sworn their allegiance to her. Today, Rena was officially starting to visit the remaining board members who had not been involved in the cuckoldry bullshit, the normal ones. Miss, are you feeling okay? Chloe asked Rena as they drove towards the mansion of the 7th board member. What do you mean by that? What I meant was, are you feeling well? You have been visiting different board members for the entirety of the week, and it must be exhausting. Chloe clarified her question. Ah, I see what you mean. I'm planning something, and I need their help, hence the visit. Rena explained her reasoning without revealing any more details about her plan. She didn't reveal her plan to Chloe, not because she didn't trust her, but because she knew that the fewer people who knew, the lower the risk of it leaking would be. After Rena explained her reason for the visit, the rest of the journey continued in silence. Friday. Felix and his team of 3 arrived at the palace for the contract signing and were swiftly escorted to the dictator's office by the security team. When they arrived, they greeted Adolf and shook hands. However, this time was different. Adolf didn't immediately start talking about the main topic and instead engaged in small talk with Felix, as if he was trying to hide his excitement and anxiety about signing the contract with them. Your Excellency, is there anything else you would like to negotiate in the contract? Felix asked, redirecting the conversation back to the contract. Nothing. I'm very satisfied with the conditions, and there's nothing I want to negotiate in it, Adolf replied promptly. May we proceed with the signing, Your Excellency, if it is not an inconvenience for you? Felix asked politely, trying not to appear as if he was rushing the dictator to sign the contract. Sure, let's proceed with that. Adolf agreed to Felix's suggestion. Afterward, they immediately moved to the chairs where 2 copies of the negotiated contract were sitting on both sides for them to sign and keep 1 copy each. After sitting down, Felix discreetly reviewed the contract to ensure that there had been no tampering, without showing any sign of suspicion or distrust towards the dictator and his team, as he did not want to create any tension before the contract was signed. After ensuring that everything was in order, Felix signed the contract without delay. Aaron had given him the authority to do so, and he didn't want to waste any time in getting the deal done. After Felix finished signing the contract, he exchanged copies with the dictator, and Adolf also wrote his signature on it, officially ending the first part of Phase 1 in Aaron's plan. After they finished signing the contracts, they shook hands and each person took a copy of the contract with them. While they were shaking hands, Adolf turned to Felix and said, Since we have already signed the contract, I have decided to help expedite your acquisition of the telecommunications companies. How will you help us? Felix asked, curious to know in what way Adolf would assist them with their acquisition. Next week, I will send an invitation letter to the owners of the telecommunication companies for a private dinner. I will tell them that I have something important to discuss, and when they attend, you can present your offer to them. If they agree, great. If they don't, then I will invite them to be one of the first people to be accommodated in our soon-to-be-open gulag, Adolf said with a creepy smile on his face. After hearing what Adolf said, Felix forced himself to smile despite feeling uneasy. He replied, I would be very grateful for your help, Your Highness. It's nothing to worry about. The sooner your company begins operation, the sooner I will receive my dividends. So rather than saying I'm helping you, I'm just expediting my dividends, Adolf said before smiling. That's fine by me, Felix replied, feeling surprised at Adolf's blunt and honest statement. After the conversation, Felix and his team said their goodbyes and left the palace promptly. They knew they needed to come up with a fair and convincing price for the telecommunication companies. It was important to ensure that the owners would sell willingly, instead of being forced to sell by the dictator. If they were forced, they might agree to sell and then sabotage the company as soon as they escaped the country. The team had a lot of work to do to make sure the acquisition would go smoothly. Aaron could be seen riding a train heading to the Max Planck Institute for Human Development after successfully collecting brain data from the staff at the Max Planck Institute for Molecular Genetics. He had flown from France to Berlin after finishing the brain data collection of the people at CERN and most of France. As there were only 5 more stops until his destination, Aaron received a phone call from Felix. Alpha No 1. Oh, as soon as they exchanged greetings, Felix informed Aaron about the contract signing and the dictator's plan to help expedite the acquisition of the telecommunication companies. Aaron was slightly surprised to hear about the dictator's involvement, but was also pleased with the progress. Aaron smiled and commented, "It looks like he's eager to receive his dividends as soon as possible." "Yeah, it appears that his advisors came up with a plan after I informed them about our condition yesterday," Felix replied. "In any case, the sooner we complete the acquisition, the better off we'll be," Felix remarked. "Yes, I agree," Felix replied. "Take care," Aaron said, bidding farewell to Felix. "All right, take care," Felix replied before they hung up. Aaron then proceeded to stand up and move towards the train door, as he had arrived at his destination. After getting off the train, Aaron quickly put his phone on his ear and said, "Inform Alexander that we have completed the first part of phase 1 of the plan. We need to keep him informed, or else he may start to suspect that we are not moving fast enough to fulfill our end of the bargain." "I will inform him, sir," Nova replied, and promptly sent the ordered message to Alexander. As she was currently monitoring him from his computer's front camera without his knowledge, to ensure he didn't do anything foolish like reporting their deal to anyone. Chapter 90: The Offer. A week later, Friday. Rena had finally finished collecting the oath of loyalty from all the board members, if you don't count her brother and the board chairman, who she didn't try to make him swear his allegiance to her, as he was the family head and her father. Another reason was that no matter how she threatened him, nothing will come out of it, as he usually doesn't interfere with the competition between the family member for the next family head, as he considered it the way to weed out the weak competitors for the next family head, so nothing good will come from antagonizing him. Following the completion of turning all the board members loyal to her, he contacted each member individually and gave them instructions on what to do in the upcoming board meeting. She wasn't going for anything groundbreaking like firing her brother or something, as that would raise suspicion in her brother's mind that she had all the board members on her side due to him having heard about her visit to all of them through the spies in the board members' houses. She knew that if she used it that way, her brother would retaliate in an unexpected way. She wanted to prove herself to the family head so that it would make the family head choose her for her abilities in the company. Eden. The atmosphere at the presidential palace was abuzz with activity as a grand celebration was underway, with the attendance of numerous influential personalities from the country. The ambience was lively and dynamic, with guests mingling and interacting with each other. The air was filled with joy and excitement, as people from different walks of life came together to revel in the festivities. To enhance the festive spirit, the palace was adorned with exquisite decorations, and the staff were all dressed in their finest attire. The guests were treated to a delightful spread of gourmet cuisine and an array of beverages. The mood was set, and everyone was having a splendid time. The event was not just an occasion for merrymaking, but also an opportunity for people to network and build new relationships. The presence of several powerful individuals added an air of significance to the celebration, making it an event to remember. But despite all the festivities, there were some people who had attended but were noticeably absent from the crowd, where guests were socializing and networking to form new connections. The absence of these individuals did not go unnoticed by the attendees, especially since they were all from the same industry, telecommunication. Inside one of the meeting rooms located in the presidential palace. The room was arranged with 2 rows of seating facing each other, with a long table in the center separating them. If you knew who they were, you would realize that these individuals were the ones who were missing from the crowd. As soon as the dictator finished his welcoming speech and officially initiating the ceremony, these individuals were summoned to the meeting under the pretext of having something important to discuss with them. As they waited for the dictator to arrive and begin the discussion, one of them couldn't help but ask, "What do you think he summoned us here for?" "I'm not sure, but it's likely related to the telecommunication industry or something similar. After all, everyone who's here seems to be from that field," replied the man sitting across from the person who posed the question. Before they could continue their conversation, the door opened and Adolf walked in. They promptly stood up to show respect. Following behind him was Felix carrying a briefcase. "Have a seat. We have something to discuss," said Adolf as he took his place at the head of the table. Felix stood beside Adolf, knowing that he would soon leave so that he could take his own seat. Once he saw that the telecommunication company owners were attentive, Adolf wasted no time in beginning his speech. He didn't want to waste any time with them, as he had his eyes on a beautiful lady in attendance and planned to bed her by the end of the party. "Perhaps some of you have already guessed that I have called you here to discuss something related to the telecommunications industry," began the dictator. Eagles Nova 1. "Oh, yes, Your Excellency," they all answered in unison. "All right, that saves me a lot of time. I have brought my friend Felix here, as he has something important to discuss regarding your companies," Adolf stated, raising his hand and pointing at Felix to introduce him to the group. Felix simply raised his hand and gave a wave in acknowledgement, choosing not to add anything further as the dictator had already said what he needed to when introducing him. "I will be leaving shortly, but remember, his words are my words," Adolf said before standing up from his chair and promptly leaving the room. Felix was left behind to continue the conversation on his own. Adolf's parting words carried weight, making the company owners take Felix seriously and be willing to fulfill any orders he gave, as long as it was within their capabilities and not harmful to them. After the dictator left, Felix took a seat in the chair previously occupied by Adolf and opened his briefcase, retrieving some folders that he then distributed to the owners of the telecommunication companies. Upon receiving the folder from Felix, they immediately opened it and started reading its contents. During this time, Felix remained silent, allowing the telecommunication company owners to read through the contents of the folders. He didn't want to interrupt their reading or rush them in any way. He knew that the information he provided them with was crucial, and he wanted them to fully comprehend it before any negotiations began. "You want to buy my company?" asked one of them after finishing perusing the contents on the first folder, without bothering to continue reading the following pages. "Mine too? Mine too? Mine too?" chimed in the remaining company owners. They were quite surprised that someone was attempting to buy all of their companies, and even worse, that he was giving them the offer with the backing of the dictator. "Are you trying to strong-arm us by using the dictator as your backing and forcing us to sell at a lower price?" asked one of them with anger and frustration in his voice. The man wasn't angry that someone wanted to buy his company, as he was already planning on selling it and leaving the country, since it was no longer profitable. In order to start earning profits, he would have to upgrade the infrastructure of the entire country, which he had no plans of doing. What angered him was the man's attempt to use the dictator to force him to sell it for a low price. Before you shout at me, first finish reading the documents in your hands. The price is on the last page, which I'm quite sure none of you have opened to read, Felix replied calmly, despite them looking at him like a raging bull ready to jump at him at a moment's notice to kick the shit out of him, no matter the consequences. When they heard him mention that the price was on the last page, they immediately turned to the last page without listening to anything else Felix said, eager to see the offered price. Once they saw the price that Felix was offering, their demeanor changed, and they were more willing to listen to what he had to say, especially since they were not emotionally attached to their companies, and were about to be forced to upgrade their infrastructure to keep up with the fast-changing world of IT. The amount they were being offered was unbelievable, more than what they would have gotten from selling their companies through normal means. However, as the saying goes, greed is man's greatest enemy. They immediately composed themselves and exchanged knowing glances, realizing that if they were going to sell, they needed to exploit their situation to get the best possible deal. The amount is very small. You need to increase it by about 15%, so that we can sell it without any resentment, one of the owners said, trying to negotiate for a higher price. When Felix saw the group's expression of wanting more money, he made himself comfortable on his chair by putting one leg on top of the other before he spoke slowly and clearly. This offer includes a 10% premium based on your current valuation calculated from profits earned in the past 5 years. If you had read the contents in the folder correctly, you would have realized that we are the ones helping you out. Your telecommunication infrastructure is about to become outdated, which will force you to reinvest any money earned in the following years to upgrade it. However, that infrastructure will be outdated again within a few years, resulting in no profit for you in the upcoming decade. Furthermore, you seem to have forgotten that you will be forced to sell the company to me no matter the price I offer. Offering a 10% increase was an act of mercy for buying your companies without your consultation. But since it seems too high for you, I'm rescinding the offer and offering you only a 5% increase. Any further negotiation or haggling will result in me reducing the offer by 5% continuously until you end up paying me. So, think carefully about what you will say from now on, or you might have to prepare yourselves to become the first visitors of the soon-to-be-open Gulag. Chapter 91 The Board Meeting. They accepted our offer, and it appears that the dictator's words were the decisive factor in their swift agreement. Felix relayed the news to Aaron. Has he asked about his $20 million remuneration? Aaron inquired while he was at Professor Janusz A. Zadel's residence, where he was collecting Professor's brain data while conversing with Felix. He didn't directly state it, but he insinuated it, and in response, I assured him that I would transfer the money to whichever bank account he preferred, replied Felix. Once he provides you with the account number, forward it to me so that I can promptly initiate the transfer, as we wish to avoid any misunderstandings, instructed Aaron. Sure. Now that we have completed phase 1 of the plan, let us immediately start with the consolidation of the company without delay, Aaron said. Of course. When will you be sending us the details for phase 2? Inquired Felix. I just send it to you now, read it, and call me back if you have any questions. Sure, Felix answered back and ended the call. 30 minutes later. As Aaron was leaving the professor's residence after completing his brain data collection, Felix called him back. Why did you call back so quickly? Aaron asked. I noticed in the plan that I am expected to assume the role of CEO in the new company. Yes, Is there anything wrong with that? Aaron asked, his head tilting to the side looking for anything weird in that. Are you absolutely certain that I am the best candidate for the CO position? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to hire someone with specific expertise in that area? Questioned Felix, expressing his uncertainty about assuming the role. I understand your concern, but I have complete faith in you. You don't have to worry about doing justice to the role. Just ensure that you appoint a competent vice president from the list I provided and seek their guidance to enhance the company. I selected you for the CO position because I need someone I trust in that position. There might be occasions when I give peculiar orders, and I require someone to implement them. You meet all the necessary criteria, which is why I have faith in your abilities, Aaron explained. All right, I'll contact you again once I've read through the entire plan with the team, responded Felix before bidding Aaron farewell and ending the call. 2 weeks later. The Rothschilds' compound was filled with luxurious mansion, but they were all eclipsed by the grandeur of the family head's residence. Usually, there was little to no movement within the mansion, as the family head disliked being visited for no reason. However, today was an exception as there were about 16 cars parked at the entrance of the mansion. It was the day of the board meeting, and all the members were present, including those who were responsible for preparing the meeting room. Inside the mansion, workers were shuttling back and forth, ensuring that nothing of importance was forgotten during the preparation for the meeting. Once they had completed preparing the meeting room, they immediately informed the board members. After receiving the call, the board members began to move toward the meeting room to avoid arriving after the family head, or for today, the board chairman. Inside the meeting room, Hebel could be seen talking with his friends, those who participated in cuckoldry and were threatened by Arena using it. Eagles know the one. Last week, one of them mustered the courage to reach out to the others to check if they too had been threatened with similar evidence. This led to them reconnecting, and they discovered they were all in the same predicament, forming a bond stronger than when they were mere bystanders watching their wives getting pounded by other men. The board members were engaged in small group conversations when Arya made his entrance into the room. As soon as he appeared, the members turned towards him and greeted him with nods, but Arya didn't reciprocate the gesture. He swiftly proceeded to take the nearest seat to the chairman's position. After Arya took his seat, the other board members resumed their discussions, but with a lowered volume. They did so to avoid any potential irritation to Arya, as they were wary of him causing trouble for them. The hushed conversations continued for a few more minutes until the door suddenly opened. The family head then made his entrance, with his secretary following close behind him as he elegantly walked into the room. As soon as the family head entered the meeting room, all the board members, including Arya, stood up to show their respect. They remained standing until the family head had taken his seat. Once he took his seat, the family head nodded his head, acknowledging the greeting from the board members and gesturing for them to take their seats. After the board members took their seats, the board chairman turned to his secretary. Taking the cue, she made her way to the podium and assumed her role as the secretary for the day's board meeting. Without any delay, the secretary called the meeting to order, officially starting the board meeting. The roll call followed promptly, and it was passed without any issue, as everyone was present, and the secretary could already see that. The board members promptly proceeded to approve the meeting agendas. Unlike many other companies where this process could take a significant amount of time, here, there were no proposed items that would not pass. This was because most proposals were brought forward only after gaining the approval of Arya. In cases where Arya did not approve a proposal, It would have to be under the direct orders of the family head for it to reach the meeting agenda. Following the approval of the meeting agendas, the board members proceeded to discuss the CEO's report, followed by the financial report, after having passed the approval of minutes from the previous meeting. The board meeting continued smoothly until it reached the part of the agenda where they were discussing new business. During the new business section of the meeting, the board members would discuss new topics or proposals. When they reached this part of the meeting, Hebel spoke up to propose a new topic for discussion. She had been instructed to do so by Rena.
"Shouldn't we discuss what happened to Miss Rena?"
Hebel proposed, following the script he had been given by Rena a few weeks prior. After Hebel proposed the topic, all the board members, including Arya, turned to the family head to see if he approved for it to be discussed.
"I recall making myself clear that I intended to make an example out of Terry. Why are you suggesting we discuss this again?"
asked the family head in a dignified tone, speaking up for the first time since he had entered the room.
"I wasn't suggesting that we don't make an example out of Terry. However, are we not going to compensate Rena for this blunder?"
Hebel clarified, doubling down.
"Do you mean that we should compensate her for her injury?"
Yoel asked, following the script.
"We need to demonstrate that if something happens due to a mistake of the vetting team, we must compensate her so that it is clear that it is not her fault,"
Hebel explained, giving his reasoning for the proposal. Arya was taken aback by this sudden change in Hebel's stance, as he knew how much Hebel despised Rena.
"What happened to him? Why is he taking her side?"
Arya pondered silently, still sitting quietly.
"What do you suggest we compensate her with then?"
The family head asked Hebel about the details of his proposal, wanting to understand the specifics of what was being suggested.
"How about we bring her back to work and appoint her as the head of Ally Financial?"
Hebel proposed. When Arya heard Hebel's proposal, he smiled to himself and thought,
"So that's where this was heading. Hebel, you sly son of a bitch."
Arya smiled, feeling happy. Instead of feeling angry or advocating against Rena's return to work, the position that Hebel suggested for her removed any opposition he might have had. Ally Financial was currently in a precarious situation, as it had become collateral damage during their war with the Morgans. The company was embroiled in a legal battle with the United States Justice Department over their mortgage practices during the financial crisis, and the outcome of the case could potentially have devastating consequences for the company. During the conflict with the Morgans, the company was used as a tool to deceive and mislead them, causing them to be unprepared for the next move. As a result, Ally Financial is still struggling to survive and is on the brink of bankruptcy. The fate of the company now rests on how they settle with the Justice Department regarding their mortgage practices during the financial crisis. This made Arya nod in approval at Hebel's sinister plan, unaware that it was entirely orchestrated by Rena, plus Nova plus Ava plus Aaron. Arya quickly moved to call for a vote, wanting to avoid any possibility of someone suggesting a better placement for Rena. He knew that Ally Financial was the worst of their family companies, and hoped that everyone would agree to Hebel's proposal.
"Those in favor of the proposal, please raise your hand,"
the meeting secretary said, calling for the vote. When everyone except the family head raised their hands, Arya smiled to himself, thinking,
"Aw, Rena, this is what you get for fighting me without proper preparation. Look at my people coming up with ways to fight for me and punish you without even a direct order from me." Tang! Tang! Tang!
The sound of the hammer hitting the board was heard, signifying that the motion had passed. In that fateful moment, Arya basked in the glory of his victory, a smile stretching across his face, his ego bloated with the satisfaction of having his way. But little did he know that the very hammer that sealed Rena's fate also hammered the first nail in his coffin. The beginning of the end for a once great titan, the downfall had begun. Chapter 92: Terry's situation and Rena's appointment. In the hospital, Terry, barely opening his eyes, woke up after 3 long weeks of recovery following his operation. His gaze was fixated on the ceiling, but it was evident that his eyes were filled with hopelessness and despair. As the reality of his situation sunk in, Terry couldn't help but question his own actions.
Why did I do that?
He murmured to himself, his voice trembling with emotion. The memory of the incident that resulted in him getting shot was still fresh in his mind, and he couldn't shake off the regret and the pain. The weight of his mistake seemed to bear down on him as he lay there, alone with his thoughts. The once energetic and carefree Terry was now a shadow of his former self, consumed by the consequences of his actions. Just as he was about to continue to berate himself for doing that and thinking of ways to save himself, someone entered the room, but since he could not turn due to his body still being in pain, he could do nothing but wait for the person to move to him so that he knows who he or she is.
You seem to have awakened and are healing quite well.
A voice spoke as the person drew nearer to him. At the sound of the voice, Terry's hope was instantly rekindled, as he recognized it to be that of Charlotte, the secretary of the man he was spying on. Though it was a struggle to speak due to the painful bullet wounds on his chest that were still healing and making it difficult for him to breathe, he forced himself to respond.
Yes, miss,
he managed to say.
Good, that means you can hear and comprehend what I'm going to tell you now,
she said. Terry couldn't shake off the ominous feeling that gripped him, as he detected a foreboding tone in Charlotte's voice as she spoke to him. The unease that settled within him only added to his already considerable discomfort. After Terry gave a nod, Charlotte proceeded to speak.
Once you're fully healed, the head of the family will have a discussion with you. You'll serve as an example to all of the workers, and it's crucial that you remember to never speak about Sir Arya, regardless of what they do to you. If you fail to comply, your parents and relatives will face the consequences,
she threatened, her tone menacing. Upon hearing this, Terry was overcome with an intense desire to scream at Charlotte for abandoning him after using him for over 4 years, under a promise that had yet to be fulfilled. However, before Terry could even attempt to voice his thoughts, Charlotte turned and left without waiting for his response. She seemed confident that her warning would be enough to keep Terry from ever mentioning Sir Arya's name, especially if he cared about the safety of his family. Terry was left alone, with only his thoughts and pain for company.
You are abandoning me now,
Terry shouted in his mind, afraid that if he attempted to voice his thoughts aloud, he might rupture and reopen his wounds. With the realization that his hopes of receiving aid from Sir Arya were now dashed, Terry was overcome with a sense of desperation. He began to frantically consider alternative ways to save himself, knowing that he was now on his own. The weight of his circumstances bore down on him, and he was filled with a mix of fear, anxiety, and determination to survive. Alexander was in his workroom back home in Eden, having returned about 2 weeks ago from attending meetings with other revolutionary leaders. In front of him, his laptop was open, displaying the news that had been announced earlier that day. A telecommunication juggernaut is being born. The 4 major companies, Telesignal, Com Brothers, Theory Telecom, and PeakPitch had been bought out for a whopping $150 million, and were now in the process of being consolidated into one giant corporation named Connect. The new company aims to provide high-quality and affordable internet connectivity to every corner of the country. The spokesperson of the company stated that the company planned to invest more than $100 million to modernize the infrastructure, which would result in internet connection speeds almost triple the current speed and allowing everyone to have access to high-speed internet. While some people raised concerns about the potential consequences of having a single entity control the internet connections of an entire country, the government seemed to have approved this consolidation as a way to improve the infrastructure in order to attract further investments. The new company also pledged not to increase prices before they were permitted by the government and would be subject to government regulations to ensure that they adhered to their promise. Consolidation of telecommunication companies can have several benefits, such as more efficient use of resources and economies of scale, resulting in lower costs for consumers. Consolidation can also lead to more innovation and research and development, resulting in better quality products and services. However, consolidation can also lead to monopolization, resulting in higher prices and lack of innovation. Consumers can voice their concerns to the government and regulatory bodies to ensure that the new company adheres to its promise of providing high quality and affordable internet connectivity to every corner of the country. Alexander felt his heart rate increase significantly when he read the article, as he finally believed that Aaron had really chosen to keep his promise. Alexander felt a surge of hope when he learned that they had obtained the dictator's permission to buy the company a few weeks ago. However, without seeing any progress, he didn't dare to believe it would happen. Today, seeing the news article confirming the purchase, he finally realized that the countdown to the liberation of their country had officially begun. Alexander knew what Aaron planned for the telecommunication company beyond just providing affordable and high-quality internet connectivity. This was why he was so excited after reading the news article, as he knew that the company's acquisition was a crucial step in their plan to overthrow the dictator and bring about a new era of freedom in their country.
Now, how are you going to handle the other revolutionary leaders who will try to block you when you start to use the telecommunication company to its fullest?
Alexander asked Aaron, despite him not being within the room to answer him. It was just his curiosity, as he was not seeing any way to do so without turning all the members in their groups into enemies unless he assassinated them and blamed it to the dictator, but that would not be the best choice. Alexander sighed and turned back to his work, but his mind kept wandering to the possibilities of a free and just country. He couldn't wait for the day when they would finally be able to break free from the dictator's grip and build a society that truly cared for its citizens. Rena paced nervously inside her office, alone with her thoughts, hoping and praying that the plan she had come up with, along with Nova's help, had worked. Her anxiety was understandable, as it was the first time her plan, along with Nova's, was being executed without her being present to oversee it. Rena's confidence in her plan wavered as this was the first time she was not present to oversee its execution, which made her nervous. This was understandable, especially since she had gained her confidence from using the plans to force the board members to swear their allegiance to her. She continued pacing back and forth in her office until there was a knock on the door. Quickly, she composed herself and walked over to her chair before calling out,
"Come in,"
and welcoming the visitor inside.
"What's up?"
Rena asked Chloe after she entered the office.
"We received a letter from the head house,"
Chloe answered, showing the letter in her hand as she approached Rena and handed it to her. Rena took the letter from Chloe and quickly opened it to see its contents. When Rena saw the heading of the letter, which said, "Appointment Letter," she immediately stood up and hugged Chloe in happiness. Chloe was surprised but still hugged Rena back, even though she didn't know what had made Rena so happy.
What is it, miss?
Chloe finally asked Rena after they separated from the hug.
I finally got a position back in one of the family companies,
Rena said excitedly. When Chloe heard the explanation, she hugged Rena back in excitement. She had felt quite sad for her boss when she was relieved of all her posts in the family companies. Rena did not stop her hug, but also hugged her back again. After an awkward short moment followed, Chloe bid farewell to Rena and left her alone in the room. Congrats on getting a position once again, Ava congratulated Rena after they were left alone.
No, it was all thanks to you, your mother, and Aaron's help,
Rena humbly replied to Ava's congratulations. You're the one who worked hard to accomplish and bring the plan to life. All we did was give you the tools and guidance, but you did it yourself, Rena, Ava said back to Rena, who was giving them all the credit. Eagle Snova 1-0.
Thanks for saying that.
Rena expressed her gratitude to Ava for her kind words, as she had started to feel like she was simply being used as Aaron's pawn and was losing her independence and free will. Ava's words made Rena realize that despite the plans given to her by others, she always had the choice to follow them or not. She also came to the realization that she was benefiting the most from their cooperation and that she was becoming selfish. Chapter 93 Rena seeing the plan and Liam and Felix meeting. Rena continued her conversation with Ava after she calmed down.
Now that I have been assigned to the financial company, as you guys wanted, can you show me the plan?
She had previously asked to see the plans, but she was told that it was not yet completed and was still being collected. A few hours ago, the plan was sent to me. My mother said that it had gone through a few revisions to fit the conditions of your assigned company. Here it is, Ava replied as she immediately pulled up the plan on her screen to show it to Rena. Rena wasted no time and started reading through the plan immediately. She had been eagerly waiting for this information for over a month, being told repeatedly that it was not yet complete. As Rena finished reading the first page, she had to pause and take a deep breath. The information on that single page had almost made her forget to breathe from fear.
Are you sure that they really came up with this plan?
Rena asked as the plan was something a level higher than brutal. Ava didn't directly answer Rena's question, but instead replied,
It gets worse, just keep reading.
This implied that the following pages of the plan contained even more alarming information than the first page. Rena didn't say anything in response to Ava's comment, but instead quickly moved to the second page of the plan to continue reading. She was eager to find out what other alarming details the plan contained. As Rena continued reading through the plan, her heart sank further with each passing page. Eventually, the fear became so overwhelming that she began shaking uncontrollably. The information contained in the plan was beyond what she had ever imagined, and the consequences of its implementation seemed dire. Ava saw that Rena was becoming overwhelmed with fear, so she quickly turned off the screen and said, "Rena, calm down," Ava said in a soothing tone, reassuring her. She was worried that Rena might faint if she continued reading the plan in her current state.
How can I possibly calm down? Are you sure you read the plan? If you had read it, you wouldn't be so calm either,
Rena exclaimed, her frustration and fear evident in her voice. Ava responded calmly, "Yes, I have read the plan."
Then why are you asking me to calm down if you have read the plan?
Rena questioned Ava with a trembling voice. I am calm because, firstly, I am an artificial intelligence, and secondly, I have read the entire plan. This includes not only the plan of the Morgans, but also the one created by Mother to counter it, Ava calmly explained to Rena. Rena said, realizing that the reason for not getting the plan earlier was due to it being incomplete and the need to create a counterplan. Remembering, Rena quickly returned to her screen to continue reading after Ava reopened it. Egglesall this time, Rena remained composed and forced herself to finish reading Morgan's plan. After finishing reading the Morgan's plan, Rena immediately shifted her focus to the countermeasures that Anna's mother had prepared. As Rena began to read the countermeasures, her complexion slowly returned to normal, and the color began to come back to her face.
"Wow!"
Rena exclaimed. She couldn't help but be impressed by the countermeasures outlined in Anna's mother's plan. She was certain that if they were able to implement these measures before the Morgans carried out their own plan, it would result in slaughtering the Morgans for the second time in 10 years. 1 week had passed since Felix's appointment as the CEO of the soon-to-be merged company. He was now about to have the company's first official meeting with the vice CEO he had recently appointed. The purpose of the meeting was to deliberate on the necessary measures to be taken after the completion of the ongoing consolidation. Inside the meeting room, the CEO and the vice CEO Liam sat across from each other, delving into the details of their discussion. 30 minutes had elapsed since the meeting began, and the CEO and the vice CEO had already covered a variety of topics. One such topic was the fate of workers with identical job roles across the 4 companies that were in the midst of consolidation.
"We will evaluate their experience and retain those who exhibit strong work ethics,"
Felix stated before moving on to other topics. They continued discussing various topics until they finally arrived at the subject of upgrading the telecommunication infrastructure. This time, Liam interjected,
"In order to upgrade the infrastructure, we need to conduct a thorough assessment of the current state of the telecommunications infrastructure in the country.
Following this assessment, we can develop a comprehensive plan for upgrading the infrastructure. Once that is done, we will need to secure funding for the project."
His expertise in the matter was apparent. "You needn't worry about the assessment of the infrastructure. We already have it,"
Felix assured Liam as he pushed a thick folder towards him.
"Take a look at it,"
he added. Liam received the thick folder from Felix and swiftly skimmed through its contents to gain a basic understanding. He planned to review it in greater detail after the meeting had concluded. As Liam flipped through the pages, he was pleasantly surprised by the level of detail included in the assessment. It was comprehensive, leaving no stone unturned. It provided him with all the information he needed to know, and even highlighted areas that he might have overlooked as unimportant.
"This report is incredibly thorough. Who wrote it, and when was it completed?"
Liam inquired, curious about the amount of time that would have been required to produce such a comprehensive assessment.
"I don't have an exact date, and there is a dedicated team handling all the planning. However, the assessment should have all the necessary information for our plan,"
Felix answered concisely. He was also uncertain of the timeline as the assessment had been sent to him together with the Phase 2 plans. Liam moved the conversation forward by suggesting,
"Therefore, we should act quickly and begin to develop a comprehensive plan for the infrastructure upgrade."
Without uttering a word, Felix slid another folder across the table to Liam for his perusal. Liam picked up the folder and began to sift through its contents.
"From the same team?"
he asked Felix.
"Indeed it is,"
confirmed Felix, falling silent and allowing Liam to read the materials contained within the folder at his leisure. As Liam perused the infrastructure upgrade plan, he was once again taken aback by its level of detail and thoroughness. The infrastructure upgrade plan that Liam reviewed was nothing short of impressive. It outlined specific objectives to achieve, such as increasing coverage, improving quality, and decreasing costs. What made it even more impressive was the timeline for the upgrade, which included goals for the short, medium, and long term. However, what caught Liam off guard was the budget for the short-term goals. The plan stated that it would be entirely privately funded, with a budget of $100 million. The medium and long-term goals were left without a budget, as another round of assessment is necessary before any decision could be made. The plan also detailed the strategy for introducing new technologies, such as 4G per LTE networks, fiber optic cables, and satellite-based services. The short-term plan would be the deployment of 4G per LTE networks, followed by the installation of fiber optic cables as a short and medium-term plan. Satellite-based services would be a long-term plan. Furthermore, the plan addressed the challenge of increasing access to telecommunication services in remote and rural areas. This would involve the deployment of additional cell towers and broadband infrastructure. Overall, the plan was comprehensive and well thought out. Liam was so impressed by the plan that all he could manage to say was a simple, "Wow." Felix chuckled at Liam's reaction and said,
"I told you we have a competent team working on this project. The plan is comprehensive and realistic, and it should help us achieve our goals for the infrastructure upgrade."
Liam nodded in agreement and added,
"I'm particularly impressed with the inclusion of plans for rural and remote areas. It shows that we're not just focused on urban areas."
Felix nodded in approval and added,
"It's our duty to ensure that they're not left behind in the digital age. It's a win-win situation for both our business and the community."
Not knowing the real reason Aaron wanted the whole country to be connected to the internet, Felix asked Liam,
"Can you provide me with an estimated timeline for completing the implementation of the short-term plan?"
Felix needed to report a timeline to Aaron and was seeking information from Liam.
Liam replied, "Due to the high budget, we can hire different teams to work on similar projects in different parts of the country simultaneously. This way, we should be able to complete the short-term upgrade within 3 months at the latest.
However, I will need to review the plan in more detail to come up with a more accurate timeline, but I am confident that it won't take more than 3 months."
Liam sounded assured while answering Felix's question.
After the brief discussion with Liam, the meeting came to an end, and everyone left to return to their respective offices in the rental building. Chapter 94, Lab City. A month later. After traveling extensively across Europe for 2 months, constantly moving from one place to another, Aaron was finally returning home. Aaron boarded the private plane for his return journey to the United States after successfully collecting brain data from a list of individuals all over Europe.
"Is everything going smoothly?"
Aaron inquired from Felix over the phone during the flight.
"Yes, we are currently in the process of consolidating the user information from the 4 companies,"
Felix explained, updating Aaron on their progress.
"Great, so the consolidation will be completed in the next 2 months as planned,"
Aaron confirmed with Felix.
"Yes, we might even finish ahead of the scheduled time, since the workers are highly motivated due to the attractive pay, which is above the country's average,"
Felix explained.
"Okay, great. See you then."
Aaron bid farewell to Felix and ended the call. After putting the phone back into his pocket, Aaron asked Nova,
"How many hours do we have left in our journey?"
"Approximately 6 hours, sir," Nova promptly replied.
"Then I'd better get to work,"
Aaron said as he retrieved the virtual headset from the box and put it on, while adjusting his chair to a lying position.
"Login,"
he said as he entered the virtual reality system. Inside the accelerated simulated universe.
"It's finally nice to have some time for myself after endless travels,"
Aaron remarked, greeting Nova. "You should consider resting for about a week after you land," Nova suggested to Aaron, concerned about his well-being.
"We can think about that after we land,"
Aaron replied before proceeding towards an empty patch of land and opening the system's shop. Knowledge assimilation involves transferring information directly into an individual's brain, enabling them to fully comprehend and understand a subject without the need for study or practice. Price: 100 million SP. Aaron had finally accumulated enough SP to purchase the information about knowledge assimilation, and without any delay, he swiftly bought the knowledge on how to do it. Following the buying of it, Aaron immediately sat down to allow the knowledge of how to perform knowledge assimilation to be absorbed into his mind. During the entire assimilation process, Nova watched as the knowledge was assimilated into Aaron's mind, while also attempting to detect any potential new knowledge from Aaron's system. However, her efforts proved to be unsuccessful, as she was unable to detect anything important from Aaron's system. After completing the knowledge assimilation, Aaron turned to Nova, who understood the task and immediately began to access Aaron's brain data. Aaron quickly gave his consent to Nova's attempt to access his brain data by pressing "Agree" at the system prompt that asked for his approval. After Aaron gave his approval, Nova proceeded to download his brain data. She quickly found what she was searching for and learned how the knowledge assimilation can be done. Nova created 2 virtual people in front of them and transferred knowledge to one of them. She then downloaded the knowledge and transferred it to the second person and assimilated it to him. Afterwards, she downloaded the brain data of the second person to check if the knowledge assimilation was successful. After completing the assessment, Nova turned to Aaron and said, "I can use the VR headset to initiate the knowledge assimilation, sir." However, since the headset was not specifically made for this task, the assimilation duration will be quite long, depending on the amount of knowledge to be assimilated. Nova explained to Aaron.
"That also works. We will solve it as we go. Now create 10 clones of me and assimilate the knowledge of runes into them. Then have them start practicing the runes,"
Aaron said to Nova. Nova followed Aaron's instructions and materialized 10 versions of Aaron in front of them. Upon seeing the identical copies of himself, Aaron said,
"Give each of them a distinct face,"
as it felt strange to him to see so many identical copies of himself. Nova complied with Aaron's request and altered the facial features of the clones before assimilating the knowledge of runes into them. She then teleported them to a remote location to begin their training in the use of runes. "Sir, they have begun their training," Nova informed Aaron about the progress of his teleported clones.
"Great. Now that we have that taken care of, let's officially put the brain data we've collected to use,"
Aaron said. He then pulled up a holographic map of the currently simulated part of the universe, which was just a small portion of the African continent.
"Send me to Lake Victoria,"
he requested after looking at the map. Yes, Nova immediately acknowledged the order and teleported both herself and Aaron to the coast of Lake Victoria. Aaron took in the surroundings for a moment before turning to Nova and giving the command.
"Create a town here with everything that any researcher in every field would need."
"How big should it be?" Nova inquired about the size of the town, asking if there were any limitations. Aaron replied,
large enough to accommodate 4 times the number of people on the list, and left the decision of its exact size to Nova after sharing his minimum requirements. Sure, Nova replied and got to work immediately and materialized a city, which included everything a researcher could ever need. The city was not just a town, but a fully equipped facility, featuring advanced laboratories and novel machines that utilized Nova's demigod-like powers to carry out even the most theoretical of experiments that researchers could conceive. After that, Nova built a public transport system to connect the labs to the residential areas and recreational facilities located away from the lab. "Sir, it's done," Nova informed Aaron after completing the city according to his specifications and her own adjustments. "Let's take a look," Aaron said, and then he asked Nova to give him a tour of the city. Nova eagerly obliged and took Aaron on a tour of the city, utilizing the maglev transport system that traveled throughout the entire city. She seemed excited to show Aaron what she had created, resembling a child showing her father her latest accomplishment. After spending over 5 hours touring the city, they had finally completed visiting all the important parts of the city, despite stopping the maglev train for some time and starting to use teleportation. "You really went out of your way to make it a good place for people to live," Aaron complimented Nova after they finished the tour. "Thanks." Nova felt very happy that Aaron complimented the city she built. "Now let's move forward. Create bodies and use the brain data we collected to complete them," Aaron commanded, officially initiating the beginning of Lab City. Nova followed Aaron's orders and began to create thousands of bodies in the public square of the city. If you knew anyone influential in a specific STEM industry who resided in Europe, you would have discovered them among the people in the square that Nova had materialized. Nova went beyond just materializing the bodies of the people. She also corrected any physical limitations they had in their original lives. For instance, Stephen Hawking was given a healthy and energetic body. Additionally, all the materialized individuals were set to the age of 25, ensuring that they were capable of performing any task they needed to. Nova proceeded to upload the brain data into the bodies, effectively bringing them to life. However, she did not upload all of the data they had collected, as she had to manipulate some of their memories to ensure that they perceived their new environment as normal and did not become overwhelmed or distressed. After finishing the brain data upload, Nova allowed the materialized people to control their own bodies and gave them time to adjust to their new surroundings. After being given control of their bodies, the newly materialized individuals didn't cause any trouble or commotion. They simply looked at Aaron and Nova and showed their gratitude before boarding the public transportation to return to their designated residences to rest. To them, everything was normal as it aligned with their existing memories. After everyone left the public square, Aaron turned to Nova and said, "Now do the same thing again, but this time make them have a runic body and give them the knowledge of runes." Nova followed Aaron's instructions and repeated the same process. She materialized runic bodies and uploaded the runic knowledge along with their brain data. After this group of people also left, Aaron turned to Nova and said, "When my clones finish training on the runes, assimilate it to them and have them try to implement it into their specific fields." After that, Nova teleported both of them back to the place where Aaron usually trained with his runes. Aaron requested that Nova materialize a bed for him to rest, as he hadn't had more than a few hours of sleep at once during the entire brain data collection trip. As for the materialized people, they would officially begin their research in their respective fields the next day. Chapter 95 Lab City at Work.
inside the universal simulation. 12 hours had elapsed since the creation of the new inhabitants, and the morning had finally arrived. The lab city, shrouded in the perpetual glow of artificial daylight, slowly awakened as the sun raised. The newly formed denizens, emerging from their dwellings, prepared themselves for the day ahead, heading to their respective laboratories and workplaces. Before setting out, they ate their breakfast that seemed to materialize out of nowhere, which to them appeared as a normal thing. Once they had finished their meal, they converged at the nearest public transport station to catch a ride to their destinations. The commuters, seemingly moving as a collective, boarded the communal transit system, eager to carry out their tasks and fulfill their roles in the vast simulation. Lucas, a material scientist, boarded a bus to travel from his residence to his work office. Upon arrival, he disembarked and was greeted by a towering building with white capital letters that read, Fusion Research Lab, denoting its purpose as a nuclear fusion research facility. With no apparent security measures in place, Lucas made his way inside and took the elevator to the 8th floor, where his lab was located. After entering his office, he swiftly powered on his work computer and began working on inventing a material that could withstand the extreme conditions inside the fusion reactor. The simulation of material structures on his computer was constantly in flux, as Lucas adjusted the variables based on previous simulations. As lunchtime approached, Lucas made his way to the lab's dining room to eat his food in solitude. However, his meal was interrupted when a man named Nolan joined him at his table.
Nice to meet you. My name is Nolan,
said the man as they sat down to eat.
Lucas, nice to meet you too,
Lucas replied, slightly surprised but not opposed to the company.
I'm a technician in charge of printing, assembly, and maintenance of various components. How about you?
Asked Nolan.
I'm a material scientist. I'm currently working on a material capable of withstanding the extreme condition in the reactor,
Lucas answered back, introducing his profession.
You said printing. What do you mean by that?
Lucas asked, as that took most of his attention.
That is the new machine that arrived yesterday. If I remember correctly, when you guys finished the simulation and finding the perfect material, you are supposed to forward it to the fabrication department.
That department has been merged with us, and whatever material you send, we are capable of printing it perfectly using the new machine. That's what I meant about that,
explained Nolan.
Following that, they continued having small conversations throughout the lunch, becoming very good friends. Within the bustling city, there stood another building dedicated to nuclear fusion research, the
Fusion Research Lab.
Its golden nameplate shimmered in the sunlight, differentiating it from the white lettering of the other research facility. Despite sharing a common purpose, the two labs had their own unique approaches to the same goal. While Lucas was busy working on his material invention, the scientists in the Golden Building were quietly practicing their runes. Each researcher was diligently focused on mastering their respective runes, which were fundamental to their work. Despite being involved in nuclear fusion research, the two labs were approaching their research in two different ways. The facial characteristics of Lucas in this edifice exhibited a subtle dissimilarity compared to those on the opposite end of the building. Presently, he was engrossed in practicing the rune of preservation that he intended to utilize on the material for his upcoming experiment. A vast edifice stood on the outskirts of the city. The name of the facility,
Aviation Research Lab,
was inscribed in bold white letters on the exterior. Upon entering the building, one could observe engineers diligently sitting in front of their computer screens, striving to develop novel aircraft engines and aircrafts for diverse applications. Their area of specialization made it evident that they previously worked in a research lab affiliated with Rolls-Royce and Airbus. As all of this was unfolding, Aaron, who had just woken up from a 9-hour sleep, was observing the events with Nova. They watched footage from various research labs displayed on the screen. Thousands of small screens were categorized into two distinct colors. Blue screens displayed individuals diligently working on their assigned tasks, while golden screens portrayed people sitting cross-legged and practicing their runes. It was evident that the blue screens were making more significant progress compared to their golden counterparts.
Nova, how many ongoing research projects are there at the moment?
Aaron inquired about the number of ongoing research endeavors within Lab City, which was currently being populated solely by individuals whose brain data had been collected from Europe. 5,873, sir, Rena promptly replied and conjured up a holographic screen displaying the categories of research projects. Aaron could select a category by pressing on one of them, and a list of research projects within that category would be shown. Aviation, aerospace, defense, food and beverage, technology, energy, engineering, telecommunications, chemical manufacturing, materials, pharmaceuticals and biotechnology. Upon seeing the list of categories, Aaron selected defense and was presented with ongoing research projects related to military aircraft, helicopters, missiles, submarines, radar systems, communication equipment, and other relevant subjects. He then clicked on the energy category and was presented with a list of ongoing research projects related to fusion being conducted by various labs, utilizing different approaches such as magnetic confinement fusion, inertial confinement fusion, magnetized target fusion, Z-pinch, dense plasma focus, laser-driven fusion, and many more. After perusing through a few of the other categories, Aaron turned to Nova and remarked,
"It seems like most of these ongoing research projects could benefit from completing the brain data collection within America to speed up the process."
Nova nodded in agreement and added, "Indeed. This will also give us an advantage, as all research data will be shared amongst everyone who needs it. It will bring together all the brightest minds to work towards a common goal, resulting in a faster pace of research and development. With some of my demigod-like powers, we can even create theoretical material that they come up with and have them reverse engineer them."
When do you expect the earliest experiment to yield results?
Since everything can be simulated here, we expect the earliest experiment to yield results in a few months, whereas it would have taken several years outside of this environment.
That's good. What happens after they finish the experiment?
Aaron wanted to know how Nova reprogrammed their thought process when she manipulated their memories. After finishing an experiment, they move on to the next iteration of the research, continuing in this way until all problems are solved and the research reaches a certain level of maturity. Only then will they move on to the next experiment, Nova explained.
I hope they don't suffer from depression, as it could hinder their ability to come up with innovative ideas.
Aaron expressed his concern. The thought of having to conduct research repeatedly, improving it until it reaches maturity, and then moving on to the next one, seemed like an endless cycle. Don't worry, their passion for research will keep them fulfilled, and to address the issue of loneliness, I'll be creating their ideal partners to keep them company, Nova assured Aaron. She implemented this feature to prevent the researchers from losing their creativity, as everyone has their unique approach to generating new ideas.
That's good to hear. Although they may not be real people, they are still created using their brain data, making them a sort of clone, Aaron said in a sigh of relief. How long till we arrive? He asked after a short pause. About 3.5 hours. Remind me when there's only 1 hour left so I can log off, he said, then returned to watching the footage of the research lab workers intently focused on their tasks. Aaron continued to watch everything unfold for the next 2.5 hours until Nova reminded him that he had only an hour left on his flight. He promptly logged off and spent the remainder of the flight in the real world. Upon landing, he bid the pilot, who spent quite some time shuttling him from one country to another, goodbye, went through all the security checks and procedures, and then headed to the airport parking lot to retrieve his car. After paying a parking fee of approximately $3,000 for having parked in the covered lot for more than 2 months, he finally left the airport to go home. After spending a considerable amount of time traveling, Aaron was finally driving back home. Although he had been in constant contact with his family, he still missed seeing his parents, especially his younger brother who loved to play with him. Chapter 96. Back home. Brother! Henry shouted as he ran towards Aaron, who had just stepped out of his car. Aaron caught Henry midair, embracing him like a basketball, before setting him down and giving him a warm hug. After he entered the house, his mother greeted him with a warm welcome, saying, "Welcome back." "Thank you. How have you been?" Aaron asked, settling into a seat in the living room as he continued his conversation with his mother. "Not much has changed since you left. So how was your trip to Europe?" his mother inquired. "It was quite good. I think you should go on a trip with Father. I don't recall seeing you two go on a vacation since my childhood," Aaron suggested, encouraging his mother to take some vacation. "During your childhood, we couldn't go because we couldn't afford it," his mother replied, her face reflecting the hardships of that period. "But now there is no such problem," Aaron affirmed, determined to help his parents live their lives without any regrets, and to encourage them to do what they truly desired. "What about Henry?" his mother inquired, revealing her hesitation to go on a trip without him. "You can simply ask for permission from his school, and if they don't agree, I can take care of him for the 2 weeks you'll be on vacation," Aaron suggested, offering a solution to his mother's concern. "I'll talk to your father and let you know what we decide," his mother replied with a smile on her face. She was pleased that her son had not forgotten about them and still wanted them to enjoy a good life, despite his newfound wealth. "In that case, I'll spend some time with Henry, as it's been a while since we played together," Aaron said, and after his mother nodded, he got up and headed towards his room. He was sure that Henry was there, as his PlayStation was still inside his mother's room, as he was caught playing in the middle of the night once again. Upon entering the room, Aaron found Henry playing FIFA 2014. He quickly grabbed the second controller and sat beside him, saying, "Let's see if you've improved while I was away." "What will I get if I win?" Henry asked, his face displaying confidence in his imminent victory. "What do you want?" Aaron replied with a grin. "I want to go to Disneyland again," Henry declared. "But you have to win first," Aaron replied, turning his attention back to the screen and selecting his team as they restarted the game. Henry wasted no time and selected his team, and they began the playoffs. He leaned forward, showing his intense concentration and determination. Aaron couldn't help but smile as he watched his little brother's focus.
However, he quickly returned his attention to the screen, not wanting to get distracted from the game. That night, after playing games with Henry for over 3 hours and winning the shit out of it, Aaron finally retreated to his basement, which also doubled as his workspace. Henry, who was upset over losing, ate his dinner silently, trying to act as if he didn't want to talk to Aaron. He only managed to soothe Henry after he promised to take him to Disneyland, which caused Henry's upset act to disappear like a mirage. If you were going to agree to take him anyway, why did you continue to win the game then? Nova asked. With a mischievous grin, Aaron replied,
"It's more fun to play that way."
He chuckled as he recalled Henry's expression during the game.
"And what are siblings for if not to tease and have a little fun with?"
he added, before breaking into laughter. What do you plan to do tonight? Nova asked, realizing that Aaron didn't have any specific plans from her memory.
I have to increase the speed of brain data collection, but I'm really tired of traveling across the world to do it myself.
So, I need to find someone to help me with this task, and I'm here to do the research and select the team for it,
Aaron explained as he put on his virtual reality helmet and logged in.
Inside the Universal simulation, Aaron greeted Nova and then immediately took a seat that she had materialized for him after he logged in. Are you officially starting to assemble your private forces? Nova asked excitedly.
Yeah, since the Planet Eden is already in its second phase, we have less than 6 months to complete the third phase once the second phase is done. That means I have less than 10 months to assemble my forces and make them powerful enough to handle the upcoming tumultuous conditions,
Aaron explained. The time frame is adequate to build a strong organization, but it would be more effective if we don't start from scratch.
I know. That's why I'm going for the people that no one would think of using,
Aaron said with a smile that revealed he was planning something devious. He immediately turned to Nova and said,
"List all of the American soldiers who were discharged from the military due to heavy injuries in the last 10 years?
Nova followed Aaron's command and projected a holographic screen in front of him, displaying a list of all the American soldiers who had been discharged from the military due to severe injuries. The list contained over 50,000 people. After a brief glance at the list, he said,
"Remove all those who have no extensive combat experience."
Nova quickly removed the names of those who had no combat experience, causing the list to shrink down to less than 20,000. Following another short look, he said,
"Remove those who have family members to take care of them."
And just like that, the list was narrowed down to about 4,000 people.
"Remove those who have not received Special Forces training."
The list fell down to 1,400 people.
"Remove those that are still loyal to the country."
This time, it took Nova a little longer as she had to comb through the remaining people's entire digital history to determine whether they met Aaron's criteria. After a thorough investigation, Nova narrowed down the list to a mere 380 individuals. These unfortunate individuals had suffered war injuries, had no one to care for them, and possessed special forces skills that they were unable to utilize due to their injuries. However, the most significant common factor amongst them was their lack of loyalty toward their country. They harbored resentments towards the Veterans Affairs and other government services for mistreatment, as well as towards their military leaders for giving foolish orders that resulted in their injuries and the shifting of blame to them, resulting in the loss of their rightful disability compensation.
How many of them do you think will accept my offer and pledge their allegiance to me if I offer to treat their conditions and restore them to their peak?
More than 70% of them, Nova replied.
Just that much? I thought it would be higher,
Aaron asked in surprise. Quite a few of the individuals on the list are contemplating suicide and might take their own lives in the next 3 months if nothing changes for them, Nova explained in a cold and detached tone. To Nova, anything that was not related to her master or deemed important by her master was just a collection of data points or data sets in her database. She had no emotional attachment or significance to them.
How many of them are in the state?
He asked, disregarding Nova's unfeeling tone, as he was familiar with her programming and understood why she behaved that way. 17, sir, Nova answered while displaying a holographic map of New York State that showed where the individuals in question resided.
Oh, a few of them are located about 30 kilometers from here,
Aaron said as he zoomed in on the map to locate the nearest individual. After examining the satellite images of the location of the person closest to his own, Aaron commented,
"It seems like he's living a very harsh life."
Nova revealed, he is one of the individuals I suspect may resort to suicide. Presently, he is barely holding on by using powerful painkillers to which he is addicted. However, it won't be long before he runs out of money to purchase them, and that's when he may take the fatal step.
Can't he just beg for the medicines?
Aaron said, not connecting how will someone kill himself when he can just steal or beg for them. According to his records, it shows that he has a very high self-esteem, and he can't bring himself to ask for help despite his worsening situation, Nova explained while presenting the report on the man.
That will make it easier for me to persuade him using his self-esteem. All I have to do is promise to give him his previous body back, and he will be loyal,
Aaron replied after reviewing the man's history. Chapter 97 At the Edge of a Cliff. Within the solemn confines of the military courtroom, an atmosphere thick with tension engulfed the air, saturating every nook and cranny and casting an ominous shadow upon the faces of the gathered spectators. The culmination of the proceedings had arrived, and the destiny of a courageous soldier whose life had precariously teetered on the edge of judgment now lay in the hands of the presiding judge. General Robert Sinclair, a figure of distinction adorned with graying temples and eyes that bore the weight of his responsibilities, sat upright behind the elevated bench. His gaze, a fusion of resolute determination and a profound commitment to justice, swept across the room, commanding attention from every individual in its path. The time had come for the judge's final pronouncements and the delivery of the verdict, a moment that held the collective breath of all present in suspense. Without hesitation, he commenced the delivery of his verdict.
Throughout the course of the proceedings, it has become abundantly clear that you knowingly disobeyed the direct orders issued by Central Command. This decision, unfortunately, resulted in the catastrophic outcome that we are currently facing.
In light of these circumstances, this court-martial has reached a verdict of guilt on the charges brought against you. The repercussions of your actions are undeniably severe, as the loss of life is an irreparable tragedy that not only affects your fallen comrades, but also deeply impacts their families and our entire nation. While acknowledging the significant injuries you sustained while dutifully serving our country, this court recognizes the sacrifices you have made. We understand that you have endured physical and emotional hardships. As a result, we have decided to show some leniency by reducing your sentence to 2 years of probation instead of imprisonment. However, it is crucial to acknowledge the grave breach of trust that occurred in this situation. As members of our armed forces, it is expected that we all adhere to the established chain of command and uphold the orders issued by our superiors. By willfully disobeying these orders, the consequences were dire, and we cannot overlook this fact. Therefore, it is with a heavy heart that I must also pronounce your dishonorable discharge from the military. This dishonorable discharge carries significant consequences. You will be stripped of all VA injury compensation, including your retirement fund, as these benefits are reserved for those who faithfully fulfill their duties until the end. The decision to revoke these privileges is not taken lightly, but it is an unavoidable outcome of your actions. John Smith, as I deliver this sentence, I urge you to deeply reflect upon the events that have led us to this moment. It is my sincere hope that you fully comprehend the gravity of your choices and, in due course, find a path toward redemption and healing. As the judge concluded his verdict, he firmly grasped the gavel, its weight descending with force upon the unyielding gravel, resounding through the courtroom. Tang! The resounding echo of the initial gavel strike filled the courtroom, symbolizing the profound weight of the judgment that had just been pronounced. Tang! With the second resounding thud, the fate of all those present was sealed, leaving behind a somber reminder of the irreversible consequences that awaited them. Tang! Aya! John Smith was abruptly awakened from his dream, startled by the reverberating sound of the third strike of the hammer resonating through the courtroom's gavel. His chest heaved, rising and falling with each strained breath, serving as a visible testament to the weight he bore. Within the boundaries of his sleep, haunting recollections of the death of his team members, betrayal of his country, and anguish resurfaced, fueled by the unrelenting grasp of post-traumatic stress disorder. It served as a cruel reminder of that fateful day when the nation he had bravely fought for, the very nation that had inflicted profound wounds upon his being, chose to abandon him in turn. After taking a few moments to regain composure, he mustered the strength to extricate himself from the comfort of his bed. Engaging in a fleeting struggle with his own body, he wrestled with the task of standing tall. His one leg, blessed with unrestricted mobility, dutifully obeyed his commands. However, the other leg bore the enduring marks of nerve damage inflicted by a ruthless explosion during a treacherous mission. Its movement restricted, it remained a perpetual reminder of the sacrifices he had selflessly made in the line of duty. With a determined stride, he made his way to the kitchen, dragging his impaired leg behind him. Upon reaching his destination, he endeavored to open the refrigerator, relying solely on the grip of his lone hand. Retrieving a bottle of water, he painstakingly made his way to the couch in the living room, lowering himself onto the seat. With a sigh, he switched on the television, intending to spend the remainder of the night there, well aware that sleep would elude him after the haunting remnants of his dream. Despite the television blaring in the background and his eyes seemingly fixed upon the screen, it was evident that his mind wandered far from the images that danced before him. Lost in the labyrinth of his own thoughts, he remained physically present but emotionally distant, as if existing in a realm beyond the confines of the living room. His mind wandered, reflecting on the circumstances that had led him to his current state, a dishonorably discharged soldier, both physically and metaphorically, standing on his last leg. Usually, he possessed the capacity to calm his own mind and suppress the resurgence of these agonizing memories. However, today unfolded as a different tale, for he found himself besieged by haunting visions. The faces of his fallen comrades from the ill-fated mission materialized before him, intermingled with the countenances of their grieving family members who held him responsible for their tragic demise. To compound his torment, the visage of the general who had orchestrated his downfall to protect his own reputation appeared, wearing a wicked smile and taunting him with malicious intent. Each memory, like a serrated blade, ruthlessly cut into his very essence, amplifying the excruciating anguish that lay dormant within. Tears welled up, streaming down his cheeks in a torrential cascade, their silent descent conveying a profound sorrow that inundated his fragile and vulnerable state of being. Overwhelmed by the weight of his emotions, he found himself standing on the brink of despair, teetering perilously on the edge of a cliff. He mustered the strength to rise from his seat, reaching out to grasp the bottle of painkillers resting on the table. Desperate to bury the agony he felt and save himself from the cliff, he sought solace in the numbing relief they offered. Upon opening the bottle, he discovered its emptiness, serving as a stark reminder that he had exhausted his supply of pills and lacked the means to replenish them. Overwhelmed by frustration and unable to contain his emotions, he flung the bottle across the room in a fit of anger. After enduring the torment for over 20 minutes, he reached his breaking point, unable to bear the pain and the push any longer. Desperation consumed him as he slid his hands into the crevice where the sofa seat cushions met the armrest, extracting a concealed gun that had been stashed there. Caressing the cold, unforgiving steel of the Heckler and Coke Mark 23 sock'em in his hands, he found himself caught in a treacherous moment of contemplation. Time seemed to stand still as he weighed the weighty decision that lay before him. The pain, an unwelcome companion, persistently gnawed at the fringes of his thoughts, a constant reminder of the anguish that enveloped his existence. After a mere few minutes, he loaded a bullet into the firing chamber, raising the gun to his head. With closed eyes, he sought to gather the courage needed for what lay ahead. As he took a deep breath, he began to pull the trigger slowly, allowing his mind a moment to surrender at any given instant. Just as he was about to pull the trigger and end his life, a voice pierced the silence of the room, asking him a poignant question.
"Are you truly going to proceed with that?"
John Smith was overcome with fear, startled to the core by the sudden appearance of the man. Reacting impulsively and without hesitation, he instinctively opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the unexpected intruder. Bang, 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 bang. He emptied his entire ammunition onto the man before finally turning his gaze upon him once more.
"Are you finished?"
the man uttered, inducing a near collapse in John's trembling form. The realization dawned upon him that he had discharged every bullet from his gun at a close range that could be deemed point blank, and yet the man sat there unharmed, seemingly unaffected by the barrage.
"Who are you?"
John asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of shock and fear. John's mind was in a state of contemplation and wonder, questioning whether he was immersed in the afterlife or if he was experiencing an exceptionally potent moment of clarity due to stress reaching a breaking point, or if the veil had been lifted allowing him to perceive the unseen. Chapter 98 Whispers of Hope. Aaron pulled up his car, parking it approximately 1 kilometer away from John's residence. He switched off the engine, retrieved the key, and stepped out of the vehicle. With fast strides, he began his journey on foot towards John's house. When he was approximately 300 meters away from the house, he carefully assessed his surroundings. Assured that there were no individuals nearby, he immediately activated the concealment rune. Instantaneously, he vanished from the sight of any potential onlookers or observing entities. Upon reaching the house, Aaron meticulously searched for a quiet entry point. He carefully surveyed the premises, quickly spotting an unlocked window that had been closed but not secured. With a gentle push, he gradually opened the window and silently slipped inside the house, skillfully maneuvering his way through. Upon entering, Aaron discovered John sitting on the spacious sofa, his face revealing signs of having just awakened from a distressing dream. Aaron noticed John's immediate action of powering on the television, as if seeking solace or distraction from the unsettling experience. Aaron decided to settle into a single-seater sofa, curious to observe the unfolding events in the coming minutes. He positioned himself comfortably, anticipating what would transpire in the immediate future. Aaron remained seated, his gaze fixed on John as tears welled up and streamed down his cheeks. He witnessed John's desperate actions, watching as he reached for the painkiller medicine on the table, only to discover it was empty. Frustration mingled with anger, evident in John's attempt to contain his emotions, which ultimately failed. In a fit of rage, he flung the empty bottle across the room. Aaron continued to observe, his heart heavy, as John grappled with profound thoughts about life. To Aaron's surprise, he witnessed John's hand slipping into the crevice, where the seat cushions met the armrest of the sofa. As John retrieved a hidden gun, his touch caressed its cold surface while he contemplated his next course of action. Aaron's breath caught in his throat as he observed John, the hesitation etched on his face, raising the gun and placing it against his own head. The weight of the moment hung in the air as John slowly began to pull the trigger. Aaron maintained a vigilant gaze, observing the harrowing scene unfold mere moments before the firing pin would release, sealing John's fate with a bullet through his head. He immediately deactivated the concealment rune and broke the silence, asking, "Are you truly going to follow through with that?" scaring the shit out of the would-have-been dead John. Aaron had to deactivate the concealment rune that had veiled his presence, as it was necessary to deactivate the rune to ensure that his voice could be heard, as leaving the rune active would have rendered his words concealed as well. But his materialization from out of nowhere ended up scaring the shit out John, who in return immediately started firing a barrage of bullets to Aaron. "Shield," Aaron said, swiftly responding to the sight of John aiming the gun in his direction. He immediately activated the shield rune, infusing it with a surge of magical energy, ensuring that the impending bullets would pose no harm, effectively nullifying their impact. Aaron maintained the shield until he was certain that John had exhausted the entire magazine of his gun. As soon as the events unfolded, Nova immediately sprang into action, promptly intercepting all phone calls within a 1-kilometer radius. With precision, she filtered through the calls, specifically isolating the emergency phone calls intended for the police. She focused on selecting only those callers who were reporting the shooting incident, leaving out any unrelated calls. Once Nova completed the isolation process, she took on the role of the original callers, assuming their identities as she continued with the conversation with the emergency services. She then humbly apologized, claiming to have misunderstood the sounds of a neighbor starting their car as gunshots, all in an effort to avoid arousing suspicion within the emergency call center. By taking this approach, Nova aimed to ensure that these calls would not be abruptly terminated by her interception and raise suspicions. Meanwhile, for the ones who had initially contacted the emergency services to report the incident, Nova skillfully continued to impersonate an emergency operator. Engaging with them adeptly, she inquired about crucial details such as their location, any sightings of the shooter, and other relevant information. Nova then advised them to vacate the vicinity or lock their doors, assuring them that the police would be dispatched to investigate the incident. "Who are you?" John asked, his voice trembling with fear as he gazed at Aaron, seeking an explanation for the extraordinary turn of events. "I'm Aaron," he introduced himself in response to the question, his voice calm and reassuring. "Someone to help you from your current predicament." "Where did you come from? You just materialized out of thin air," John asked, his fear still palpable as he tried to comprehend Aaron's sudden appearance before him.
I was here for more than half an hour. You just didn't see me. Like this,
Aaron answered, and then activated the concealment rune again, immediately disappearing from John's view before reappearing shortly after.
How can you do that?
John asked, his mind racing as he attempted to comprehend and find a logical explanation for what he had just witnessed.
A magician never reveals his secrets,
Aaron replied, a faint smile playing on his lips, maintaining an air of mystery around his abilities.
So you're a magician? Was it all just a trick?
John inquired, beginning to calm down as he started to believe that what he witnessed was simply a display of magic. However, before he could fully process his thoughts and question why Aaron hadn't succumbed to the barrage of bullets he had fired, Aaron preemptively provided an answer.
Not a magician per se,
Aaron clarified, realizing the limitations of using the term as a figure of speech.
You mentioned that you can help me. How exactly can you do that?
John inquired, his previous concerns fading into the background as his focus shifted to the potential help that Aaron had offered.
I can help you with anything,
Aaron responded calmly, a warm smile gracing his face, emanating a sense of confidence in his ability to fulfill the promises he made.
Then can you help me with this?
John asked, striking the leg that suffered from nerve damage, his hand still clutching the empty gun, symbolizing his frustration and the burden he carried.
Yes, I can even help you with that as well,
Aaron replied, pointing at his amputated hand.
What do you want in return? I don't have anything of value with me,
John expressed, his mind torn between skepticism and the undeniable evidence of Aaron deflecting the bullets fired at him. As he recalled the distorted bullet casing scattered on the ground in front of Aaron, some shattered into multiple fragments as if striking a metallic surface, he questioned his initial assumption that they were mere blanks. With a flicker of hope, John chose to believe that the man could offer him relief from his pain. He didn't even entertain the idea of complete healing, knowing deep down that such a possibility was impossible.
I want your unwavering loyalty to me,
Aaron stated calmly, maintaining his composed and steadfast demeanor. Upon hearing Aaron's request for loyalty, John's mind raced with a flurry of thoughts.
What does my loyalty matter in this situation? Could he be after military secrets? But my security clearance must have been revoked long ago, and any vital information I possess would have been updated. Or perhaps he wants my organs.
John's mind spun with speculative possibilities, grappling with the uncertainty of Aaron's intentions. While John was engrossed in contemplating the underlying motive behind Aaron's request for loyalty, Aaron chose to give him the space to ponder, refraining from immediately addressing any misunderstandings that might have arisen. After several minutes of contemplation, John finally found his voice and spoke.
I'm not certain what you stand to gain from my loyalty, but if you can relieve me of this pain, I solemnly swear, in the name of God, that I will break the oath I made to never trust anyone again, following the betrayal I experienced from my own country.
His words revealed a profound sense of desperation, as he believed he had already reached the depths of despair, with nothing further to lose. Upon hearing John's response, Aaron's smile widened, exuding a sense of reassurance.
Very well. Now, go to sleep, and when you awaken, everything will be over,
Aaron said before he moved with remarkable speed, placing his hand on top of John's head while uttering an incantation.
Sleep,
he said, activating the sleeping rune in an instant.
What?
John barely had time to comprehend the words spoken to him before a wave of drowsiness swept over him. As he struggled to stay awake, the only fragments he could recall were the words,
"Good sleep,"
and
"over."
With his eyes growing heavy and his consciousness fading, a final thought crossed his mind.
Damn, he must really be after my organs.
Succumbing to the overwhelming fatigue, John slipped into a deep slumber.
It doesn't really matter anymore.
His mind at rest, accepting his fate, as this was better than the pain. Chapter 99 Healing. As John's body began to sag, surrendering to the effects of the rune-induced slumber, Aaron swiftly intercepted his fall, gently laying John down on the sofa, ensuring he was in a comfortable position, providing support for his weary frame. "You seem to be thoroughly enjoying your play as a magician," Nova remarked once. She was certain that John had fallen into a deep sleep.
"No, I was merely assessing the extent of his depression,"
Aaron replied, carefully lifting John's leg from the ground and positioning it on the sofa to ensure his comfort.
"You seem to have missed the mark. He ran out of pills today, not within your projected timeline,"
Aaron said, playfully teasing Nova. "I said within 3 months, and today falls within that time period, so technically, I am correct," Nova retorted. "However, it seems my approximation was off. He must have been using the medication at a higher dosage than previously calculated. Perhaps his body became accustomed to the normal dose, prompting him to consume more and deplete the supply sooner than expected."
"Regardless, let's get started. It will take me a considerable amount of time to fully heal him using only the basic healing runes,"
Aaron said, preparing himself for the extensive healing process. With everything in order, Aaron extended his hand and confidently uttered,
"Heal."
Activating the healing rune he had diligently practiced during his preparations for the brain data collection journey. It was to serve as a contingency plan in case he unintentionally caused harm to someone during the collection process. When the rune was activated, a gentle, pulsating golden glow emanated from it, enveloping John's body and starting to heal John's body. However, a noticeable issue arose. The healing process was incredibly sluggish, to the point where it would be easy to assume that nothing was happening at all. This was a consequence of utilizing a low-level healing rune, which lacked the potency required for swift regeneration for the heavy injuries that John had sustained. Upon witnessing this, Aaron swiftly initiated the reactivation of the identical rune, as there was nothing preventing him from doing so. However, in doing so, he would consume more magical energy to sustain the simultaneous activation of both runes. Fortunately, when it came to magical energy, Aaron possessed an abundance. Thanks to his runic heart, which was fortified by over 200 billion runic lines, he possessed what could be deemed as boundless mana. Similar to someone who stumbled upon an infinite glitch, Aaron began relentlessly activating one rune after another, maintaining the continuous activation of them for over an hour and a half. Astonishingly, he managed to activate more than 10 runes per second, leading to an astounding accumulation of over 50,000 active healing runes. Aaron's runic heart tirelessly operated, absorbing mana from the atmosphere to replenish the energy that had been expended mere moments ago. Again and again, he tapped into a tremendous amount of mana to sustain the activation of over 50,000 healing runes, all in an effort to expedite John's body's healing process. John's physical form had become completely obscured, concealed beneath a radiant golden silhouette. The glow emanated from the collective healing light emitted by the expansive array of over 50,000 runes, tirelessly working together to mend and restore his body. But for those without the ability to perceive magic, a remarkable sight unfolded before their eyes. The amputated hand could be seen to have begun to regenerate visibly, steadily reclaiming its original form. The other changes occurred in John's nerve-damaged leg, which had been mere existence due to a lack of funds for amputation. The damaged nerves within the leg initiated a process of regeneration, intricately reconnecting with the existing nerve network throughout his body. Subsequently, the muscles in the leg, which had experienced atrophy from disuse, commenced a remarkable regrowth. This remarkable process persisted for over an hour until the new hand had been fully regenerated and the leg had completely healed, returning to its normal state.
What do you think would happen if I keep the runes active even after his wounds have been fully healed?
Aaron asked Nova, intrigued by the complete regeneration of both the hand and leg, now restored to their prime condition. After a brief pause for calculation, Nova responded, "Although I cannot offer an absolute certainty, from my calculations, I believe that no detrimental outcomes or any harm would be experienced by him." After hearing her answer, Aaron said,
"Then, let's see what will happen,"
making the choice to persist in keeping the runes active. He was captivated by the possibilities of what they might do now that they had fulfilled their purpose of facilitating healing. As a consequence of his decision, the runes embarked on the process by infusing vitality into the bones and fortifying them. This fortification persisted until it reached the threshold of the low-level runes' capabilities. Following the completion of bone reinforcement, the runes shifted their attention towards revitalizing and strengthening the organs. Their restorative influence effectively repaired any potential damage that might have accumulated throughout John's lifetime. This rejuvenation process aimed to restore the organs to their peak condition, facilitating optimal functionality. Subsequently, the runes turned their focus to the muscles, initiating a healing and strengthening process. Meticulously nurturing the muscles, they unlocked their inherent potential, pushing them to unprecedented levels of strength. Once all these enhancements were completed, the runes finally directed their attention towards healing the skin, addressing any imperfections and scars that John had endured. As a result of the comprehensive vitalization and strengthening of every aspect of his body, the 35-year-old man appeared rejuvenated, exhibiting the youthful appearance of an individual in their mid-20s. Typically, such an outcome was not expected or intended. However, the excessive concentration of runes infused into an ordinary individual led to an unexpected mutation in their function.
"That's enough time for something to have happened to him,"
Aaron said, and promptly ended supplying mana to the runes, officially concluding the process 2 hours before dawn.
"Holy Mother!"
he exclaimed in astonishment as he laid eyes on John's transformed face, now appearing younger and resembling someone in their mid-20s. After observing John's now young face with a mixture of surprise and awe, he said,
"Now, let's see what other changes happened to you,"
brimming with excitement and curiosity to see what other changes occurred to the man. Following that, Aaron swiftly rose from his seat and retrieved the virtual headset. He then proceeded to place it on John's head before saying, "Nova, your time to shine." Nova immediately powered the VR headset and downloaded the brain data of John. Done, Nova informed Aaron, indicating that she had finished collecting the brain data. Aaron promptly removed the VR helmet from John and proceeded to cast the cleaning rune on it. After taking a seat, he swiftly put it back on and promptly logged in. He was not worried about John waking up, as he was sure that he would continue sleeping for a few more hours for his brain to get used to the new body. You can think of it as the software upgrading itself to accommodate the upgraded hardware. Chapter 100: The Changes and His Backstory. Inside the Universal Simulation.
"What are the other changes that happened to him?"
Aaron immediately asked after passing through the gate, wanting to know the complete extent of the changes that had taken place within John's body due to the relentless barrage of healing runes he unleashed upon him for hours on end. Nearly every aspect, Nova responded, conjuring a holographic representation of John's physique before delving into a detailed explanation of the remarkable changes. In addition to healing and regenerating his limbs, the extended exposure led to meticulous fine-tuning, revitalization, and fortification of his muscles, organs, and bones, pushing them to their absolute limits. In essence, you've transformed him into a super soldier, doubling his strength compared to what it was previously, Nova elucidated, emphasizing the profound changes that occurred within John's body.
That's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic,
Aaron explained with great excitement upon hearing Nova's detailed explanation. After reveling in the momentary celebration, Aaron posed a question.
Did any mutations occur, similar to what happened to Henry?
He desired to ascertain whether the circumstances that befell his younger brother were potentially replicable in other individuals. Unfortunately, no such mutations occurred in John's case, Nova answered.
That's a relief,
Aaron expressed with a sense of reassurance, pleased to learn that John had not experienced any similar mutations.
Nova inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be saddened by the absence of mutations despite the prolonged exposure?"
She was curious about the reason behind his sense of relief rather than sorrow.
It's actually quite the opposite. If everyone underwent mutations simply from being exposed to concentrated mana for a certain duration, it would severely restrict my ability to employ runes in large-scale scenarios, as there would be a constant fear of unexpected mutations occurring,
Aaron explained, shedding light on his rationale.
Has there been any change in his mental state? If I have to send him for therapy, it will pose a problem, considering that all the candidates appear to be experiencing some form of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD,
Aaron inquired. Due to the enhancements provided by the runes, John's brain has undergone strengthening, enabling it to recover from the emotional damage he had accumulated throughout his life. When he awakens, all the trauma will appear to him as nothing more than a melancholic past, Nova explained.
That's excellent news,
Aaron replied, his voice carrying a sense of relief.
So what is his story?
Aaron asked, wanting to know further details of his story beyond what he had read in the profile that Nova had prepared for him. There have been no significant deviations, except for the inclusion of additional information that reinforces the details provided in the previous brief. He served as the esteemed SEAL captain leading a daring captive rescue mission for Sergeant Beau Berdo. The operation was initiated based on compelling intelligence obtained from the Army's intelligence wing, which served as the catalyst for their determined pursuit. Upon arriving at the suspected prison's location, they were confronted with a formidable fortress, extensively fortified and guarded. Faced with the imminent danger to his team, he made the audacious decision to override Central Command's orders and strategically retreat, intending to ensure the safety of his comrades. Tragically, during the perilous retreat, one of his team members inadvertently triggered a concealed landmine, killing himself and alerting the enemy, the following fight resulting in the devastating loss of the entire team, leaving him as the sole survivor haunted by the burden of survivor's guilt. In a shocking revelation that surfaced later, it was uncovered that the mission had not received the necessary approvals from the upper echelons of command. Instead, it was a clandestine endeavor orchestrated by the conniving Bagram base commander, motivated by personal ambition and aspirations for promotion. However, when the operation took an unforeseen turn, with tragic consequences, all blame was unjustly directed towards him, and with the commander deleting any and all the evidence leading to him, nothing existed that could prove his innocence other than his words. As a consequence, he faced a court-martial, leading to the forfeiture of all his VA benefits, including health care, as well as the termination of all the privileges and benefits associated with his former status as an Army member. However, what truly shattered him was the relentless blame and anger directed at him by the families of his fallen team members, regardless of his attempts to explain the circumstances and share his side of the story. This ordeal became the catalyst for his haunting nightmares, and in an attempt to escape the memories, he resorted to using the meager savings he had left to purchase sleeping pills and pain-reducing medications. Unfortunately, this led to a dangerous dependence on narcotics, as he sought to numb himself from the relentless pain. As you have witnessed, when his supply of narcotics ran out, he made the agonizing decision to bring an end to his suffering in the most drastic and irreversible manner. Nova explained the new information, presenting it alongside the visual footage she had collected from John's memories. Aaron gently wiped away the tears streaming down his cheeks, profoundly affected by John's tragic ordeal and the heartbreaking path he had chosen to cope with his pain. It saddened Aaron even more because he could empathize with the depths of despair that led John to such extreme measures. It served as a stark reminder of how he, too, could have easily succumbed to similar methods had he not received the system and support from his family that helped him navigate through his own challenging circumstances during that period. After taking a short time to recollect himself, he turned to Nova and said, "Send his body to the lab city and task them with reverse engineering his physiology to explore the possibility of creating a genetic serum capable of replicating the same results. This way, we can administer it to the members of my private forces. I can't be expected to always continue pumping magical energy for hours on end just to finish strengthening one person." Changing the topic, as it was a very painful memory to him despite having overcome the predicament. "Yes, sir." Nova, who was quietly observing Aaron throughout the entire ordeal, immediately sent 2 bodies to the city. One was for the genetic engineering lab, while the other was assigned to the runic genetic engineering lab, having them start their research into reverse engineering and developing a serum capable of creating formidable soldiers. "How is progress in the lab city?" Aaron inquired after he calmed down further, wanting to receive an update on the developments within the accelerated universal simulation, considering that more than 7 days had elapsed in simulation time. "There have been a few breakthroughs in the White Labs, but no definitive results yet. As for the Golden Labs, they are still undergoing rune training. With tens of thousands of individuals, each practicing a different rune, once they master it, I assimilate that runic knowledge to all of them, eliminating the need for others to practice the same rune. It will take a few more weeks for them to complete learning all the beginner-level runes before they can start applying them in their respective fields," Nova explained, providing an overview of the lab city's current situation while showcasing live footage of the ongoing activities. To facilitate clarity regarding the methodologies employed by different labs to achieve specific outcomes, they had opted to designate them with colors. The White Labs solely rely on technological approaches in their research, while the Golden Labs utilize runes as their primary tools or explore the application of runes within their respective fields.